parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, has hired defense attorney Alan Jackson. Jackson confirmed to reporters this week that he represents Reiner and said his client did not appear in court because he has not been medically cleared. He is being charged with 2 counts of murder, charges that carry a maximum sentence of life without parole or possibly the death penalty. Rob and Michelle were found dead in their home on Sunday by their daughter, Romy, and Nick was arrested hours later. He's being held without bail. Jackson is a high-profile lawyer and has represented Kevin Spacey and Harvey Weinstein and previously secured an acquittal for Karen Reed.
I would be shocked. There is a ton of footage of him with his dad in interviews. They did a lot of interviews for this movie they did based on his life about his addiction and all his problems. And in those interviews, you can see the tension. You can see that he's a volatile guy. I'd be surprised if they didn't go for an insanity plea.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the guy's he's struggled with issues for a long, long time.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're going to do.
It's right. I mean, there's no other option.
Sure, yeah. Police believe that Rob and Michelle had been dead for hours before their daughter discovered their bodies Sunday afternoon, with rigor mortis already setting in when officers arrived around 3:40 in the afternoon. Romy called police immediately, and then she contacted longtime family friend Billy Crystal. At the scene, she told officers her brother Nick was dangerous and noted that he had been living at the house but was gone when she arrived.
There is some information, Preston, I don't know. I've seen it reported from some sources and other sources haven't reported it, but that her mother was still alive, was died on the way to the hospital.
Oh.
And that during the ambulance trip, so this from 2 sources, she was able to reveal that it was Nick who had done the killing.
Oh, wow.
I haven't seen any of that.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
what were those sources, do you know?
one of them was TMZ, and then the other was a site called Just Jared.
Huh.
Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know.
All right, well, listen, more will come out. We'll find out if that's legit or not. And speaking of Rob Reiner, Jerry Seinfeld paid tribute to him and his wife, Michelle, writing that next to Larry David and George Shapiro, Rob Reiner had the biggest influence on my career. Reflecting on the early days of Seinfeld, he emphasized just how crucial Reiner was, explaining our show would have never happened without him. He said, when nobody at the network liked the early episodes, he saved us from cancellation. He ended his message on a somber note, sharing Rob and Michelle married right as our show was starting, and they became an imprint on me of how it's supposed to work, each one broadening the other. Their death together is impossibly sad. I saw another social media post yesterday from Harry Connick Jr. Harry, his breakout came from when Harry met Sally.
That was a huge soundtrack.
He was already an emerging musician, but when Rob Reiner said, I want to put your music in this movie, boom, he exploded after that.
I saw one really touching one from James Woods talking about how his career had sort of ebbed, and I think it's Ghost of Mississippi that Castle Rock produced or whatever. Anyway, Reiner fought for him in the role. No one was seeing it at all, and kicked his career back up again.
Long rumored to be dating, many are wondering why Meryl Streep and Martin Short don't just admit it and go public with their relationship. That sources close to the two friends are saying, though, the main reason for them not moving forward as a couple is Streep's slow road to divorce from her husband, Don Gummer. The old Gummer.
The old Gummer. Gummy! Yeah, how you doing?
The source says Martin...
He's the best gurner in the business.
...is getting impatient. He's so gaga for Meryl, and he's a very old-fashioned guy, and he wants them to get married and live together. Meryl says that she wants to marry him, too, but she hasn't made getting her divorce finalized a priority. So this is according to a source. That same source added that Streep's ex is dragging his feet, and she doesn't want to press it.
It's been years.
Hoping to keep harmony among the kids and grandkids. Streep and Gummer have been married for 47 years. They've been separated for 2, and they share 4 children who I'm sure are full-on adults now.
We're doing it for the kids.
You don't have to keep it together for the kids anymore.
Can you drive over to the house? We have to tell you something.
Wow.
There's this cute video that came out during an award show last fall. It's Martin Short. It's Steve Martin. It is Selena Gomez and then Selena's husband, Benny, sitting in a row. And Martin is like a giddy little schoolboy texting. Steve looks over, and then Selena turns to her husband, fiance at the time, and goes, he's texting Meryl. And it's just so cute. It's like high school again.
No
like
kidding.
this cute little love affair.
Yeah.
And that's probably part of it, too.
Yeah, and it comes through on the show, too.
Yeah, and
Yes.
they should definitely Take it to the next level.
And they should do it in front of us.
Why not?
I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
I'd do a pay-per-view to see them get it on.
All right, so this was sad to see. Gil Gerard, best known for his turn as the hero in the 1979 to 1981 NBC series Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, passed away yesterday. He was 82 years old. Gerard lived in Georgia, died after a battle with a rare and viciously aggressive form of cancer, his wife Janet announced.
I like that guy.
In 1977 films, he played Lee Grant's romantic interest in Airport 77 and had starred as a moonshiner in the Appalachia set comedy Hooch when he was approached to star in Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. The lighthearted sci-fi series kicked off with a 1979 movie developed in the wake of the huge success of Star Wars. And at first, Gerard wasn't interested in the part. He said, I saw what it did to Adam West's career with Batman, and this was another cartoon character, and I didn't want to do this campy stuff. This was in a 2018 interview that he said that. However, he finally was persuaded to sign on, and the Buck Rogers movie proved to be a hit. It finished among the top 25 domestic grossers that year, and the film was then retooled to serve as the show's 2-hour opening episode. Buck Rogers lasted 2 seasons, total of 32 episodes before it was canceled.
One of the famous things about that show was Erin Gray in her jumpsuits.
Oh, man.
Remember
I loved
those?
her.
Beautiful
Yeah.
woman.
Yeah, and Mel Blanc was
Tweaky.
He was Tweaky. So there's a couple cool things. He had a period in his life where he packed on a ton of weight. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I have a little information on that. So he, in 2007, I thought that the character had a sense of reality about him. The sense of humor I liked very much, and his humanity I liked. I thought that it was kind of cool. He wasn't a stiff kind of guy. He was a guy who could solve problems on his feet, and he wasn't a superhero. He also appeared in the 1990 CBS series Earth Force, hosted the 1992 reality show Code 3, played Major Dodd in 1997 on the NBC daytime soap Days of Our Lives, and showed up in Ryan Gosling and Russell Crowe's comedy The Nice Guys. But yes, Steve, he was the subject of the 2007 Discovery Health Channel documentary called Action Hero Makeover, on which he decided to have gastric bypass surgery after his weight ballooned to 350 pounds.
Whoa.
In a 1990 article in People, he estimated that he had lost about $1 million worth of work because of overeating.
I watched that, and it was he was so likable, and your heart just went out for him, and he did manage to lose a lot of weight, but he was just a very likable guy. Seemed to be, at least. I didn't know him personally.
He was married 4 times, including one to actress Connie Selica, and they divorced in 1987. And in addition to Janet, his wife of 18 years, survivors include his son with Selica. His name was Gibb.
Gibb?
So, yeah. So
Not as good as Gummer.
No, I like Gummer better. So let me see what else I have for you here. Timothy Chalamet has fessed up to why he skipped the Met Gala alongside girlfriend Kylie Jenner earlier this year.
Yeah, I want to hear this.
Even though fans expected the couple to make their Met carpet debut, Timothy had much more important matters at hand. While Jenner attended the fashion spectacle on May 5th, Chalamet stayed behind to watch the New York Knicks playoff game.
He is a big fan.
And he said, I had to be locked in, man.
Bro.
The actor revealed that the playoff run meant everything to him, saying, I mean, that Knicks run last year was the most fun, not just being a fan. I think that was the most fun period of my life.
There's that footage that exists of him, and it's at one of the victories, and I think he's in a cab or something or whatever, and he's leaning out of it, and he's high, and it's clear. It's just joyous.
People almost drag him out of the
drag
car.
him out of the car.
He emphasized just how intense those moments were, adding those 4 months. I'm not even kidding. That was just the garden being electric.
Oh, so yeah, he's from New York, New York. How about that? Did you know that he's 5'10"?
No, I thought he was a little more average height than
Yeah, I
5'10",
thought-
a little taller than
You
I
know
thought
what,
he might
Casey?
be.
Yeah.
You're our Timothy Chalamet.
Chalamet and Jenner were first linked in 2023, and they have supported each other big events, but she actually went to the Marty Supreme premiere earlier this week, so people were surprised that they weren't at the Met Gala together. All right, let's see. How about this one? Pamela Anderson still hoping for more Liam Neeson after a brief fling. According to sources close to her, they said she's making a big show of being independent, spouting off about how they're better off as friends, but everyone close to her knows that she's still hoping that something more will happen.
So that makes it sound like he was the one who orchestrated the split.
So this source says she's just gotten a taste of Liam's infamous hot and cold personality with women, so she's had to retreat. Anderson admitted in a People interview that their thing lasted for one intimate week together. But the source says that he made all those romantic promises, and she's not ready to give up hope that he'll come to his senses and come back to her.
She craves my huge Celtic hug.
So we'll see.
I liked them as a couple. I thought all that stuff was pretty cute in the lead up to the movie.
Yeah. Patti LuPone, her temper has flashed again recently, and one rowdy theater goer caught the brunt of it. LuPone is notorious for not holding back, and though it has gotten her in hot water at times, she's not changing. There's a report that she was in the audience at a showing of Messy White Gaze, a show, recently when another audience member got drunk and got very vocal during the performance, letting loose with an inebriated cavalcade of four-letter words and even hollered out, "Yes, bitch!" The actress waited until after the show and cornered the rude audience member, telling her never go to the theater again. The offending person was reportedly stunned and apologized. Well, I'm glad she kind of
I saw one
chastised.
show where she literally, Preston, leapt off the stage, grabbed the person by the waist, and they actually brought out a table behind her.
Yeah.
She flipped the person over backwards and smashed her through the table.
Wow.
I mean,
Had it
that is an
coming.
aggressive way to police the theater scene.
Actually sounds familiar. I think that happened at the Camp Out for Hunger, didn't it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's where it happened. And it wasn't Patti LuPone.
Noah Schnapp. Although, from obviously Stranger Things, when we had Cara Buono in here, she had pronounced his name Schnapp. I picked up on that. So
It's like peach schnapps.
I will. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I am going to follow her lead
Because we love her.
and say Noah Schnapp stopped by Good Morning America yesterday and talked about the cast and how they have not seen the finale of Stranger Things yet, but they will actually do so together when the rest of the world does. And how intense is that final episode? He says it's so emotional. Reading it, I can't even fathom what it's going to be like to watch. And he said that they're all going to sit together as a group and watch it together one last time.
So I'm going to sit while I watch the full wrap up. I'm going to sit in a children's wading pool in case I explosively defecate. You have to listen. How cool is it though, Preston, that we wrapped up those 4 episodes, and you think we're so keyed on thinking, okay, in about 9 months or a year and a half. But it's just a couple weeks.
I like this approach.
Yeah.
I really like this approach of small chunks released just a month or so apart each.
Love it.
And that I can handle.
Yeah.
But it's like Casey was just talking about Fallout. The new second season has come out, and he started watching it yesterday. He's like, I have forgotten all the stuff that happened in that
Everything.
first season because it's been so long since it's
so
come out.
friggin' good.
Yeah, so I like the idea of this of if you're going to break it up, do it in chunks at least, and have them spaced out to where it's not too long to where you lose touch.
Oh, you
with
forget
what
everything.
happened.
Yeah.
So he said, they're all going to sit together as a group and watch it one last time. He said, we're probably going to be sobbing the rest of the day, the rest of the month. The series finale will hit streaming platform, the streaming platform in theaters on December 31st, of course, New Year's Eve. So excited for that. Gaston, the conceited hunter who, when denied Belle's beauty, attempts to kill the beast in Disney's Beauty and the Beast, is getting his own live-action spin-off.
So this is going to have to be a prequel.
Yes, it will.
So we know what happens to Gaston.
Yeah, the plot details are under wraps for the time being. Sources say there will be a new and original version and that the film will have swashbuckling tones to it. And there are also reports that the film will be somewhat redemptive for the character.
So they're doing the Wicked sort of approach to this.
And also Maleficent, they
Maleficent
point out,
as well, yeah.
So they took a backstory.
And also Pulp Fiction.
That might explain why they were so, abrasive.
A douchebag.
Yeah.
He's the town douchebag.
Yeah.
He is.
He
and
is.
He
I just love that term, the town douchebag.
And he gets everything. He's a nightmare.
Uh-huh.
God, you know what? We need to do a list of town douchebags.
Town douchebags.
From movies and stuff, because there's
Gaston's one of the major douchebags.
Yeah, and it's so funny because when you have somebody like in real life that is so physically gifted. You're tall, you're handsome, you're a wonderful athlete. Like, you really don't even have to be that nice. You just have to be a little bit nice.
And you're going to get away with it.
Yeah.
And so to make the active decision to be a douchebag when you have all that in your favor, makes you even more of a douchebag.
Yeah, totally. And your phrase, the town douchebag, there was back in my band days, there was a phrase we used all the time, and it's a classic one, but I haven't heard it in a long time, was village idiot.
Yeah.
There's a great line in
yeah, he's the village idiot.
They use that in Love and Death, Woody Allen's.
Yeah.
And they have a village idiot convention. And you see them all like they're getting off like wagons, and they're all got their luggage. And, because it's a profession in that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Maleficent was one of those characters. The movie gives evidence of a troubled past leading to the evil present.
We should bring back the village idiot,
right?
There was a guy when I was, and listen, now obviously we know things about mental health, and what could have been the issue, and I don't mean to mock that, but there was a guy that everyone really liked growing up, and he would wander around my town, and this is East Northport, Long Island, and he would wear a rain slicker and carry a tennis racket.
Right.
And that's what
all the
his
time.
thing was.
Yeah, so when we would use it, we didn't mean that. We meant the town douchebag.
Right.
But we liked the term village idiot. And we also used the word bimbo a lot too, which I thought was a fun word. Anyway, the film, it was a different time.
Was he a goober or?
Yes.
Goober's good too.
Goober's a good one.
Yeah. The film is in development, so not much else is known at the moment, but Gaston is going to have his own standalone live-action film. We'll see how that works out. And MGM Plus has greenlit an 8-episode drama series adaptation of The Magnificent Seven, with production set to begin next year.
So this could be really good. It's based on, there was, of course, the Yul Brynner, Steve McQueen movie, terrific movie, which is based on The Seven Samurai.
Correct.
Akira Kurosawa. But I think that's something that they could really expand on. If the cast is right, I'm all for it.
So it's set in the 1880s. The series follows mercenaries hired to protect a Quaker village, grappling with the moral tension between violence and nonviolence. A previously announced version that was set for Amazon is no longer moving forward, but this is MGM Plus is going to do that. And as Steve said, the original Magnificent Seven came out in 1970, and that was a remake of Akira Kurosawa's 1954 Japanese film, The Seven Samurai. There was also a 2016 movie remake, Magnificent Seven, that starred Denzel Washington, Chris Pratt, Ethan Hawke, and more.
It's pretty good. The original, and if you know it when you watch it now, Preston, Steve McQueen was the up-and-comer at that point.
Yeah.
But he was employing all sorts of upstaging tricks.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And it was pissing off like Yul Brynner and the other people, but you can see it clearly when you know it, what he's doing, the way he's angled towards the camera and stuff like that. And but it worked. It made him a star.
So casting for the new show has not yet been announced, but that'll be coming out very soon, I would imagine. All right, we're going to play some clips.
Yay!
So season 2 of Percy Jackson and the Olympians raises the stakes as Percy faces deadlier monsters, deeper prophecies, and the growing threat of war among the gods. And here, Daniel Deemer goes into his love of the costume department on the set.
I think just being able to kind of put on these clothes that are very, very different from my daily wear allowed for the movement that I was kind of trying to inhabit. There's specific outfits that really kind of connected the character to the heart of who he was and made things so obvious.
I have to get on board with this because I watched 2 or 3 episodes of the first season. I thought the production value was really good.
Yeah. It's good. We loved it.
Yeah.
And one of the really cool things that happened because of my where I came from is, Steve, they end up in a fight in the Gateway Arch in St. Louis. There's a battle that takes place on it. So I was like, dude, yes, it was awesome. But it's a good show.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to checking this out. But Casey, I'm going to have to go back and watch some kind of recap because I don't remember what the hell happened.
You're going to have to. Hey, of all those years you spent in St. Louis, have you ever gone up in the arch?
Yeah, many times.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you did.
I did.
Yeah.
Dude, you go up in this tiny little capsule, dude. It's hey, listen, if you have
we were carrying it live when you did it.
Yeah.
It's like you're in a washing machine.
Yeah, it's really, really tiny. And the wild thing is the people that we went up with, were from this area.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember that. It was
really
terrific.
wild, yeah.
So new episodes, Percy Jackson and the Olympian, now streaming on Disney+. Next clip. The new season of Fallout plunges deeper into the brutal, darkly satirical wasteland. And here, Walton Goggins talks about how his character reacts based on the past.
I've been around longer. I've been exposed to more. And, the times where the ghoul is being contrarian, the times where he's being condescending, and then the times that he's, has empathy or sympathy for her lack of understanding of things.
A new episode of Fallout is now streaming on Amazon Prime Video.
So the character of the ghoul is a perfect way to write a character to give a backstory, an explanation, what happened to him. Somebody that he loved dearly was responsible tacitly for all of the horrible stuff that happened. The story is so well done.
Yeah.
The thing is, I went back and jumped in and started playing the game again.
Okay.
Because I did love the first game. It is a very intricate game, though.
Does the game allude to Walton's character, the ghoul, and I forgot the real name, whatever his human name is? Does it allude to him and his acting career before all of it and being the spokesperson?
That's a good question.
Because
I don't remember that.
I thought that was such a cool turn in that show. Ryan?
So in the newest game, Fallout 76, they kind of added him into it. So they've kind of retconned that.
But not the original, right?
Not in the original.
Okay,
no.
all right.
Okay. I thought that was a cool twist they did.
Yeah.
We're like, the thumbs up guy. We're like,
Right.
oh my God.
Yeah.
So I don't want to give it away for those who haven't seen it yet, but it's a great show. All right. And the second season is out and available. All right. That's the entertainment report. We have a lot happening on the program today. Fox Good Day. We're going to check in with those guys. We have Alex Pearlman stopping by, Pearlmania 500. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club this weekend. Dean Norris, Hank from Breaking Bad, is going to be joining. He's such a great actor.
The guy has been, if you look at his IMDb, it is pages.
And he is in Border Hunters, which is streaming now. But I would like to create a miracle. Yes, a Christmas miracle.
Christmas miracle.
Yes. You can come and join us for the party, which is going to be taking place day after tomorrow at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. You just have to be caller number 22 at 610-660-9333. And you'll be cordially invited to sit in the audience with us and maybe be called up on stage to play one of our stupid games.
And they're stupid.
And the prizes are great, though. The games are dumb, but the prizes are great.
That's the way we like it.
And we're gonna have a good time in the morning. The last 2 years have been so much fun since we moved over to the Colonial, and we're gonna stick with that kind of vibe and this kind of contest format that we've done in the past couple of years. We may change it up next year. I don't know, but we like this format.
And let's make sure we bring the blob out on stage if we can.
If we can, we'll try to bring the blob out for you. But all right, be caller number 20, and did I say 20 or 22? 22. Thank you. All right. So many numbers.
There's numbers. Where did they come up with all of them?
I'm going to give you some more. 610-660-9333. So if you want to join us, please do. It's brought to you by Phoenixville First and Garage Beer. Thank you to Garage Beer for stepping up and offering up a year of beer for the winner of our Ugly Sweater / costume contest. And we'll see if you end up winning that. We're going to take a break and come back in a moment. So sun's coming up. We got a day ahead of us, and we'll spend the morning together. We'll be right back.
93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Steve, you want to share some info?
Yes, I do. After a couple years, the Mutiny on the Mashaloo is back. It's my wife's signature charity event for Max Fund, which benefits TNR programs and helps get homeless cats and medical treatment, provides a centralized fund that pet charities can call from. Anyway, it's been a couple years, so it's back on the Mashaloo. It's sponsored by Rafferty Subaru. Parking will be free. They're giving a special dispensation that evening. The wonderful people down there are taking care of the parking. So let me tell you what you get for your ticket price of $40. It's pretty amazing. You get great food tastings from Algorithm Restaurant, Zaz Ice Cream, Tuck-Ins, Nothing Bun Cakes, Rosie's Kettle Corn, Insomnia Cookies, Finger Food for the Mashaloo, and more. Drink tastings from Yard's Brewery, Chadsford Winery, Clear Rum, Stateside Vodka, and more. And the cool part is, I don't know if you know, if you haven't been to one before, there are wandering entertainers while this is going on. And that DJ Perry's providing the music. Bad Entertainment will provide jugglers, giant bubble-blowing guys. Mike Palladino is a magician. Strongman Todd Jones. Tarot card readers, Reagan Tilton and Jacqueline, let me get her name correct here, Baker. Bryn the Contortionist is going to be the Pirateers, Kittens to Pet. It's a big thing. That $40 is going to go to the charity. Everyone is donating their wonderful services and food gratis. So it's a win-win for all the animals in the tri-state area.
It's only $40.
That's pretty damn good.
Hell yeah.
And everyone's very generous about it. You can go to maxfun.com to order your tickets. It's June 8th. Thursday, it's from 6 to 9, so it's before your weekend plans. I'm going to be there, and there's going to be a lot of people hanging out there. We'd love to see you. Have a good time.
I'll be there.
Oh, awesome. And so I'll be hitting it. It's just great to be up on the deck of the Masho. Love that place. And again, the fact that you do not have to pay for the parking in that lot right there makes it super convenient. So we'd love to see you out at the event. And
I have to believe this is all at PrestonandSteve.com.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
And we're adding stuff. So it's actually, as people find out about it, very generous food providers and other people and entertainers are approaching me and like, yeah, let's make the party even bigger. So,
awesome.
And my wife Claire is doing a great job putting everything together. So it's awesome. But thank you, Preston. I just wanted to get it out.
No, please.
We're excited about it.
PrestonandSteve.com to get the info. Another thing I want to mention, just a reminder, this weekend, the movie The Machine opens up.
Yes.
And we want you, if you love Bert Kreischer and love our relationship with Bert, go see the movie.
Yeah, go see it.
Support it, and it looks hilarious.
Yeah.
It looks fantastic.
If it gets a good, strong first week, that's all you need. That weekend, Memorial Day weekend, it'll be fantastic.
I'm going to hit that a few times this week just to remind people. There's a great picture of him and Kevin Smith together. Did he come by for an interview with a podcast or something?
He was on Kevin's podcast. Yeah, I watched some of it yesterday. I think they ended up talking, this might surprise you, for 2.5 hours.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, because both of those guys are talkers and have a million stories to tell. But I watched a few of the clips yesterday, and it's cool. To the guys that we love the best. And to see them in the same room at the same time is pretty nice.
Opens on Friday. Go see The Machine. All right, in a little while, we're going to have a young woman by the name of Maggie Drozdowski on the program. You probably saw the story. If not, she was bit by a shark. In Stone Harbor, surfing. 6 stitches, nothing really bad, but I mean, there haven't been any shark bites in a while down that way, and her foot looks pretty gnarly. We're going to talk to her in a little while about that. And while the subject is up, I didn't think we'd have too many people that would have stories of being bitten by sharks.
Yeah, I was bit in half, but I'm doing fine.
But man, there are people, if you've been bitten by an animal, it's pretty freaky. And if you think about it, and I'm not talking about dogs and cats.
Yeah,
and obviously
Scruffy on the couch.
Those can be pretty bad too. But there are plenty of other animals that can bite you. And even though you, as a human being, are going to win in that competition, the other one's going to die if you wanted to. It's still pretty freaky. Terrifying.
There was a story recently about a woman, a dairy farm, was bitten by a cow.
Oh, yeah.
Bitten by a cow.
Sure, man.
And like a lot of damage, broke her arm.
Yeah, 215-263-WMMR. If you were bitten by an animal, not just, your pet or a dog or a cat, something a little bit different than that. We'd like to hear about that.
My friend lives on a farm, and the neighboring farm has cows, and there were babies there. And so we were there once, and we went to go look at the calf. And my friend stepped into where it was, and she was like, you guys stay there, because she said if the mom gets pissed, you don't want to be in here for that.
Sure. So you just don't think a cow's that way.
Yeah, just thought like a cow.
Docile.
We can get out in enough time. Like, they're slow. They're big.
You're only seconds away from an utter catastrophe.
Come on.
Seriously.
Come on.
You know what freaks me out though? Like the little reptiles that can latch on. A kid, like a little boy is playing with one, and it just latches onto their finger.
So Trish here from our sales department, she and her husband have bearded dragons. And I was at their house one night, and she was showing them to us, and I stepped away for a little bit, and she's like, oh, I got bit. And I turn around, and she's got blood pouring out of her hand, and she thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, you just got bit by a freaking
by a dragon, a dinosaur.
Yeah. I remember my fraternity brother got bitten by his python. He was going in there. He had the mouse in his hand, and the python was like, "No, I'm going to go for your arm."
Dude, my friend growing up had a snake. That snake ate him more than the mice and crap he'd put in the tank. He was constantly getting bitten by that friggin' snake.
Dude, the scene in Road Trip where Tom which just totally wraps its mouth around his hand. Oh my God!
I don't get owning snakes and stuff like that. But I did see, Steve, a picture of a snake. This guy dressed up as an Uber driver. He goes, "Oh my, like little Billy got his first job. He had a helmet on this thing and a little backpack that said Uber Eats on it.
On the snake?
On the snake. It was hilarious. I'm like, okay, first cute snake I've ever seen in my entire life.
I've never seen a helmet on a snake.
No, you have to see this. It's like an albino python.
I've seen a snake smoking before.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah. There's a really good picture of a
I saw
snake
an
with a
adult man
cigarette
pleasure a
hanging out of its
camel.
mouth.
You did? Tijuana.
Let me go to, I have Luke. Search snake smoking if you want.
Yeah, and the helmet thing.
Nick needs to see that. And the helmet thing, too. Hi, Luke. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I just want to tell a story about how I used to be a UPS driver up in Vincenttown, New Jersey, and I had to make a delivery to a farm that had a bunch of where they would raise horses, where you would sit on those carts. And I'm going up to go do the delivery, and then you got your driver's door open because it's so hot in the summertime, and all of a sudden I just feel this bite on my leg. And I look over, and there's an ostrich.
What? An ostrich?
Stop it.
Come on, really?
Yeah, they actually had a pet ostrich that would roam the property for some reason. And I could not make the delivery, so I'm in the UPS truck, honking the horn. Nobody's coming out. I'm like, I got to get this thing off the truck because with UPS, it's every package every day. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So here I am. I run out the passenger side. The ostrich starts chasing me. I'm running around the back of the truck. I hop through the driver's door. It tries to lunge at me through the driver's door. I get out the passenger door again. I run to the barn, drop the package off. The lady comes out of the barn and she grabs the ostrich by the neck and holds it. She's like, "Get back in your truck right now." I'm like, "You don't have to tell me twice."
Ran and delivered
I bet you I know what was in that box. It was probably ostrich sedatives.
Oh, my God.
Jesus.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, you
See
too.
you, Luke.
There's a I think she's on Instagram. She has an account, but she has I guess you know what I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking
and
about.
it's this bird that is it an emu or an
It's an
ostrich?
emu.
It's an emu,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it freaks out all the time, and
Yep.
it comes charging, and she's
Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy.
She'll do videos with like selfie videos of her, and she'll just like slowly pan over to this like vicious thing ready to like bite her.
We will go next to Will. Hey, Will, morning.
Rhythm, schism, a brizza.
Rhythm, schismism. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Skull Sealer here.
The Skull Sealer.
I got bit by a groundhog.
Whoa.
Now they've
Don't
got
drive angry.
Yeah, don't drive angry. They've got sharp little friggin' teeth, don't they?
Yeah, giant in sizes, man. So I was coming home from work one day, and I saw this animal in the road. So I slowed down, and it was still alive. It was a tiny little groundhog. It wasn't like a full-grown, like full pounder or anything, but it was pretty small. So I got out of my van, picked it up, moved it to the side of the road, and it bit me in the web of like my thumb.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I still have the scar from it.
So I assume you don't know if the thing is rabid or not. Did you go to the doctor immediately?
I did not.
Oh, dude.
You became a werebadger.
Will, the thing is biting you. Did you start like smacking it on the head to let go, or was it a quick bite?
It was a quick bite, but I did like try and shake it off. You know?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't like thrashing or anything. It was just like a real quick chomp down my hand and then like a release. But
ow.
I don't know if it even survived. Who knows?
Thank you, Will. Appreciate it, man. I have a fear of being bitten by a snapping turtle.
Okay.
Oh, for good reason.
I'm fascinated with them. You will actually see them on golf courses a fair amount of time. At least once a year, I'll see a good size one just sitting out sunning itself. I'll go over and take a good close look at it.
Yeah.
Just because they're really prehistoric looking and
it's
really
like
cool. But
tank.
That beak. terrifies me.
So
Right.
Coney Island Aquarium has a snapping turtle, Preston. This thing's lived in Coney Island to begin with because it's got tattoos and stuff. But it's this big, this beak on this thing. It just sits there, and it always sits there at the corner of the tank. But you're right, they're really threatening looking.
And if you've ever bitten by something small, and how bad that hurts, I can only
Hamster.
imagine. I got bit by a hamster in college. I still, from time to time, will think of it.
You still cry?
No, I actually it gives me like the chills because I'll never forget his little teeth going through my finger. I was like, oh my God. Wow.
But this thing, a snapping turtle, can take a full finger off. I mean, I told a story about where my dad lived years ago. They had a pond, and they were finding ducks and geese with their heads bitten off.
Yeah.
And they don't fly that way normally.
My brother used to put them in the pool and swim with them.
What?
He would get them from the
turtles?
He'd get them from the creek.
I think I remember you telling
And
me
he would put
that.
them in the pool and he'd swim with them. And then my mom would be like, go take them back. And he would take them out of the pool and take them back to the
By the way,
creek.
everything else about the turtle is slow, but that snap is lightning fast.
Yep.
I have been bitten by a swan. It didn't hurt at all. That was the only one where I was like, oh my God, you're adorable.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
My dad had to smack a swan in his head because he went after Jace. Jace was little, and he looked at Jace like he was an enemy. And
No!
Swan! He did. He just took one hand and smacked him.
I know people who have battled with goose before.
Oh.
There was a guy that was fly fishing one time, as a friend of my dad's, and it was, because you throw it up in the air, and it either caught on the goose or the goose snapped at it or something like that. But anyhow, he had to reel it in.
Oh, no.
Because it's flying in the air, and he wasn't going to give up his rod. And then when he got there and he's trying to unhook it, the thing is beating him with his wings, which are pretty formidable, and I'm snapping at him as well.
Getting back to snapping turtles real quick, I saw one in the middle of the road one time, and I tried to be a good Samaritan and get out. I stopped the car, and I tried shooing it off the road, and I got a stick, and I was sort of trying to poke at it or whatever.
Just pick it up.
Because it scared me. It was a big old snapping turtle.
Yeah.
And
If you just pick it by a shell, it won't even get its.
He's panicking.
No, I know.
No, and it was in the middle of the road, Case, and so I was just trying to shoo it off of the road. But those things hiss at you.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I'm just trying to help out, buddy.
Yeah.
I hope we got run over.
Let me go to.
Well, listen, fool don't want no help.
I got Marissa. Just a heads up that the Pierre Robert Show of Life is tonight, and you can stream that event. We have details at WMMR.com. It's very, very simple. We had the services for Pierre yesterday. We're going to recap a little bit of that later on because it was some special things that took place. So we'll get into that, and we're all prepping for that show tonight. So hopefully you have tickets, and we will see you there. If not, you can watch online and through an app all the information on the website. But we are looking forward to that celebration this evening. We're going to do something else. I don't know. What are we doing? You're going to play something for me? I'm going to the store. It's the general store.
There's the proprietor, Preston Elliott, out front waving you on in. As you know, the general store defies time and space. While it appears small on the outside, it's kind of like the TARDIS from Doctor Who. It goes on and on and on.
Yeah, it is it's a bit of an anomaly.
Expansive, yeah.
All right, so we're going to go in to the gift section of the store this morning, and we're going to tell you a little bit about the Golden Globes bag that they have, the gift bags they have to give away. The ultimate gift bag is what they call it.
These things, many times they're mouth-wateringly good, like insane gifts.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't imagine, because I love a gift bag. And the gift bags we get is, you might get a sweatshirt or
a koozie.
Or a koozie or a pen. I'm like, ooh!
Not quite.
So the price, the worth is down a little bit from last year, but it still comes in at close to $1 million.
Isn't that
the
insane?
bag?
Yeah.
$1 million. And so it's a first come, first serve basis, which I didn't realize understand how you get in line to get these bags. So there are some things that are only limited, and if you don't get it before it's gone, then you don't get it.
So this is going specifically to the presenters, yes?
Presenters and nominees.
Okay.
So yeah, that's apparently it says the actual story that I have here said that it's first come, first serve basis, and it is for, I believe, winners and presenters.
So, and part of the deal with the dollar value is so high is because you have these major sponsors.
Yes.
They know they're going to get traction by being part of this bag.
All right, it may not be nominees. It just says winners and presenters.
Okay, all right.
All right, so listen to this. So they
make us envious.
Well, they have, it's big time. They have them broken down into a couple of categories. They have travel and experience, beauty and wellness, and then wine, spirits, and cigars.
So the travel sometimes blows me away.
Oh, yeah. Well, get ready.
All right.
I won't even go through all of them. There's too many of them. So
Do they have koozies?
Here's one of the trips. Casa Belmar by Destinations in Paradise. So, yeah, you have to mention these sponsors, and that's what they get. So, it's a 3-night stay in San Jose del Cabo, Mexico, at a beachfront villa. It's available to 5 recipients. It's a $25,000 value, but that's just the beginning. It gets more intense. So, Celestia Finici is a 5-day luxury yacht charter through the Coral Triangle in Indonesia.
I mean, come on!
That is a $60,000 gift, and it's available to all participants.
I get excited for my Dunkin' gift card.
Then you have the Conrad Koh Sumai, which is 3 nights in the Gulf of Thailand at the Royal Villa. It's a $15,370 value, available to 3 recipients. You have the Conrad Maldives Rengali Island. It's a 2-night stay at the Muraka, which is spelled Muraka, the world's first undersea residence, followed by a 2-night stay at the Rengali Ocean Pavilion. That's a $70,000 prize, and that's available to 5 recipients. I would like to see what the undersea residence looks like at the Conrad Maldives Rengali Island.
So I've did a whole bunch of YouTube videos on there's a handful of these places. There's one that looks amazing, Preston, where you're the hotel room, the suite, there are a couple of them are literally underwater, big, huge windows, like the toilet. You're literally looking out at the coral reef.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. I don't know if that's this one in particular.
Yeah.
But it's something that is a bucket list item.
There's one down in Florida called, and it's for scuba divers, but it's called the Jules Verne. My cousins stayed there because they're big scuba people,
and you
just dive right out of your room, and you're underwater.
So is it just the room? Because this was kind of like a suite underwater. Yeah.
And I think it's just the room, and just when I was looking at pictures, it didn't look like super extravagant, but it was just kind of cool.
I think this is what you're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about, Preston.
I found a photo of it.
That's it.
And this is outrageous.
I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah. Wow.
Imagine if you wake up and you forgot you're in that room. Oh, my God!
Oh, my God!
I'm drowning!
And there's an octopus right above you. So that's one of them. They also have the Conrad Singapore Orchard, which is a 4-night stay in Singapore at a premium suite, $12,000.
So not to sound like an ingrate here, but like if you're talking about a trip to Thailand, 3 days, how long does it take to travel to Thailand for
About
most?
3 days.
Yeah. Well, and like this one's in Singapore. That's the other side of the world. My dad flew there one time. It's like a 20-some-odd hour.
So it sounds like these are manipulated to. We'll get 2 days free and we'll add on 2 or 3 days more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Then you have the Flock Hill, Rokai, and Minaret. A 6-night stay across a trio of New Zealand luxury lodges.
Come on.
Dude.
Come on.
Over $31,000. That's available to only 1 recipient. The Foley Entertainment Group has a 4-night stay in New Zealand at the Warakawa County Estate with a private winemaker dinner.
That's right near the Cowabunga from down under.
That's the one. You've been there. The Hilton Maldives, Amangiri Resort and Spa, 3-night stay at the Maldives at the residence, a 6-bedroom villa. That's an $80,000
So we're
stay.
We're already into 9 separate trips.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's trips altogether, Steve. There are 18 of them.
18
and
trips.
I don't have now. It's not available to everybody.
And you haven't mentioned one koozie.
No. What's a koozie?
For your drink.
Like your drink.
Yeah.
I thought it was something like
that's what we get.
When
we get gift bags.
in the bag.
Yeah,
in the gift bag.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you get a koozie, sometimes a couple golf balls.
Yeah. Maybe a Yeti.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe a Yeti if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Pair of sunglasses.
Yeah.
Nice
a memo
pen.
pad with the name of the company.
Yeah. All right. So the Rob Report, that's another sponsor. They have available, and this is under trips, you get to test drive the most coveted vehicles of the 2027 Concours Club in Boca Raton.
Oh, the Con-Con.
That's a $31,000, and that's only available to one recipient.
Con-Con.
Then Rob Report has 2 tickets to the Car of the Year event. That's a $31,000 value, and that's available to one recipient. You have the Round Hill Hotel and Villas, a 3-night stay in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and that's $30,000, and it goes on.
A quick question with this, and I believe I know the answer. Each recipient will receive a bag worth $1 million. You've got to pay taxes on that.
Yeah, and that's why maybe some people would not accept them.
I don't think I would be able to accept it.
And then from XO, they have a behind-the-scenes access to a 2026 WEC race and 5% private jet flight, incentive valued at up to $10,000.
5%, that means you get to taxi down the runway and then you have to get off.
I don't know what all that means, but yeah.
Did you enjoy your 5% of that jet flight?
What does that mean, a 5% private jet flight? I guess you pay for only 5%?
They put your luggage on a private jet.
Your luggage had a great time.
Oh, my God. It was pampered.
I don't know. I've always wanted to go on a private jet, man. How amazing would that be?
So years ago, I went to this, I don't know how I ended up there, but people like Jillian Milley and it was a media thing. I was something for the station. And it was out at the airport. And it was private jet companies and... Oh, no, it was my neighbor who used to be a helicopter pilot and had a helicopter service. And they had these jet services, Learjet. And what they were selling, Preston, was the notion of you almost timeshare it with other.
Yeah.
And that's how you get to have access to a private jet.
I've got a friend who's in that bracket.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And wanted to hire one time, and I'm like, I can just get out.
You be successful.
I'm good to go. It's nice.
I'll bring the koozies.
I would like to do it,
right?
But, I'll bring all the koozies we need I'll set you guys up and everything you need.
Drinks cold, man.
I brought the golf balls, guys.
All right, so under wellness and beauty, and then we're going to move on because I have a few other things to get to. But you also received the Beau Domain. Which is Brad Pitt's skincare routine.
Yo, man.
With the serum and the cream.
I just watched F1 over the weekend. How old is that guy? He looks amazing.
His 50s, right?
Yeah. I think
Maybe
he's in
60?
his 60s, yeah.
Well, this is his
Beau Domain.
His skincare routine. Then you have the
Beau Domain.
Current Body Skin, a cutting-edge LED hair growth helmet. That's $860. These are the lesser value things.
Right.
But there's another thing you get from Dog Pound, an exclusive full club rental experience at an ultra-private gym. And that's $7,500.
Wow.
Is that like one workout?
That's
$7,500?
It very well might be.
I don't know.
What is that item that comes from dog fart, Preston?
No, that's something totally different. Totally different.
Dog fart.
Yeah. Those who know.
Yeah, if you know, you know.
You
If
know.
Don't even ask.
Don't even go look.
Don't Google it.
Elysium Health has 1-year subscription to a doctor-recommended supplement of healthy aging. And on and on. And then on to the wine and spirits. And there's like 15 things in that category. And then in the wine and spirits, they have about, I don't know, 6 or 8 things. And I'll just mention a couple of them. These are in the gift bags for the Golden Globes. The Isle of Harris Distillery has 1 6-bottle case of whiskey from a cask produced exclusively for recipients. And there's about 35 of these available, and that's over $1,000 value.
So do you remember for a while, maybe it's a couple of years ago, there's this big to-do about how outlandish and extravagant, people were suffering. And Hollywood said, you're right. We're going to
pare it back.
The optics are bad on this. We're going to pare it back. Well, here we are.
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah.
We're back, baby.
Yeah. I'm back, baby.
And then...
I'm back, baby.
Then the last thing I'll mention is it's called, I have no idea if I'm pronouncing this correct, Liber Pater, Liberpater. 9 ultra rare bottles of French wine from 2006, 7, 9, 10, 11, 15, 18, and 19. That is a $210,000 gift, and it's available to one recipient.
One recipient.
Yeah.
I mean, there are items, even the least of the items in this collection are things that some people would work their whole lives
certainly
to get anywhere near, and they're given to them simply for what? 5 minutes on stage, 4 minutes on stage?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Well, they're there for the whole night. So you got, it's a few hours and, they're earning it. So anyhow, those are the Golden Globes gift bags, $1 million, somewhere in that range.
Now I feel horrible.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go back in to the store, and we have an entire section that's dedicated to computers and software and all of that stuff.
Yeah, there's a big tech section in the general store.
So while we're in this store, I'm going to tell you about a hacking group called Scattered Lapsus Hunters. That's their name, and that includes members of a gang known as the Shiny Hunters, and they are attempting to extort Pornhub, speaking of dog fart, Pornhub after claiming to have stolen personal information belonging to the website's premium members. And on Friday, Pornhub confirmed it. It was among several companies affected by an earlier breach at the widely used web and mobile analytics provider Mixpanel. MaxiPanel.
Would have actually been perfect.
Which exposed unspecified analytics events of some Pornhub premium users. And on Monday, Bleeping Computer, a site, reported seeing a sample of the stolen Pornhub data, which included personal information associated with Pornhub premium members, including the registered email addresses and location, activity type, such as which videos and channels they watched, including the video name and web address, keywords associated with video, and the date and time that the event was recorded.
So, Preston, I'm unfamiliar with Pornhub. What?
So it's a website, Steve.
Hang on, I'm taking notes here.
If you could give me some information.
But honestly, why is anybody a premium member? Like, I don't.
It's all free.
It's all like
a friend told me.
Yeah. Your friend told you, and then you told me.
And then I told my friend to call you.
Yeah.
Because I felt I was worried you might know.
What does a premium membership actually get you? Like, I don't get it. Why even pay money?
Marissa, do you mind looking up what do premium members of Pornhub get?
Well, first they get that gift bag from the Golden Globes.
Okay.
And then they get a jerkmate.
I've heard of jerkmates.
Yo.
Wow.
Yo, ever heard of jerkmate?
Yeah, a spokesperson for Shiny Hunters, the actual gang,
Shiny Happy Hunters,
that said that the hackers have sent an extortion email only to Pornhub so far and declined to say how many other companies were a part of the Mixpanel incident. Right before Thanksgiving, Mixpanel revealed a breach that it discovered on November 8th, which affected its corporate customers without saying which ones nor how they were affected.
So in this case, I think Case, you raise a terrific question. Why would anyone actively, especially knowing that these sites are often getting hit for credit card numbers getting stolen and fraud and all of that stuff, why would you actively become a member when a friend tells me so much is already free on the site?
All right, here we go. What do I get? What extra content do I get? It says with Pornhub Premium, you get access to 300,000 plus premium videos. So premium videos, there's some videos you can't access unless you have the premium membership.
Oh my God, what am I going to do?
With more being added to the video library every day. This is all full length and high quality. The top shelf stuff comes from content partners like Brazzers, Mofos, Digital Playground, Jay's POV, Reality Kings, Bratty Sis, and lots more. There's no dog fart mentioned in this.
So, Preston, I know that if I'm watching a video or my friend is watching a video and the video isn't color corrected properly, I just get absolutely horrified at it.
And listen, if the audio doesn't match up,
oh my God,
come on, man.
The Dolby Atmos wasn't working on that squirter video.
So
I like this. It just says Pornhub Premium is like the Pornhub you know, just way better.
Just way better. Okay. So
listen, I love that Pornhub provides data. They have such a wide. Marissa, how many people do they estimate? How many people are currently members of Pornhub?
Hang on.
What is there that?
Marissa's serving to the website, and I can see the monitor that she's on, and there's just a big oral scene just popped up on my screen. And listen, I'm desensitized to that stuff,
Yes.
but when I know Marissa is controlling it.
Yeah. By the way, round of applause for Marissa for taking a bullet. for us on the research
This is
computer.
only the third porn interaction Preston and I have shared in a week. So by now we should be fine, right?
We're just getting warmed up.
Yeah,
I'm just getting warmed up. That's all
Preston,
we're doing right
Preston,
about
you
now.
jerked me.
So- yeah, that's right. Yeah, don't you know?
I'm just getting warmed up.
So anyhow, but listen, this is one of those hacks where they're going to extort them for a ton of money, and it happens successfully all the time. I mean, I've seen school districts and businesses and all kinds of. A local school district I am near was held hostage by some kind of malware thing.
Piracy. Yeah,
and dude, some of these guys get away with it regularly.
So
it's crazy.
What happens is that then a lot of times the people who are doing it and perpetrating it get hired by companies, because if you're the kind of person who can fight this, you're worth a lot, because they're getting big bucks.
So Scattered Lapsus Hunters is a coalition of primarily English-speaking hackers who are believed to be in Western countries. The hackers have a long history of data breaches and are responsible for some of the largest hacks this year, including data thefts targeting Salesforce and Gainsight customers, which affected hundreds of companies. So these guys are, wow.
Are these the guys that created the Rickroll, Preston?
I don't know.
It's super advanced.
Maybe. All right, we're done chopping in that section.
Up, everybody.
So let's go into the newsstand and the library section. We do have a lot of reading material that is available in the general store. And I found this to be kind of an interesting piece of a little factoid here. In 2014, mathematician Jordan Ellenberg invented a way to quantify something publishers and authors had long expected. Most people don't finish the books they buy, and he called it the Hawking Index, and it was named after Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time, famously dubbed the most unread book of all time, meaning people were buying it with the intention of, okay, I'm going to dive into this, and they start flipping through, and they're going, this ain't for me.
So are we talking, so we're talking just a scant glance through without ever reading it, or I read most of it but never finished it?
A little bit of both. So this mainly, they use this through Kindle.
Okay.
Because you can track
meter
it.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
I have that book, and I think I made it to like 3 paragraphs, and I was like, oh, this is well above my pay
The
grade.
first chapter is your mama jokes.
That's why I told you. I heard of this place that you can go to and get books for free. It is crazy. All you have to do is bring it back when you're done.
Right, that's a big part of it, though.
Call the library. And that's so a book like A Brief History of Time, Casey. I wouldn't mind taking that up for a spin, too. I think I'm going to go to the library.
I'll let you have mine.
And okay, thank you.
By the way, there are free on Kindle. You can. There are lots of free books available.
Sure. Yeah. There's definitely free literature out there if you want to check it out. But usually the titles that you know or hear of, you have to pay for.
Read my book.
So Ellenberg's method exploited Amazon Kindle's popular highlights feature, which showed the 5 most highlighted passages in any book. So I don't fully understand how he came up with this information.
So these are actual passages from books?
I'll read this again.
Please.
You tell me what you think of it.
Yeah.
All right, so Ellenberg's method exploited Amazon Kindle's popular highlights feature, that's what it's called, which showed the 5 most highlighted passages in any book. If those highlights were spread throughout the text, readers were actually finishing. If it was spread throughout the text, then readers were actually finishing. If they clustered at the beginning, people were giving up early. Do you understand what that means?
So if I'm reading this correctly, and I do it when I've used the Kindle, you will bookmark, or you'll be able to take a passage and highlight it and store. I want to remember this. I want to remember to quote this. And what they're saying is that if they're clustered at the beginning, they didn't get to the end where they were clipping those as well.
As opposed to going through and having it throughout the book.
That's what I take away from that.
So the resulting percentage indicates roughly how far the average reader gets. So it's a rough estimation.
By the way, I do dig that feature.
The results were brutal. It says Hillary Clinton's hard choices scored a 1.9%, meaning most readers bailed almost immediately. Thomas Piketty's economics tome called The Capital in the 21st Century managed only 2.4%. David Foster Wallace's Infinite Jest hit 6.4%, and Hawking's own Brief History of Time came in at 6.6%. Now, some books fared better. 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah.
And I was surprised at this, reached only 25.9%.
You'd figure that'd be
it's insanely
well,
popular.
I guess they eventually climaxed.
The Great Gatsby hit 28.3%.
That's
your favorite book.
Favorite book. Yeah, well, yeah, absolute.
And Catching Fire scored 43.4%. Catching Fire, was that Hunger Games, right?
Yeah. Which one in the
I think it's
trilogy?
I think it might have been the second one.
Yeah.
The winner, though, was Donna Tartt's The Goldfinch.
Oh, yeah.
At 98.5%.
My wife read that and loved it.
Most people finished it.
Yeah.
So according to this
It's
scale.
about the Finch from American Pie.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy who banged the MILF? The Spoil Sports at Amazon have since restricted popular highlights data to people who actually buy the books, making the index harder to calculate. But Ellenberg proved his point. Those impressive looking hardcovers on your shelf statistically, you probably stopped reading them around chapter 2.
There have been books that I have jumped into. When I was in college, I took, I said, okay, I'm going to go through, much as you've done a couple of times with Caleb or whatever, Preston, where you say, okay, I'm going to, this list of classic movies, I took the must-reads, the Odyssey, the books you've heard about.
Sure.
And so I tore through a lot of them. Some of them were just pure pain.
Yeah.
But I'm like, okay, I'm going to get through this. But I did realize in many cases why they were those books.
Right.
And then it's worth the effort.
The one I soldiered through was Master and Commander. I told you guys that the dialogue was so antiquated.
Yeah.
I had to sit there with a dictionary and find out what the hell was going on. But yeah, Steve, there have been a few books where I'm like, okay, I'm just going to plow through and finish this.
To say that I did.
Yep, exactly. And I've tried to go back and read the classics like 1984 and Brave New World and Catcher in the Rye and things like that I didn't read in high school for whatever reason.
Right. I remember the first time I took Dune out for a spin.
Yeah. It's complex.
It's a lot.
Yeah, most definitely. Casey, do I have time for...
It's got to be a short one.
Do we have a short section of the store?
We have a short section. It's not this one. I'll set that aside for another time. Let's see. Let's go to... We're going to go to the bridal section.
The bridal section of the general store.
Of the general store.
Always great to see some young brides trying on things.
And this will be super quick. This is more just a little cutesy story. So after learning that Taylor Swift had gotten engaged, third grade students in St. Mary's Episcopal School in Memphis, Tennessee, designed a wedding dress for her. That's sweet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is she going to use it?
I don't know if she's going to use it or not. They have pictures of it on Dog Fart if you want to see that, though. Guided by their teacher and working in the school's Maker's Space program, Maker's Paces program. The kids imagined the dress with inspiration from celebrity fashion and even included Swift's cats as part of their creative story.
So the cats can ride along on the gown.
The project blended design, creativity, and problem solving as the students brought their ideas to life. Teachers say the class approached the assignment thoughtfully and enthusiastically. My hope is that word gets to her.
Yeah, and I
maybe
like
she sends a message to this class or something like that. And I could see her doing something.
I love the idea that it has a trap door in the back.
In case you got to poop.
Yeah, you got to poop, man.
Now listen, sometimes brides got to poop.
Absolutely.
Yep. So
And the body doesn't stop simply because you're getting married.
that was an ingenious design on their part. All right, that is indeed a short one, so we'll wrap it up there. We're going to close the store, gang.
That's Preston Elliott waving goodbye. I'll see you next time at the
Y'all
general store.
come on back now, you hear?
Yeah.
All right, so a reminder, real quick, the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff, the very last one of the year, is going to be tomorrow night, and Casey Boy is hosting it.
Yes.
Casey's going to be at Skyline Tavern. It's in Chalfont, and you'll be there from 7 to 9, right?
7 to 9, got great Bud Light specials. Birdbot will be there. We have, tons of like T-shirts and koozies to give away, so you can have a gift bag full of koozies. But Birdbot will be there. So that's, I think, he is, or it is the real star of the show. They am the real star of the show.
I know that he usually arrives in a limo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he wouldn't have it any other way.
So there's also going to be $3 Bud Lights and Ultra Drafts, $8 personal pitchers, and $5 Hoop Tea cans as well. So stop by. This is your last chance to get those tickets. It's a very fun event. We're going to break and come back in a second. We've got the B-File on the way. Stay there. Kelly, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Kelly?
Oh, thank you.
Back in like the late 70s, early 80s, it was a thing in Philly, apparently where I lived, where people had monkeys.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like one of those little monkeys that was on Friends.
Okay,
And
like
my dad-
capuchin monkey.
Capuchin, yeah.
Yeah. So my dad used to let it run around the house, and one day it was sitting on my shoulder, and he was a nasty thing. He would like steal cigarettes, and he would rip up things, and he was sitting on my shoulder, and my dad said, "Oh, turn your head, he's going to kiss you." I turned my head, and he bit me
Where did he bite you? On your face?
on my face. Yeah, I have a scar.
Oh,
You have a scar from the friggin' monkey.
I'll show it to you on Friday. I'll be at Keenan.
Yes. Tell us your monkey scar, girl, and we'll showcase that.
If you have a monkey scar, come down to Keenan's. We want to see it.
Wow, Kelly, did you have to get any stitches or anything like that?
They didn't take you to the hospital back then.
Nah. Just put a piece of gum on it.
Yeah.
Wow. All
I
right.
don't have any stitches.
All right. Well, we'll see you on Friday, Kelly.
Okay, perfect.
Scarface is your name from here on, by the way.
By the way, monkey's gonna monkey. It's gonna do people, and I remember people would get those things. There was a Woolworths that had a pet section when I was growing up.
Yeah.
It had a pet section, Kathy, and there was a chimp in there.
Yeah.
A chimp. I'm like, what?
I do remember like odd animals in the
Yeah.
Woolworths section. I remember always wanting to get birds, and my mom was like,
Yeah.
absolutely
You and
not.
birds. They were like blue.
Yeah.
Yes.
They were nice colored birds. That's why I liked them.
Parakeets?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, they were right down from the
guess.
chimps.
Finches or something.
Finches, maybe, yeah.
My friend got an alligator, and I believe he bought it legally at a place that's not even there anymore. Nick, you might remember this. As you were driving down the Blue Route, just past Broomall, there's a place called Jobu Pets.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Your
he got
butt,
it.
Jobu.
Yes.
And he got an alligator from Jobu Pets. What? I know. And we would be in there in his, he had a
You have any more
giant-
alligators?
He had a giant aquarium in his room, and one time he decided he needed to clean the aquarium while we were all in there. I was like, dude, and he just took the thing out. Like,
Had he been bitten by it?
He had.
Yeah. I'm not down with that. No.
All right, we'll go to Jen next. Hi, Jen. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, what were you bitten by?
So when I was 14 years old, I was down in the Outer Banks, and the people I was staying with thought it would be a good idea to go feed the wild horses that were underneath our house. So we bought a whole
She's
bunch
talking about cave horses.
Underneath your house?
No, the wild horses in the Outer Banks.
Okay.
Yeah, but they were under your house?
Yeah, because they used to, up in Corolla, they used to roam the whole top of the island.
Oh,
Okay.
dirt
where
horses.
They were corralled.
All right, so, and was this a house up on stilts or something?
Yeah, it's a house.
That makes more sense.
No, they were earth horses. They burrow into the ground.
Okay.
No, but so listen. I know for a fact that a horse bite can really f you up. So how big was the chomp?
So we joke about it because I got my first hickey from them. It was the giantest bruise on my shoulder. I got trapped between the air conditioner and the house, and the horse just wanted the apple that I had already given.
Oh my God.
So the horse was about to kill you for an apple.
Oh, I was terrified. And then my mom, I don't know where she came from. She came out of nowhere screaming and yelling, and she luckily scared the horse away before anything else happened. But I can just remember he was walking towards me, and I turned around, and first he was like eating my ponytail.
Man, so listen, if you get, obviously we've all been in proximity to horses. Look at the size of their heads.
Oh, my
look
God.
at it. Look at the size of their mouths.
Yeah.
I mean, that can make some heavy damage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We just don't think about it because they're horses. They're our friends.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate it.
Mr. Ed.
But yeah, they're the power of their jaws has got to be extreme. They could easily bite something off if they wanted to. Let's see. We have a lot of great calls here. I will go next to. There's a lot of monkey calls, believe it or not.
Hey.
Let's go to Liam. Hi, Liam. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, Liam. All right, you have a monkey story.
Yeah, actually. So when I was 13, I'm 28 now, but when I was 13, my family took a trip to Punta Cana, and there's a gentleman next to the pool that had a monkey on a leash, letting people take pictures with it. So my brother talked me into going over to it. It climbs up my leg onto my shoulder, smiles with me, takes a picture, climbs back down. and he's holding his hand out, and I thought he wanted a little handshake. So I gave him my thumb, and he just hacked right into it.
Oh!
I want to shake your hand.
To top it off, I'm 13. What do? They take me over to the bar and just pour vodka on.
Well, that's how you respond to a monkey bite. Yeah.
So the monkey was looking for a tip, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Dude, I want money, and I'll rip your goddamn head off if you don't give me some.
And it's funny
That's
because
nasty. Thanks, Liam.
there are those monkeys that are part of tourism and the people trained for for tips and stuff like that. They get very aggressive, and I'm surprised that a lot of places where you wouldn't figure they would allow that do allow that because they can freak out at the drop of a hat.
Yeah. So we've had an ostrich bite. We've had several monkey bites. What else did we get here? We got another
horse.
Yeah. There's bird bites and all this. But how about this one? Let's go to Jessica. Hi, Jessica.
Hi. Welcome.
Hey, welcome.
Welcome to you.
What's up, Jessica?
Thanks for having us over.
Thank you. We appreciate you having us on your show.
I've never been on the radio before.
It's all right. I say something like that on a daily
Preston,
basis. That's totally
what's the
wrong.
latest phrase?
Good morning to see you.
Preston said that, so you're absolutely
Good morning
fine,
to see you. It's all good, Jessica. What's up?
Welcome.
I was in Indiana, and there was a large cat rescue, and they had accidentally had baby tigers. And so for an extra like $5, you could go in and visit that with them. You know, who doesn't want to go pet a tiger?
Right.
And they were about the size of like, a big lab. So they weren't huge, but big enough that one decided like my calf looked really tasty, and it bit down on my calf.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it didn't break any skin, but it left a good bruise, and it scared the bejeebies out of me. But,
Jessica, you said it was the size of a large lab?
Of like a dog.
I mean, that's a big animal. If a dog that size bites you, that's problematic. If you have one that's trained to do that, that's basically wild.
Yeah,
and
this
it
isn't
clamps down. Yeah,
this isn't a kitten. This is a young tiger. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't card it, but it was definitely older than like an adolescent.
Yeah.
Was it able to buy alcohol?
That's pretty wild, Jessica. You have a tiger bite. That's way up there on bragging rights.
Yeah.
I like to use it in the whole two truths and a lie.
Yeah, totally.
Because no one believes it. I
Thank
love
you,
it.
Jessica.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Wow. Do you remember when the trainer that we knew would bring Louie in here,
Yeah.
Louie the chimpanzee? Man, I'll never forget that. He brought him in a couple times. It was really cool to be that close to a chimpanzee and hold him and so on. But he was always on guard.
Yes.
The trainer was like he didn't lighten up for a moment.
No, because he said at any moment, like he was stronger than everyone in the room.
Absolutely. And that if he were to become unhinged, we got real trouble.
And he said that, like the three of the children's parties, every fourth one he'd have to shoot the chimp in front of the kids.
Well, and he would bring, he would.
Get out of the way!
They would bring them to parties and things like that. We had them out.
We did too, Kat.
And how it eventually ended. I don't remember if it was Louie or I think he had Mikey too. Yeah. But they got out of all he would say was they got out of their cage and they had to send them to zoos.
Yeah.
Well, he brought in one time a cub, a bear cub.
Oh yeah.
And it was my wife, the bear cub fell asleep. Claire came in, my wife, just because she couldn't believe it. And I said, you got to get a chance to pet a bear cub. The bear cub fell asleep on her lap. She was sitting on the floor. Those spikes on that bear's, that's a bear cub. Yeah. Those things look like Wolverine.
Yeah.
He doesn't have anything on these friggin' things. It was unbelievable.
So, did you guys see the movie Nope by any chance?
Yes.
Because there's like an underlying theme of a chimp like going crazy. It's terrifying because, it was a fictional thing in the movie, but
it's not inaccurate.
What that thing did,
yeah,
it could, that could have happened in here.
Well, looking back on Louie and Mikey, like they were cute when they were here, but I'm
not a great idea.
No, it was not smart. Like they're wild animals, and they shouldn't be kept in cages like that.
We also had the white Bengal tigers. Remember that?
Yeah. Yep. That was well before Tiger King came out, and we didn't realize that any yokel could walk around with.
The possum bowl doesn't seem so bad now, does it?
Yeah. Right. Let me see here. Okay, since we did mention snapping turtles, we got to go to Tom here real quick. Hey, Tom, morning, bud.
Good morning to see you.
Yes, very good. Good morning to see you. Good morning, it.
Welcome.
What's up, Tom?
Yeah, I used to go camping a lot when I was younger, and I would always bring a friend. And this one friend, he was like huge into reptiles. He always had, snakes, lizards, turtles, and all that kind of stuff. So there was always like little kind of sitting ponds around. There was always frogs, snakes, turtles, and stuff. So we would go looking. And one time we didn't see this thing, but a huge snapper out of nowhere bit him on his ankle.
Snapper.
And it like ripped the vein out.
Whoa!
Like a mile away from the campsite, we had to run back, and I'm a fat boy, so it sucked. It was bad.
Did you guys have to wrap a tourniquet around him or anything?
Once we got back.
Wow.
It took probably 20 minutes to get back.
Oh my God.
He needed stitches. I think he got like 8 stitches.
Dude, that's why one of the things that you see the lunatics. There's a guy who had I think a TV show. He's had not a tooth in his mouth, but he would go into the murky, muddy water.
Yes.
And apparently snapping turtles make for great turtle soup or whatever. So he just reaches his arms down in this brown.
They look really
Because it's a big night tonight. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, it's at the Fillmore. I would get over there about 6 o'clock. I think the band start playing about 6:30.
So for whatever reason, I guess they can't hear us or see us. I don't know what's going on. So.
And all the proceeds go to Mana, which Pierre loved.
We were having trouble with the camera
so that people
last week, remember? But that was Zoom.
Every day. Mana does such a great job.
Let's see if they can come to us.
We're coming up on their pie time.
That's true.
Oh.
Or was that Thanksgiving?
That was.
Was that Thanksgiving? Did it already happen? Did I miss my pie? Darn it.
They make sure to, help with food insecurity all year round.
Well, they do 365 days
I'm assuming
a year.
we are not being heard.
And Pierre just loved that organization, raised a lot of money for them. Of course, we lost him a few months ago at the age of 70. He was at that radio station for 40 years.
So they're kind of covering right now as they try to come to us. Oh, that sucks, man. I want to chat with these guys.
There was such an outpouring of support from the music.
But let's listen and see what they say.
Rose, if they set a flyer, let's put that up, because I know the Hooters are going to be there because they were really close with the Hooters. There's your lineup. So this is going to go on quite a while tonight.
All right. Well, I guess we're not doing it. So,
man.
What's going on here, guys?
Thank them. They're very cool for promoting this and everything. I would love to talk to them. This is actually would be our last time before the end of the year.
Yeah, you're right. All right, well, it is what it is. We'll see if we can do a make good or whatever we can. All right, let's go ahead and take care of some business, and we need to get a look at traffic. So, Marissa, what you got for us this morning?
Yeah, we have an accident, or actually some road construction on Germantown Avenue has it closed in both directions between 611 and Hunting Park Avenue. Then we're jammed up on the Blue Route northbound from 95 out to the Media Bypass, Vine Street Expressway, eastbound between Schuylkill and Broad, and westbound from 95 out to the Schuylkill eastbound from the Boulevard out to Vine, westbound from Passyunk to South Street, and the Boulevard out to Belmont. 95 northbound, we are slowing from Cottman out to Woodhaven and Academy out to Woodhaven as well. And then on 95 southbound, right before Academy Road, we have an accident that has the right lane blocked. We are jammed back to 63. This traffic report is brought to you by your Delaware Valley BMW Centers now through January 2nd during the BMW Road Home Sales Event. Take advantage of exceptional offers on a new BMW. For details, visit bmwcenters.com today. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we'll try to figure out what happened there, but in the meantime, we do have the Bizarre File segment to share with you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. You can join Casey tomorrow night, 7 to 9. It's the final Bud Light Thursday night kickoff of the season at Skyline Tavern in Chalfont. You can enter for your chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets. That's courtesy of Bud Light. All right, this is a really strange story, and I'm really interested in the follow-up to this. But a mother of two and an accomplished anesthesiologist was found dead inside of a walk-in freezer of a Dollar Tree in Florida.
This is a crazy story. I've been following this.
Police officers responded to the Dollar Tree in Miami around 8 a.m. after an employee reported seeing a dead woman inside the store. Helen Maciel Guerra Sanchez, who was 32 years old, was identified as the woman. The employee there told police that Sanchez was found naked in the walk-in freezer, and no foul play has been suspected.
By the way, did you have any idea there would be a walk-in freezer in a dollar store?
No, I have no idea. I guess maybe some of them sell food. I have no idea.
Yeah, dollar stores have food, and they have a refrigerator and a freezer section.
Okay. Really?
With a lot of items, especially since they raised the prices.
Okay.
A lot of items available.
So surveillance footage hasn't raised any alarm bells to police, but Sanchez's death remains under investigation, as you would imagine. The circumstances surrounding it remain completely unclear. She was a doctor in Nicaragua who was abroad when the tragic accident occurred. And so
It's freaky.
That just sounds wild.
It seems like something's up.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
I'll get on it.
What the investigation yields. A British man has been given a $335 fine after the wind blew a reed into his mouth and he spit it out.
What? Yeah. Can you believe that?
Roy Marsh was walking through a parking lot.
I don't want to. Eat it. Oh, she won't swallow that.
He was walking through a parking lot in the tourist town of Skegness on England's east coast and decided to stop for a moment. And that's when the wind blew a reed into his mouth. The 86-year-old said, I spat it out. And just as I got up to walk away, 2 enforcement officers came up to me. Despite an explanation being given, Marsh had said that he had to pay the full fine for it. And now there's backlash over the incident due to the past alleged targeting of the elderly tourists. But the town council says that enforcement actions are closely monitored and that patrols are not targeted at any specific demographic and are not discriminatory.
So it's for public spitting? Is that really essentially what it was?
I guess it's
you're not
form,
allowed to swallow reeds?
It's a form of littering, so...
I mean, poor old bastard.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he's probably spitting involuntarily anyway.
All right, this is a disturbing story, but a Texas man will spend the rest of his days in prison after he slaughtered a fellow McDonald's customer after the unsuspecting man tried to intervene in a fight the killer was having with employees. And it all started because of a missing Filet-O-Fish patty. Anthony Landry was angry that his Filet-O-Fish was missing a patty, and he demanded a refund of $1.41. The demand quickly escalated into a yelling match with the angry customer screaming at employees, and that's when this guy, Jeffrey Limer, stepped in. The Houston-based lawyer reportedly told the angry customer to get out of the establishment and then pushed him out the door, causing Landry to fall. Well, moments later, Landry came back with a gun that he had gotten out of his car, and he shot the guy 9 times.
9 times?
Yeah, 9 times. Police did
9 times.
Police did everything they could to
9 times.
To save the dying lawyer, but he was ultimately pronounced dead at the scene. But it took a jury just 20 minutes. They found the defendant guilty of the crime, and on Thursday, he was sentenced to life in prison.
So when you show up in prison and they ask, what'd you do?
Yeah.
Do you get cred for having killed someone over a fillet of fish?
Probably that makes you pretty much a maniac.
Right.
So I would think
you go to the maniac ward.
Maybe you get cred for that. I don't know. All right, here's a follow-up story. Police say they recovered a Fabergé egg pendant from a man accused of swallowing the item in a jewelry store.
Yeah.
New Zealand police spent 6 days monitoring every bowel movement of the suspect.
Who pulled that duty, no pun intended?
The $19,000 James Bond Octopussy pendant was recovered from his gastrointestinal tract last Thursday by natural means without requiring medical intervention.
He was having this as a pendant. As you can see, it's covered in poop.
The 32-year-old man, who has not been named by police, has been in custody since he allegedly swallowed the ornate pendant at Partridge Jewelers in the city of Auckland.
One has to imagine that there was a level of pain as that passed through the system.
I think so, right?
I mean, it's an octopus.
He was arrested inside the store minutes after the alleged theft. The photos supplied by police on Friday showed a gloved hand...
Yeah, I'd wear a glove too.
Holding the recovered pendant, which was still attached to a long gold chain with an intact price tag. A spokesperson said the necklace and the man would remain in police custody. Now, do you think this increases the value of this or it depreciates the value of the Fabergé
That is
egg?
a good question because it is passed through someone's excretory system.
It's a story.
It is a story attached to it.
And a lot of times that increases price, but it also had poop on it.
Yeah. Given my druthers, I would go for a fresh one.
So the piece was a limited edition Fabergé egg pendant inspired by the 1983 James Bond film Octopussy. Central to the film plot is a jewel smuggling operation that involves a fake Fabergé egg.
My sweetest love, this very one had poop on it.
The suspect is due to appear in the Auckland District Court on the 8th of December. All right, one last story. This is disturbing. A handful of customers shopping at a Walmart in Biloxi, Mississippi, discovered razor blades hidden inside loaves of bread that they had purchased, prompting the store to remove the suspected product from shelves and local police to open an investigation.
Did the company include the razor blade so you could cut the crust off?
I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
This is convenient, isn't it?
Yeah.
So store management told Biloxi police they received complaints from a couple of customers after the blades were found. When employees inspected remaining inventory, officers said they discovered additional blades pushed into the packaged loaves on the store's shelves. Walmart removed all suspected bread from the store and asked customers who purchased loaves there on Monday to inspect their packages and report any issues. Police confirmed to reporters that as of late Monday, there had been no arrests, no immediate reports, or related
scary.
incidents in other locations. Yeah.
I bought a whoopie pie once that had an electric razor in it.
The investigators are treating the items as potential evidence and are working with store personnel to determine how the blades came to be concealed in the bread in the first place.
That's scary.
Yeah. All right. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. You searching for something, Case?
Well, our guest is kind of here, so if you wouldn't mind killing a little bit of time, we could have that.
Yeah, there's an event coming up, and we have somebody who's on to promote it. So they are here in the building working their way in.
Yeah, Ryan was just going to
I brought my bongos.
You want to jam a little bit?
Our beatnik experience?
One of the things we're going to talk about as they were leading into on Fox, and unfortunately we had a miscommunication, weren't able to do it, is the concert for tonight, A Show for Life. It is available. Just a reminder for those who weren't able to get tickets because they went, insanely fast. But you can stream the show tonight. And it's going to kick off, I think the music is going to start around 6:45.
6:45 is the word, yeah.
So you can get it through Veeps. It is an app, or you can do it online as well. It's $9.99, and a portion of the proceeds are going to benefit Mana. If you need any of the information, you want to get a link and all that, it's real easy. You can just go to WMMR.com.
Yeah, and honestly, we'll talk about the memorial service that was for Pierre yesterday because some music was there and it made it special. So tonight should be. If you can stream it, didn't get tickets, you might want to check it out because I'm sure we're going to hear some great stuff.
All right, our guest is here. I'm ready to go. Do we have any music?
Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, I got it right here.
Yes! So there's an event that has been taking place in Phoenixville, and it is incredibly popular. And you may have heard of it. It's called the Roper Romp.
Roper Romp.
And we would like to welcome the Grand
Roper.
Roper. Thank you.
Yeah.
We like to call it the Head Helen.
The Head Helen. Thank you. Is here with us. This is Jax Ripto, who is joining us this morning.
Thank you.
How you doing, Jax?
I'm doing pretty good.
Please tell me that's a wig you're wearing.
Oh, this is 100% of it.
Okay, all right.
It's a Roper wig.
Yeah,
this is a very cheap Amazon red-headed wig that everybody's been buying ever since we started doing a lot more Roper Romps around the country. So.
Wow. All right, so give us the origin of the Roper Romp.
So the origin of our Roper Romp is not the origin of the main Roper Romp.
Okay. I thought this was the main Roper Romp.
That's what everybody thinks.
Yeah.
And it's just because we happen to be the largest one in the entire country.
Awesome.
Well, then we'll take that.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay.
So what ended up happening was I saw a meme online that was for the original Roper Romp that they had out in California at the original Regal Beagle. There was a group called the Southern Decadence down in Georgia, I believe, run by a guy named Bud, and he actually runs the Roper Romp Facebook group online, and there's like 80,000 people in it now. Mm-hmm. So I started mine. When I saw the meme, I said, hey, this would be really funny. We should do this. And I was just joking around. I'm like, this would be fun for my birthday. It's in September. It'd be cool. So I decided... I was telling a bunch of people, and my boyfriend went, yeah, you should actually do it. So I said, okay.
Yeah.
So I started throwing it together. We had 30, 40 people. then other people were like, I want to go too. I'm like, okay. We got up to 100 people. I'm like, all right, that's it. We're making it a charity event.
Yeah.
So then we made it a charity event, and someone said, hey, did you see this group online? So I joined that group too. It started going out around the country. His group grew from 500 to 2,000 while my event was growing from 50 people to 800 in the first year.
That's pretty amazing. I mean, I think, though technically, of course, Three's Company takes place in California.
It does.
I think we're kind of in Three's Company territory here.
Oh, 100%.
I think you're going to find more naturally occurring Helen Ropers here than anywhere else.
I can't even tell you. The mentality around here of the people that want to be Helen is just everyone.
Is there a concurrent version of a Stanley Roper?
Yes.
Okay.
We have quite a few gentlemen who like to dress up as Stanley. We actually had a bunch of Jacks last year. We have every single, we have men, women, children, dogs. The dogs were great.
I would have to be Larry.
Larry with the hair helmet?
There were Larrys.
The hair helmet, I would want to be Larry.
I would be Mr. Furley with the ascot.
There was Mr. Furley's too.
Oh, Stanley!
Exactly. That happens. We had so many people, and we coined the Hi Helen. So the first year,
that's great.
in 2023, we had it, and everyone's just walked around town saying Hi Helen because everyone looked alike. And we scared the crap out of a bunch of 20-year-olds because they had no idea what was going on.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what's funny, though? Again, as with everything these days, you start to see the memes pop up, and you start to see
Yes.
clips pop up.
Yeah.
And so there is a general awareness that is going lower or younger in demo, where more and more people are becoming aware of this. Are you seeing an influx of
Yes.
younger people aware of the
100%.
Oh, cool.
And it's Phoenixville, so everybody loves hanging out in Phoenixville.
Yeah.
So last year we had a bunch of young guys come up. They must have been in their late teens, early 20s, asking if I would sell them a caftan so that they could run around town too.
That was one of the classic outfits.
I'm like, go to Ross. It's down the street. And we didn't have any wigs for sale or anything like that. But I have a lot of merch, and I try to put everything up online. And we're trying to raise money every year more and more because it's right at that cusp time where, and with food insecurity and cold weather and things like that. This is for Better Days Ahead, which fights food insecurity. Chris Brickhouse started that, and it goes all through 5 counties. And
that was the main impetus to begin with for this, which is really cool. So the charity component, it figures large into the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
And then just the very kitschy, cool aspect. So what are the various aspects of the event?
So basically, we get the whole town into it.
Right.
So they'll all decorate. They'll all dress up. They have backdrops going on. There's all types of things that they have going on. Fun Dungeon had some games going on. We had a Roper bingo that Peter, the mayor, hosted in this very custom sparkly caftan. It was gorgeous.
I love it. Mayor P's going to join us on the air Friday morning. So
love him.
He's the best. He's the best. Yeah.
And he's the one who keeps pushing me to do it. Last year, I was a little about doing it again, and I was like going to pass it off to somebody else. I had a home thing going on.
Okay, sure.
So I'm like, and he goes, "Oh no, you have to do it. You have to do it." I'm like, all right, I'll do it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a little more low key at 2,000 people. But,
Well, still, I mean, so that's still a major attendance. Of course, now with this, how do people participate? It's not a closed event once you hit a certain number.
Yeah, and we're here for Save the Date. We need to get
We're
the
here
date
for
out
the
there,
Save
right?
the Date. The Save the Date is going to be September 19th, Saturday, September 19th.
All right, excellent. All right, and as Steve said, so how do people do it? Do you just show up?
So you can just show up.
Okay.
So I wanted to make it accessible to everyone. So you can just show up and you'll be open to participate in whatever is available. But the drink specials and everything like that are usually limited to people that are wearing wigs and things like that.
I see.
You can buy merch. You can sign once I open up the website, you'll be able to go on, buy a t-shirt. You can pre-register. Registration gets you a swag bag. I heard the swag bags earlier. It's nothing like that. It's some plastic glasses and some Roper gear to get you in the mood.
But you save the date now.
It's a Save the Date now.
Right. So you get in on it. And now, are there sort of like with mummers, are there sub Roper groups?
There really are.
Okay.
There are throughout the country. We actually had a few of the Ropers from other, the Roper Romp leader, the head Helens from other towns came to my event and met with me just so that they could get an idea of why it was so big there and what they could do to make it bigger in there.
Preston, I see a version of the Warriors.
Oh, my God.
One group of ropers is trying to get across the city back to their home and facing off against the other ropers.
This would be amazing.
Yeah, I love that. I absolutely love that.
One of them met, the Lambertville one met Richard Klein. And
Larry.
Yes, met Larry. And that's the roper romp that he had talked about on the radio before, that he knew about, that he heard about in the local area. So she was trying to tell me, she's like, oh, I met him. He's so nice. I know where he lives. I'm like, that's creepy. But, she was really nice about it. And there's even, we had macrame last year.
Yeah. She was always doing that.
People were doing macrame?
Yeah.
That's excellent.
Yeah, so we had like a whole, you could go make a macrame keychain. And this year, I'm trying to make it more inclusive, even more inclusive, because people are bringing their kids.
Yeah.
So we're going to try to have a little kids area of making macrame keychains.
I'd love to see. I'd love to see kid versions of ropers.
There was a kid version last year where someone made a Cabbage Patch yarn wig.
Wow.
Yeah.
This will be your 4th annual event. There are so many photos and videos out there. If anyone is trying to wrap their head around this, I highly suggest you just search Roper Romp Phoenixville, and you will see lots of Instagram videos and reels and TikToks of people enjoying themselves. And it's just a big party.
It's just a big party.
Yeah.
It's the nicest town gathering. And when you say people coming together as a community, the people actually came together as a community. What I couldn't do, they all picked up on, and
That's
they all
amazing.
made it happen.
Somebody just texted in a little factoid, a little fun fact here for you, and I'm not sure if this is true, but we'll check on this. But Norman Stanley went to Central High School of Philadelphia.
Didn't know that.
Is Norman Fell from Philadelphia?
He might be.
No idea.
What about Audrey Landers?
We're going to have to find this out.
That's interesting.
That was yours, right?
Here we go. Marissa just found, he was born in Philadelphia, March 24th, 1924, and attended Central High School of Philadelphia, studied drama at Temple.
What?
And then he was a gunner on a B-25.
Wow.
That makes so much sense.
In World War II.
All right.
That's so cool. I never knew that.
So we had all mentioned Regal Beagle. Obviously, everybody knows the Regal Beagle, but I think businesses would be smart to rename themselves either a Regal Beagle,
sure,
B, Jack's Bistro, or C, Angelino's.
We did have a Regal. We had an official Regal Beagle in 2024, but last year we didn't have one. But this year we will.
What was Angelino's?
That was the restaurant that he worked at before he owned Jack's Bistro. Remember Mr. Angelino? Yeah, he was a chef, yeah.
Interesting.
It was Audra Lindley played
Mrs. Roper.
Mrs. Roper, yeah.
And oddly enough, she was 46 in the show.
Whoa, wow.
She was supposed to be playing a 46-year-old woman in the show.
Oh, no. She okay. Yeah. Was she old? She was older than that, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, this is September 19th.
September 19th,
And
2026, our 4th year.
You're looking to break any records attendance-wise, or?
I would love to break records attendance-wise. I'd more love to break records monetarily and raise $20,000.
Well, and by getting more people, you can definitely do that. Somebody texted in, here's a phrase, Philadelphia, as Norman
Philadelphia.
Norman Philadelphia.
Hey, one quick question: Is there an ultimate Audrey, ultimate Mrs. Roper picked, or is there like a
No.
Nah.
Okay.
No, we try to keep everybody, and the funny thing is the more everyone looks the same, the easier everyone is, because everyone does not care.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we
Helens need to support each other, man.
Yes.
They can't be competing against each other.
No,
Yeah.
there's no competition. There's no cares. There is lots of photos with the police officers.
Yeah.
I would love to get some. I'd like to get some celebrities in there.
Yeah.
And I keep reaching out to the Kelseys because
Sure.
they seem like they'd have so much fun.
Yeah.
The
They don't
whole
answer
family.
texts anymore.
Yeah, they don't return text anymore. So, awesome. Well, listen, when it gets closer, let us know. And, we'll know. We have the
you'll
date
know.
here,
Yeah.
but we'll talk to you again for sure, because this is such a great event.
Very cool.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you for being here this morning, Jax.
Thanks for having me.
It's
I
nice to meet
appreciate
you
it.
in person. You got it. Let's hear it for Jax Ripto. And, we got to have the music one more time. Come on. Yeah. The Roper Romp is going to be on September 19th in Phoenixville, where we will be on Friday for the Christmas Miracle.
Love that time.
Let's give away some passes for Christmas Miracle right now. We'll take caller number 20, 610-660-9333. You can be in the audience with us on Friday morning. And you might win some great prizes. And you can take a peek at Phoenixville if you've never spent any time there at preparation for the Roper Romp in September. But we would love to have you there for this event. Call right now, number 20. We will put you on the list. 610-660-9333, the number. We're going to take a break. Come back in just a moment, so make sure you stay with us.
And like pulls out snapping turtles. Yeah. And I it was almost too tense to watch the damn show.
Thanks, Tom. That's messed up. All right, here, this might be most exotic bite. I know we had tiger and ostrich and a few other things, but this says my sister got bit by a chinchilla.
Okay.
At Funimals in Westchester.
Oh, my God.
Funimals. As a kid, and still hates those cute little balls of fluff to this day. She asked for it, though. She stuck her finger in the cage.
Okay.
I got bit by a chinchilla.
Well, you see it all the time where people say, "Don't put your fingers in the cage," or if you get like a little like a behind the scenes or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I got kind of reprimanded. I've told this story before. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
But my junior high Spanish teacher, Mr. Huddleston, did some wildlife work with the St. Louis Zoo, and he would foster some of these animals. And when he had facilities where he could keep them,
like big cats, right?
Yeah, he could
ended up
keep
getting
them.
killed by one, right?
But anyhow, he brought in he had a mountain lion in it was a kitten. It was a baby mountain lion in a carry case, and he came walking up to the school. I'm like, no way! Oh my God! And I stuck my finger in there. And he's like, don't do that. That thing will bite it off. He's like, whatever you're doing, do it. And yeah, he was killed by a leopard in his backyard.
So that shows you how good, however good they are wild animals. Yeah. You know, you have to remember that. I was at the Philadelphia Zoo here, and we were back. They had an armadillo. I didn't realize this, but the larger armadillo is the kind you might find out in Texas. When they ball up, if your finger gets caught in that, it can break your finger.
Yeah, and those shells, whatever those things are.
The armor.
The bands.
The armor and the armadillo.
All right, we need to take a break. We're actually going to talk to a bite victim in a little while. Maggie, who's a sharp bite victim, is going to be joining us. But real quick, I want to go. Somebody was on hold for a long, long time, and they just hung up. Never mind.
Well, don't worry about it, because we have a picture with a snake wearing a helmet.
We got smoking snakes.
Yeah.
And they have an Uber Eats thing on the back.
That is one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
We'll share this on our socials.
That's wonderful.
That's phenomenal. Okay.
All snakes really should have helmets.
Yes.
What if they take a spill?
Yeah, for safety purposes.
All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for sharing the stories. We appreciate it. And like I said, we'll get Maggie on in a little while, who's a shark bite victim in Stone Harbor.
Yeah.
So we'll get her on in a bit. But let's take a break and come back in a second. We'll get into the bizarre file when we return. Stay with us. By the way, Northeast High School, you're up for coolest teacher. Make sure you let us know who the coolest teacher of the year has been. Text word teacher to 39333 if you go to Northeast, and we'll send you the voting link. We'll be back in a moment.
Is it Katie Kane?
Katie Kane.
Looks like Candy Cane.
Yeah.
And I like Candy Cane. Happy birthday, you.
And then a shark?
Yeah.
Ooh. Sorry about that. I had the black bean soup.
Okay. All right. So happy birthday, Katie. All right. So I want to go back to the story we had in the bizarre file. Is it Mykonos? Is that how you pronounce it, Kathy?
Yeah.
That's in Greece?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in Greek, Preston.
It's in Greek.
Yeah.
So a mother and daughter were there. They went to a restaurant. They were kind of talked into hanging out in this particular area of the restaurant, which is a sun deck that they have, and they sat at these chairs. And
it's apparently a popular location.
It's a very touristy city.
Yeah. Real beautiful view, right?
It's gorgeous. This doesn't surprise me, though. Like, a lot of the places seem to be a little bit like this, where you pay $600 for two
They're
drinks.
predatory, right?
It seemed like so. They eventually they were kind of nudged into ordering some food or anyway.
2 mojitos.
2 mojitos and 2 crab legs, like just 2 crab legs.
Right. 2.
Not 2 orders of crab
Are
legs.
you even
2
full after
legs.
that?
Right.
They were king crab legs. They are.
They're big.
In their defense, they are the big crab legs.
Yeah.
But they were charged like $640 or 600 euros for that, or they were going to call the cops on them.
They were threatened literally with not being able to leave the country. Now, I'm sure, no matter what,
that wouldn't happen.
No matter what the story is, that kind of predatory stuff will happen, as you were saying, Kathy. If you looked at the history of this place, the reviews are replete with
It's a
all
scam.
sorts.
Are they?
Yeah.
It's a scam. You know, it's one of those
It's a
scams.
scam.
Get in here, come on in here. Oh, we're going to take care of you. And then at the end, oh, yeah, here's the bill.
Oh wait, so is this place is known for like bills like this?
It's now known amongst on the travel, like the TripAdvisors and stuff like that, it had that reputation. Now, mind you, it's a nice place, and everyone agrees the food and everything is quite good. However, 2 drinks, 2 crab legs,
Well, yeah.
$600.
My experience was a little bit different. In London, we ordered 2 martinis, and I forget what vodka we ordered, but it was because it was imported. It was we paid $40 for each drink, so it was like, or I think it was it was about an $80 bill for 2 drinks.
Did they wrangle? Did they wrangle you into it?
No, they didn't wrangle. We just
Were
ordered.
the prices listed? Obviously,
No, they were like, what type of vodka, and we named it, and I forget what it was. And then
give me the $40 kind.
Well, obviously we questioned it after, and they were like, "Well, it's so and so vodka," and we were like, "Yeah." Like, well, you're not in the United States, so
it's like Tito's or
something like
you
whatever
just you would get here stateside. You know,
we had no idea, so we ended up paying $80 for 2 drinks.
I mean, I've already told the story on the air before, but the when I had we were in that suite at the Eagles game, and I ordered wings.
Yeah.
And what I didn't know is I was basically ordering catering wings. And not only that, but like beers. I mean, we had so much beer. We were handing it out.
Three.
That was a mistake, though.
Servings or whatever it was.
That is a mistake. And what I'm curious about is if you do make a mistake like that, and it is a legitimate mistake, and before, say it comes and you're like, oh, I didn't know. I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Will they sometimes go,
well,
you know?
So even it was a mistake, but not only that, but the menu had prices on it, but even the prices were kind of written in a way that it made it look like it wasn't $500. You know what I mean? It was like, it was like $5 wings or something.
What was the final bill?
It was over $1,000.
Yeah, Casey had ordered off the catering menu.
I mean, they brought out, because I had ordered 2 orders of wings, and they were like, well, why don't we just bring out 1 order? They said
$1,000.
Yeah. Wow, 2 orders.
And did you
that hasn't happened here in 5 or 6 years. We haven't seen anybody do.
Well, so that's the thing. They were like, why don't we bring out 1 orders, and if you need any more, we can bring out more, because there was only 5 of us in this entire suite. I was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. And when they brought out that 1 order of wings, and it was in a giant chafing dish, I was like, oh, yeah, we don't need all of these. And then they're bringing out, when we ordered like a beer, they brought out a bucket of beer.
Did you pay the bill?
So we were able to talk them down a little bit, and so the manager had to come out, and I said, listen, the way this is written on the menu, it makes it, I thought this was $10.
Put your mother on the phone.
Preston, so the name of this place in Mykonos is called the DK Oyster Bar.
Yes.
And I brought up, and you mentioned in the B file, the people go to TripAdvisor to rip on this place. They do. And so I want you, Preston, to just read these as I scroll through. All
right, the top one is the one from the story I just recounted. Here's another one. A scam waiting to happen on the unsuspecting masses of vacationers heading their way. The waiters tried selling us food. Each kept giving us different prices. We kept to drinks after hearing about the bad reviews. Another one says, I went to this place on a family vacation and was left horrified and ripped off. Asked several times for the prices. The waiters kept telling me it was cheap and not to worry. The bill was over 400 euros for a couple of badly made drinks.
I mean, it's 1 star after 1 star after 1 star. I feel robbed.
The waiters
that's the
and staff
scam.
are extremely intimidating, especially when questioning the bill. These people are a bunch of scam artists. I really wish I read more reviews before coming here. Wow. This one says, we were lured to dine at their restaurant by friendly, pushy waiters offering us comfort in the sun.
Oh, so this is a full-on scam.
Yeah, we were then pushed into ordering food from menus without prices, but the waiters seemed so energetic, smiling, impatient that we felt obliged not to be a nuisance. Long story short, we, a family of 6, paid almost as much for this one meal of our vacation as we did the entire hotel stay of 5 days.
Jesus.
And I can't see how the prices they charge are warranted. I'll never be coaxed off of the beach again. into any establishment without reading the reviews first.
Anytime somebody's like forceful like that, you know.
Yes.
It's something's
I don't
gonna
like that
happen.
approach. I hate that approach. I never get suckered in on that crap.
My sister and I went to Paris. I was only 18 years old, and she was she's 4 years older than me, and there were high pressure people on the street, trying to get you into places,
Into these various places,
yeah. One of them was live sex on stage. I kid you not, it was in the red light district, live sex on stage, and I go, dude, and this guy spoke English, and he thought, oh, you guys are Americans, wow. So he really started giving us the hard sell, and I go, dude, it's my sister. I'm not.
Yeah, no thanks.
Going to come on, man, you got to come on in.
This is a good way to bond with your sister. You watch a 69 on stage. Or Swiss Nerf.
Las Ramblas in Barcelona is a little bit like that, where they're coaxing you into the different restaurants and stuff like that. But I ordered, if you go to a good restaurant or not, a place that's not going to scam you, I ordered a bottle of champagne, and the guy, the price wasn't on the menu, one of those. And
Be leery when there's no price that you can see written down.
But a lot of times they don't list the prices, and I had it before, and it wasn't like some astronomical bottle. But the guy came over and he said, I just want to let you know this whatever version of what it was like $400. He said, so I just want to make sure you know what you're ordering. That's what a good restaurant's going to do. And that's when I was like, okay, no, thank you. I thought it was the regular bottle.
Then you go, did you look like I can? Do I look like I can't afford a $400 bottle of wine?
I must look like some sort of hooker.
No,
Casey.
I was like, you're right. I'm not paying $400 for a bottle of champagne.
Casey, when they brought out the $1,000 plus, did you say, how much without the buffalo sauce?
Well, here, going to Casey's story, Jessica has one similar. Hi, Jessica. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to tell Casey, don't stress out, because I did the same thing. We went to Disney on Ice a couple of years ago, and we had 5 kids with us, and we were like, oh, can we get 5 orders of chicken tenders, 5 orders of French fries? And they brought back 5 chafing dishes of chicken tenders and French fries.
Oh my God.
And they gave me a bill for $1,600.
Yeah. Crazy, right?
I almost jumped out of the balcony.
But Jessica, let me ask you, were there enough people in that suite to finish even?
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. So yesterday was a day that we had been, that we knew was coming up, and we had to get ourselves ready for it. But the memorial service for Pierre, the official service, took place yesterday. West Laurel Hill Cemetery, which is a place I've been driving by for 20 years. It's right next to essentially the radio station.
Yes.
I'd never actually driven in there before or been into any of the facilities before, but they did a wonderful job, and especially with the police officer, Kim, yesterday being laid to rest. Part of the roads were closed down. There's a huge procession, so the staff had to really navigate how to get all these people in and out of there, and they did a great job, I thought.
They did, honestly. Yeah. It was a tremendous amount of traffic, as you said, obviously, with Officer Kim's service, but there were a tremendous amount of people attending this memorial. Now, Pierre had, obviously, we just keep getting perpetually amazed by the larger and larger sphere of influence and impact that Pierre's passing and life had on so many people, and it was well represented by the turnout yesterday.
Yeah, this was for friends, coworkers, family, and it was great to see a lot of people I haven't seen in a long time, and
people responsible for for just long-term friendships, but also people responsible for our careers.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. Some higher ups and coworkers and influential people were all there, and John DeBella, we spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, and as he said in a kind of a joking manner, he's like, I'm the quote unquote host of the event. And he did a tremendous job. And obviously, he's the guy to do it. He and Pierre were incredibly close. John said that Pierre was his first friend in Philadelphia. Did a wonderful job of navigating all that and sharing stories and trying to keep his composure. He broke down a few times, as did almost everybody who had a chance to get up and speak.
They would hit that point in whatever speech they were doing. And we were all, you'd all get caught up. And you observed something earlier. We've observed it many times before, Preston. It still does not seem. It is still.
It doesn't. I mean, as much as we sobbed on the air and it just ripped our hearts out, it still does not feel like he's totally gone.
And I don't There's two things. They run concurrently. I wonder when that moment will come when it feels like he's gone, and I don't want that moment to come when it feels like he's gone.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I don't think it will. And that's part of what I took from yesterday, in that there were a few messages, and everybody had wonderful things to say. And I want to highlight Kevin Gunn, who's just masterful with his words, did an amazing tribute and speech about Pierre. But a few people remarked in that what we have taken from him and how we carry ourselves still represents as him, and we reflect what he gave to us.
It's true.
And John ended his eulogy, for lack of a better term, with reflect love, which is something Pierre said all the time.
Right.
And so I think that happens, and that's why I still felt him. You know what I mean?
That's probably the reason why we don't feel that. It's over because, and that's a wonderful thing to perceive the notion that he will be in perpetuity part of our lives and part of the station's lives and part of your life, hopefully, because that what he achieved in life and what his message was is going to carry on.
It's wild because when John was up there speaking, I don't know if it was the first, second, or third time that he was up there. He had said that Pierre told him something. And it was when John was going to be back on the air. And what's wild about what Pierre told him is that the first time I was ever in the same room as Pierre Robert, it was at the Air Awards at the Adams Mark Hotel. And Pierre was up there receiving an award.
And we were still with Y100
And we
at
were
the
still
time.
with Y100 at the time. And he had said something at that podium that I have taken with me from that very moment, and the fact that John DeBella said that he said this to him in a personal conversation meant so much. And that was Pierre was talking about, just giving back to the community. And he had said to the audience, use your radio powers for good.
Yeah, use your powers for good.
And John had said that again yesterday. And I was like, so this was what, 1998, 1999 when I had heard him say that?
And John described he was freaking out because even as long as he had been in radio, he was freaking out at this thing that was laying ahead of him, and it was, can I do this? Can I do this again? Everybody at some point in their life has a bit of imposter syndrome or whatever you have, insecurity. And Pierre, by the way, he's talking to Pierre on the phone. John's relaying the story, and he just says, "Stay right there." And Pierre just hightails it over to where he is. He gets in the car with him and talks him down from the ledge. That was Pierre.
Yeah, he just said, use your powers for good. Yeah. And it was a light bulb moment for John.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, bang, and I've carried it with me ever since. And that's a beautiful thing. Here's something that I noticed. And while you're listening to these people talk about your friend, as I'm focusing on what they're saying, I'm also thinking about other things at the same time that relate to that. And it's funny because I feel guilty about thinking about this because at something like that, it's not about you, it's not about me, it's about that person. But for a moment, I turned it into me, and I was thinking, as I'm sitting here and I'm listening to what Pierre had done with his life, I'm thinking about what a human piece of garbage I am.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
I felt the
I
same
just,
exact
I was like, this man was incredible, and what have I done? You know what I mean? And then I thought to myself, stop making it about you, Preston.
Yeah.
It's not about you. It's about Pierre.
There's all sorts of wrong with that, but there's also sorts of completely understandable.
But I was literally sitting there listening to all this stuff, and I'm like, what a piece of garbage. Preston
I'm
really
glad I
is.
wasn't alone.
Oh my God! Hearing all this, Preston sucks.
But we did learn about a lot of private charitable things that Pierre does, and people spoke out about this. And I just keep wondering how he was able to give so much of himself. Every person you talk to has a story, and you just wonder, like, how much time did he have in his day? He gave so much of himself.
And then you realize that his show started at 10 and he showed up at 10:45.
Yeah.
Well, I did recently learn that his show used to end at 2. And then because back in the day, he just took over the 2 o'clock hour and extended it to 3.
It's kind of like we did with the 10 o'clock hour.
His hour.
Ryan?
Well, speaking to both of these comments, Preston, let me just defend all of you in saying this was also the man who would publicly admit, I've achieved enlightenment one day, and the next I can't tie my shoes.
Right.
Like, even he was like, and that was what makes him so great. And to Marissa, to your comment about how did he have the time, this was the thing that gave him the most joy. I mean, him and I spoke so much about the thing that really brought him that much joy in life was making sure others had that sense of joy, you know, taking his friends, to live their rock and roll fantasies. We heard his high school friends talking about, having all their dreams come true. For any one of us that got to spend that much time, reminiscing, I remember, after we were talking about the Hooters at the Met and then going out with him afterwards and going into the parking garage at like 4 o'clock in the morning with a slice of pizza and watching the sunrise. Like, that was just who he is and will always be.
And it's funny you should say that, Ryan, because and the phrase that came up a couple times, just talking in line, waiting to get up and meet the family or to say hi to the family and give condolences in the line, that Pierre was the glue of the family, the glue, and he served as the glue for. It's funny, in a familial way with his own nuclear family and with the family of Philadelphia. He was that as well. So you got that great impression of all these people. If you were looking in that room, let's like the 6 degrees of the 6,000 degrees of Pierre Robert in Philadelphia. It was right there. Yep.
And you compare, his let's call it the West Coast family, his familia family, and Philadelphia. His family on the West Coast just knew Pierre, Uncle Pierre, brother Pierre. And I mean, they knew what he meant to Philadelphia, but I mean, they've seen it tenfold over the past couple of weeks with photos and stories. And his friend, his high school friend Brad spoke, amongst Kevin Gunn, and Matt Cord spoke on behalf of Larry Maggot. And he started it by going, "Wait, I thought Pierre was my best friend." And something was shared with me recently, actually, from Pierre's nephew Brett, and he said Pierre made everyone feel like he was their best friend. And it rings so true, because whether you just passed him for 5 minutes at a concert or in the street or at a gig or wherever it was, or you knew him for 20, 30, 40 years, you felt like he was the same friend to each one of those people. And he cared that much.
That's true.
Real quick, my apologies. I said Officer Kim. It's Officer Chen. Sorry about that. But Chan. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about Pierre here. One of the things that took place that was super, super cool to hear is that, and I'm sure we'll make an announcement about it tonight as well, but the city of Philadelphia is renaming Latimer Street between 12th and 13th Pierre Robert Way. Yeah. How amazing was that?
It was we were all like, wow, when that was said. And it's just perfect.
That brought a tear to my eye. I was sitting next to Nick Murphy, it was the same exact thing when that happened. It was like, holy crap.
I have a quick story. I believe it's that section of the street, and I haven't shared this with anybody yet. So somebody alluded to this during the service that Pierre would sit there on a carpet and give advice to people around that. So the story with that goes, he found this group of individuals that would sit there. He tells me they were wearing silver turbans, and they would have like advice, 1 nickel. And he was so fascinated with this people, he wound up, joining them for a couple of sit downs. And I believe that's where that street was happening. And him and I actually I have a little handwritten note by my desk. Him and I were planning to do that in the spring. We were going to go back to that section of the street and be like, all right, advice $1, and just to hear that synchronicity. Just
that's great. That's great. It seems perfect. And
when Gunnar spoke yesterday, he had opened up with saying that he and Pierre, when he was Pierre's producer, when Pierre did mornings for 3 years, Pierre, I guess it was his idea. He said, hey, whichever one of us goes first, the other one has to speak at their funeral.
Yeah.
And so Gunnar was kind of like, kind of shrugged, like, I got the job.
This isn't a win I won.
He said, that's what he said. He did. I don't think that it was a win. I don't call that.
I was so glad that Kevin Gunn spoke, and I spoke to him before the service started, and I just go, you're so good at words. He is. He's such a good words guy.
He's a wordsmith.
Yeah.
And he writes very well, and he conveys stories very well. And I pulled him aside and said, did an amazing job. It was so great. And Eric and Rob of the Hooters performed, and they played "I'm Alive," it was so perfect.
And Pierre, who doesn't love that song, but Pierre especially loved that song.
Yeah.
Graham Nash sent a video.
Yeah, we're gonna play that tonight.
Yeah.
By the way, and it was pretty damn special.
At the end, he's his words to Pierre, in the great beyond, were had everyone crying, but it was just beautifully done.
And with the Hooters and lyrically in that song "I'm Alive," obviously it wasn't a sense of irony, that Pierre's gone and they're playing "I'm Alive." It was, the song is all about, hey, I should celebrate every moment that I am alive because this is a wonderful thing. And it was it spotlighted the type of thing that Pierre would tell you.
Well, also, as often said, people live on in your memories and your thoughts and your deeds, and so he is alive. So that song was completely appropriate. There was something, over at the cemetery over at Laurel Hill. Obviously when we were leaving the Officer Chan the
procession and all that. Yeah.
See, that was. I would describe it as a beautiful show. I mean, there was so to see that in conjunction with the Pierre thing and for different reasons, and obviously that. But I mean, people gathering to show love and memory and support.
Yeah.
It was just overwhelming. I left there very emotional.
Yep.
I appreciate that everybody had some sort of, I call it a peacock feature, some tie-dye pair of shoes or a tie with martinis on it. His sisters had worn those famous sequin jackets that they pulled him out of his closet to wear. And because you just want to keep extruding his energy outwardly.
Yep. And we're doing that tonight, obviously.
Yeah.
Tonight's the show. And if you didn't get tickets and you want to experience it, you can stream it. So we will all be there tonight. And
the streaming, some proceeds of the streaming, at least a percentage, correct, are going as well, as it was my understanding, to Mana. And it was kind of interesting because for the longest time, when I would go pick up my manna pies, it would be at this facility we were at yesterday, right there, because that obviously,
at Laurel Hill.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Right there.
That's one of the pickup places.
That was one of the pickup places.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow.
So that's why I was familiar with the facility, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, and anyone watching at home, so Veeps is a great platform. You can watch lots of concerts on there, so you can subscribe to it for $20 a month or $10 to buy it just for this show. It will stream for 48 hours. And you can stream it on your phone. I know you guys talked about you can get the app, put that right on your television. You can cast it there. So you will have 2 days to go back and watch it too. So if you're even going to the show and you want to also buy the stream to rewatch it later, I suggest doing that.
I'm wondering what tonight will feel like. Because I was thinking about, because we're going to go on stage fairly early and we're going to have a chance to address the crowd and do some things. And I don't know what how the tone will be. Reverent, celebratory, certainly, but it's I've never been to something.
No.
Have you guys ever been to anything like this?
Where the recipient of the event or the person that is being honored is a direct friend.
Yeah.
No, nothing of that order. I
I've
think
never been to one like concert for someone who has passed. I've never been
even on that
to
one
of
of
these.
I think that it's going to, for me personally, it's going to be a celebration. Yesterday was a memorial that was more reverent, although it was still upbeat.
Yes.
It was
Yeah.
upbeat. But tonight is a party. It is a celebration.
It's a party that, and I said this. I was with Dr. Mike was there, and Bill West and a whole bunch of other people. But I said, this is exactly the kind of event Pierre would be all over with the wandering microphone.
Although I will say, the fact that they had decaf coffee at the reception afterwards.
That was a misstep.
That was a misstep.
Yeah.
I think tonight will be lots of laughs, lots of tears. There were both of those yesterday.
Yeah.
I know I watched the Taylor Hawkins concert. I watched both of them. And it was exactly that. There were beautiful stories. There were lots of laughter and funny stories. And there were enlightening moments that people shared that they've never talked about. And we get to, see these people, Ed Roland and Lizzie and Joe and all of these people that have these intimate moments with Pierre and what they mean to him. And we, look at them maybe as idols or mentors in their field. And what do they know about this guy that meant so much to us?
Right. The reason I had asked of what it's going to be like is mainly because Greg Monahan, former employee, fellow employee here, he was Pierre used to refer to him as Grinning Greg, the graphics guy.
Yeah.
Looks at me and says, you're going tomorrow night, right? And I go, yeah. He goes, doing shots, right? Shots, right? He's got a big smile on his face. I'm like, dude. It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
I get up at 3:45 in the morning. Of course I'm doing shots. No, I'm like, dude, I'm not going to party hard tonight. I will do that later on. But I was like, okay, is this going to be full on woo tonight? Or is that just Greg doing his thing,
It'll probably be a mixture of all of the things.
Yeah.
The Fillmore does have a bar, so please enjoy yourselves.
No, it'll be cool. And obviously, we're going to be there for a run, but we also have the live broadcast on Friday. And it's a chance for so many people who haven't had a chance to reflect upon this, be a part of it. And it always distills down to the music and how important music was for Pierre. So this is a necessary step in this process. And by the way, you don't just take a couple months to acknowledge and celebrate and mourn Pierre Robert. It's going to be going on for a while still.
Yes. Yeah, agreed. I think, throughout Emma Barbecue, whatever happens with us, it'll still all be Pierre. I do highly suggest that you bring some tissues. There is a video that Breakdown Media created. That's Nick Murphy, Sarah Parker, and Sean McDonald from Neumann University also helped. It is beautiful.
Yeah.
And
you saw it.
You're going to cry. Yeah, those guys were working on it in our offices. They were pulling old footage Pierre just was like, you just wanted to capture everything he did, whether it was a record that wouldn't play while he was doing his vinyl cut and it was scratching, or he was dancing in the hallway. There's so much footage of him. They were trying to collect it all, and I saw it as it was coming together, and it was beautiful.
And to break it down to such a short amount of time, it almost needs like a docuseries.
Yeah.
It could be.
And it will come. I was, I mean, it has to. I mean, you're talking a legendary rock and roll DJ that had as we learned, a global impact. Yeah, there's loads of footage that's still being cataloged.
Preston, you say, will people enjoy themselves? And I just realized, when we did the celebration in Rittenhouse Square, everyone was asking what Pierre's coffee order was. I think it was like a dark roast at La Colombe. Well, if Pierre was at the Fillmore tonight, he would get himself a nice IPA.
Oh,
so if you want to drink drink in honor of Pierre, grab yourself a nice IPA.
Okay. All right. So tonight, obviously, the event, and if you got tickets, and we will see you there. If not, like we said, you can check it out. Stream it, and details at WMMR.com. All right, I was just asking Casey how we're on time with our next guest, so we have a little bit more time.
Yeah, Marissa, apparently the roads suck right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
76 is
That's weird.
Yeah.
So then we have time to chat about this thing that I saw yesterday, which I was not familiar with obviously the holiday coming up, and it is, do you guys clean your Christmas trees?
Yeah, I vacuum mine every day.
I just put it in the washing machine. Right. Yeah. I mean, to me, that makes more sense. You get it really clean.
Real or fake?
Both.
Okay.
Do you clean your Christmas trees? That's my question.
This year I did not, because I got a brand new Christmas tree.
But you do sometimes?
No.
Okay, so that's the question I'm asking. You clean your Christmas tree?
Do you?
No, I've never heard of it before. But I saw this article about how you should clean your Christmas trees and how to do it.
Yeah, what I do is I lay it out for Christmas. I seal it up in its container, its bag.
Yeah.
And I put it in the basement.
Well, there are live trees that are covered in pollen, mold spores, and other allergens and pollutants. And artificial trees can be a haven for dust mites and allergens as well. So they're saying you should clean your Christmas tree.
So let me ask you.
Never heard of this.
Yeah. When I'm walking through cat crap and vomit and all that stuff, I go to dust the tree.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Well, it's not dusting your tree. So here's the deal. So like with a live Christmas tree, you prepare your tree first. You make any necessary pruning cuts and getting it to stand, and then you follow these steps. What you do is you let the tree rest in its stand outside until the branches relax and open up. So you do that?
I used to do that. Yeah,
okay,
when we had live trees, I would let it unfurl properly outside.
So then you got to spray it down with a hose.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I set it on fire.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I did not spray it down with the hose. I just let it unfurl.
Yes. So they recommend that you actually wash it by spraying it down outside.
And I never did that.
Yeah.
Come on.
How long does it take to dry out then after you spray it down with water?
I don't know.
Okay. Because I was worried about that with the snow that came on Sunday. All those Christmas tree lots, and how do they get all that snow and the water and all that stuff off of the tree?
To me, I've in all the years I've had, we've had many live trees over the years. You get it, you kind of shake it out, you kind of prune it, and take care of a little bit of tinkering around. You put it in the stand. You keep the tree food going into the base. You keep it moist, and that's it. I don't give it a massage.
So Casey, it says you let the tree dry thoroughly. If needed, use a leaf blower to remove the debris.
Oh, that makes sense.
I bet you a lot of this has to do with like you were talking about getting aphids in the house or getting praying mantises or
might be part of it.
Yeah. Or other feral creatures that have wandered into your tree.
Casey, I bet you the drive home helps dry it off. It's a little. If it's on
not
the
drive.
top.
No, you're supposed to. You take it because that's tied up
after you get home.
Yeah, like I said, you take it out and then you set it up on the stand outside. You let it unfurl and flop. So you're not going to throw it back on top of your car.
What you do, Preston, is you put the stand, the fully open tree in the stand on top of the car and drive around for an hour.
I like that.
And if you can, put the decorations on, too.
Yeah, when we were younger, when we would get our real tree, we would let it sit and settle in the stand.
And think about
home.
what it did.
Yeah, you think about what you did, you bastard. No, you would let it sit for a day at least, so all the branches could come down, and then we would, put the lights and the garland.
I like to let it out in the backyard, and so it could run around with the other trees and feel a little more at home.
So it says here, if your household is prone to severe allergies, then you can use a mixture of 1 part bleach and 20 parts water to spray the branches and wipe down the trunk.
How much tannerite do you use?
Use gloves while handling the tree. That's when you're done with it. You use the tannerite. Now, if it's an artificial tree, like it says, they are real dust magnets that harbor dust mites and other allergens, but not all of them can take a bath. Trees that are strung with lights or full of metal wires should not be sprayed with water. So here are the steps to try instead. Take pre-assembled trees outside and then give them a good shake to dislodge the dust.
Okay, Preston, you have one of these high-tech trees that can do all sorts of displays.
Right.
You want to take that outside and beat it on the ground?
Oh,
for a
no,
little
I'm
bit?
not going to do any of these things.
It's ridiculous.
I'm not doing any of this stuff.
Why don't you take your computer out and bang it on the ground?
Yeah, so if your tree is sturdy and not covered in lights or ornaments, you can use a vacuum cleaner attachment.
Wait, are we missing the boat on not going out occasionally and dusting the trees in our yard?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I will say, though, our fake tree... well, first of all, I told you guys a whole bunch of lights went out on it, so I literally went through and untangled and took out all the dead lights from the tree, which is a colossal pain in the ass, and it left a ton of needles all over the ground. But even after cleaning up all those needles, we're still vacuuming needles up.
Right.
So that's why I got rid of my tree. Had run about my artificial tree inside had been about 8 years. So and it had reached the end. The needles were falling off like crazy, and it was time. So I got a new tree, and God is in His heaven, and all is right with the world.
Right.
By the way, you speak of dusting trees outside. About a month ago, I went out and did some pruning in the yard. I like to do it in the fall. And dude, there was so much pollen on this one tree that I was trimming up. Steve, I inhaled I felt like I had chalk in my mouth.
Right, yeah.
And I was like,
we had the same thing.
Like this.
Yeah, I walked through. One brushed against me. That's why I was nodding, and I had whatever the pollen the entire sleeve was covered in it. I'm like, well, there you go.
All right, so you can use a vacuum cleaner attachment on the tree to remove dust.
Should you prune an artificial tree?
No, you shouldn't do that. Test a small area at the base of the tree first to make sure that you won't damage it. It's like when you do hair dye, you do it just a little bitty spot first.
Yeah.
Make sure it's okay.
Do you give a COVID test to your tree?
Not this year, because I think we're good. And this is use a lightly dampened cloth or duster to wipe down the branches and trunk.
I take it out of the bag. What I do present it though. I walk around because, again, I do love real trees, but I cannot have one in my house. The best place to display it is surrounded by old-style radiators that would turn it into an Oppenheimer dream if I let that happen. So, but what I do is with an artificial tree, a lot of people don't do, is you pull the branches out, and bend, and you contour the tree. And I'm an artist when it comes to that.
And I ended up doing that because, as a result, direct result of me taking all of those lights, the dead lights off of the tree. Preston, I'm reading this stuff to us. And I don't hate a lot of people.
You getting hard,
but I hate the person that wrote this article. They're so freaking anal. Like, I couldn't imagine sharing a home with somebody like that.
I put the decorations down in the basement. I cover them like in like a protective bag.
Yeah, you're a normal person.
Then I take the bag off, take it outside, done. I quickly run a cloth over it, put the bag over, and take it down in the basement. That's what I do. And I haven't had a bad Christmas yet.
No, I've never cleaned any ornament or tree or anything.
Do you dust your turkey for Thanksgiving?
No.
Yeah.
We do it au naturel.
Come on.
Yeah. But
take your turkey out and bang it on the ground.
That's why I thought this was interesting to bring up, because I've never heard of this before.
No, it's a little anal.
So it says, with artificial trees, your best protection from allergens is prevention. Give your tree a dusting at the end of the season and store it somewhere cool and dry.
If you're that hypersensitive to your dusty Christmas tree, then just wear a hazmat suit during the holidays.
And then you place your artificial tree in a box or storage bag to prevent it from collecting dust and contaminants while it is in storage, too.
I will say I made the mistake, and I didn't realize it until this year, that because we have two trees, right? Privilege. No, one's bigger and more nice, and then we have a smaller tree with colored lights and all homemade ornaments or whatever. And every year when I break it down, we get all the ornaments off. I always took the trees down in whole. It's so much easier to just break it down, take it in pieces. I'm so lazy that I thought just taking it all down as one giant thing was easier. And the reality is if you just break it down, and it actually ends up being a little bit easier.
I was watching what is apparently the height of decadence for the more well-heeled is to have a special room that is your fully displayed artificial tree. You keep it in the room, and then there's like a hidden door that slides, and you pull it. I mean, that apparently is the height of a sign of success.
Yeah,
there's my all year round Christmas tree storage room.
Yeah, and you just break that out,
just drag it on out.
That's it. That's that would be privilege, for sure. All right. Well, in case you were curious, that's how you wash your Christmas tree. Now you know.
Yeah, tumble dry, right?
Knowledge is power. Yeah. Am I continuing on,
No,
or
I
do we
think
take
we
a
could
break?
probably take a break.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just want to make sure that we have our guest. That'd be weird. All right. So, yes, we will take a break, but let's, with all this Christmas chat, let's invite somebody to the Christmas Miracle live broadcast.
Yeah.
It's day after tomorrow. We arrive well before the sun does in lovely Phoenixville, Pennsylvania. If you would like to go, I'm going to take two callers. We'll take callers 17 and 18 at 610-660-9333. We invite you to come in your best Christmas duds, whether it be an ugly sweater or some type of ornate over-the-top costume you want to organize and get together, because we'll be giving away beer for a year from Garage Beer. We thank those guys for being a part of this event. And also Phoenixville First. They are our sponsors. They've given us great gift baskets that we're going to be giving away, along with a ton of other big prizes, and their experiential things, and there's all kinds of gifts that you can walk away with tomorrow, on Friday, if you are called up on stage to participate in one of our stupid contests for a good time.
It's a great time.
And it's a thank you to you.
Yeah.
For all year long supporting the show. And the Souderton High School choir is going to sing again. So we'll have some live entertainment. It's going to be fun. So let's take those callers right now and get you on board. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Alex Pearlman's going to be here. And we're also going to talk to Dean Norris in a little while as well. So stay where you are.
Orders of chicken fingers?
There was 7 of us.
Yeah.
And my oldest at the time was 7 years old. I had 4 little kids.
The fact that you listen,
Same exact thing.
But I mean, is there a listing for an individual serving of chicken?
No,
no,
there's
but
like a little paper menu on the thing, and it's like there's no prices, and it's like chicken tenders, French fries, fried shrimp, whatever.
So
I'm like, oh, let me get 5 orders. And at first they brought out like one chafing dish of French fries and one of chicken nuggets, and I was like, well, that makes sense. Like for room, they just put it all in one big tray, whatever.
Right.
And then they came back like 4 more times.
Oh my!
And I was like, what is going on? Like, this is like we paid like $1,000 for this like suite for Disney on Ice to begin with, and they were like, oh no, like this is all you ordered. And I was like, oh well, then we have a problem.
Yeah, we have a major problem, and that's why, like, this is the norm for them. That's the thing for these, the servers. That's the norm. So
well, they're used to providing food for a suite. However, if there's 7 people, like with Jessica's situation, and one of them is a kid, and you says, are you sure you want 250,000 chicken fingers?
Yeah, you have to explain. This is an entire dish that you're
Chafing
ordering.
dish.
Do you like even with yours, Casey? They should have explained to you, like her saying, "Okay, let's start off with 1." Well, you didn't know what that meant. Like there should be. Hey, are you?
All right,
you
so
understand that there's
250,000 fingers and 51,000 French fries.
Jessica, did you get the money thing worked out with them?
I cried and cried and cried and cried, and they like took 4 of them off because we didn't touch them, and I refused to touch them. But it was still like $200 in chicken nuggets and French fries.
Oh my God!
4 little kids,
especially when you went the extra mile to get the thing and take the kids to see Disney on Ice, which I'm sure you were riveted by.
You get a week's worth of chicken fingers to take home with you.
Right.
But like the thing is, you feel like an idiot. You know what I mean? Like
you do.
How did
You
I
feel
not
embarrassed.
know?
You feel embarrassed.
Yeah.
You feel like, and listen, all the time there, like whenever I encounter the people, the wait staff, they're awesome. Like they'll hook you up and they'll take care of you. But there should be perhaps a little bit better delineation between an individual, if they even offer an individual size.
Thanks, Jessica.
And a chafing dish.
So I had something similar, and I don't want to say like where I was, but I went in to have a service done. And I was expecting one price, right? So I went in and so I ended up getting quoted this price that was basically 3 times as much as I had anticipated.
Right.
And I was so embarrassed that I couldn't pay it.
Yeah.
That I was like, okay, well, hang on to, and so they still have my stuff.
I will use my mouth on you.
But I was like, okay, all right.
Did they do the service?
So there were 3 things that I needed serviced. I asked for them to service the cheapest one of the 3. I go, okay, hang on to everything, and then when I come back and pick this up, I will.
Why don't you just go get it and say no thanks?
So I ended up sending an email to somebody else, because I dealt with somebody online. The person that I dealt with at the store was different. So then when I went home, I finally got the balls to go, I can't pay this. Like, I don't want, And so I emailed the person. I'm like, listen, this is what I thought was, and I was too embarrassed to say something and just walk away with my product.
You should have sent them a note like written in crayon. This is my house. I cannot afford this.
But I was so and that's what it really boiled down to, was just me being too embarrassed to say. It's too
do you think they were being?
me.
Do you think they're being predatory to you? Do you
No,
think they were,
no.
Okay, you just got confused.
I just got confused, and I didn't know. Going into it. The other problem is, like, when you want to find out how much something costs, like, the internet doesn't really help you with that sort of stuff. You're like, how much should this cost? And then the internet's like, well,
we don't know.
We don't know.
You know where this happens actually a lot is the nail salon. So I was sitting in a nail salon and I watched them. Do you want this new type of manicure? And the girl was like, okay, well, what is it? And there's a little bit of a language barrier. So they do their best to explain it to her. And she's like, all right, yeah, that sounds fine. Great. Comes with a little extra massage, whatever it was. And I was still there when she checked out. And it was a $200 manicure she got.
Well,
she goes, what do you mean $200? And they were like, well, we did whatever the nail polish was and this and that. And she was like, absolutely not. She goes, it took you the same amount of time to do my nails as if I were to get a regular manicure. If it was a 3-hour-long manicure and there was more time that went into it, but what
was their reaction?
She refused to pay it. She said, I am not paying this. She said, you can call the cops. You can do what you want. I am not paying you for this. And they did eventually just charge her what she would have normally paid when she, went in there on a normal basis to get a regular manicure.
I also, I just got a text. I was reminded, same thing happened with dog grooming. And so
dog grooming's expensive.
Well, and I know
if you
that.
don't know that.
And I know that, and I know going in, but I'd gone in the last time, and my dogs were a little hairier, a little bit more matted.
About their butt hair removed as well, please?
Steve, these guys charge me hundreds of dollars.
Really?
More than what I'm used to paying. They charged me a matting fee, and they just shaved it off anyway.
What was the final charge?
It was like, hon, can you text me and let me know? Because it was somewhere in the neighborhood of somewhere between $300 to $500.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
That's ridiculous.
It was 2 dogs. And
they have big dogs.
2 big dogs.
Yeah.
And Reggie doesn't do well with the dryers.
Right.
He gets really anxious. He's not nasty. But he's also 80 pounds.
Right.
So that's why I was kind of like, okay, it is what it is. And, but I was like, but I was too embarrassed to go, I'm not paying this.
Right.
That's way too much. And then, and I don't know what when you just say it's a matting fee, but then you just shave over it anyway. I'm like, what's the difference if you're, there might be a big difference. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not
But
a dog
it seems
groomer.
very pricey. It seems extraordinary. I mean, even for the size of your dogs, that's ridiculous.
Here's a text says, went out in Amman, Jordan, one time and ended up with a $3,000 US dollar bill that I had to argue down to $1,500 in Arabic, surrounded by a bunch of Jordanian thugs. He said everything is negotiable in the Middle East. It was a gentleman's club, and we were paying for the, quote, the girls' time and their $50 drinks. We didn't even get an effing OTPHJ out of the 3 of us. And so they had to argue $3,000. Wow.
That's insane.
Hang on a second. There was, here's one that says, hey guys, everyone should know that if they're in a foreign country, unlike America, if there's bread or anything else on the table, when you sit down, you'll get charged for it.
Yeah.
That does happen. Yes, I have heard of that.
Yeah, and when
so if it seems like it's complimentary because it's sitting out, you need to be aware that you might have.
And as they point out with this place that started this place that Mykonos, they actually there is a menu online with the prices that are nothing like what this mother and daughter were charged for 2 crab's legs and 2 mojitos.
Yeah. Hang on, I want to go to John. Hey, John. Good morning.
Hey guys, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, buddy?
So quick story, similar to Casey, just being, not sure of something. My wife, it was her birthday. She's also about to give birth to our second boy. This was about 4 years ago. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to take you out to a jewelry store. You pick anything you want. Mm-hmm. And I am a man of modest means. My wife is a person of modest means.
Right.
And so we go to the jewelry store. The lady was super nice. She's like, oh, let's look at this, look at this. And my wife was like, I would like earrings. So she takes us to this display case. I'm wearing like mesh shorts and a T-shirt. So, she takes us to the case. My wife puts it on. She looks great. My wife then goes, you know what? I really don't. I asked the lady. I was like, how much is it going to be? She was like $3 to $5. I was like, oh, okay. And then my wife's like, oh, I really don't feel too good. Let's just leave. So we walk out of the store and I go, Ray, are you okay? And she's like, those earrings she showed you? And I was like, yes. She was like, that was $3,000 to $5,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she knows, my wife knows, and it's a similar thing that you guys were talking about, being embarrassed. She knows that I would have been so embarrassed, I would have paid. I would have been like, here you go. Yep.
That's the worst when you listen and you're a hardworking person and you're there and you want to. And then when you have to really, and they do that on purpose a lot of times, they really hide the price and they make it small. So I'm just very over it. I want to see look at the price tag and say, this is what I'm looking for. You won't waste your time and you won't waste their time. But it is a little weird when you're like, whoa.
Oh, yeah, dude. And I remember in my earlier years of wandering into a higher fashion store or higher end jeweler, like a big name like Cartier or Tiffany, and starting to, shop for something Rochelle, and then they get to the price and I'm like,
yeah, you're like Steve Martin. The head turns.
Yeah, you have to try to play off the
that's Gene Wilder.
Stir crazy.
Yeah.
$1,000.
But it tests.
I gotta find that.
It tests your composure.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be embarrassed.
Oh my God!
You know what
I bought Claire's the engagement ring, and it was a place in New York called Fortunoff's, and I'm like,
this was pre-Steven Singer days.
Pre-Steven Singer.
Wait, Fortunoff's sold diamonds? I thought it was like
It was actually
costume jewelry.
in Long Island. It was known as the jewelry store. This is if only I had Steven Singer at the time.
Wait, no, wait. No, sit.
I was sweating bullets because you're just getting started and you want to make sure that you also want to do something that she's going to like and at least be able to show her friends.
Yeah.
And I remember going in there and fortunately the person was very kind. Again, and we're not saying it just because it's, he's an advertiser, but it's the truth. It's the Steven Singer experience is a lot better. And they get this. They get that you're going to work within your budget, and that means all the difference in the world.
I remember asking a dentist because I had to get it had to have been a root canal or something like that. And I was like, well, so I was presented with options. And I was like, well, how much does a root canal cost?
It's going to be some money.
He wouldn't tell me.
What?
Wait, no,
So somebody in that office knows how much a root canal costs. Can somebody please tell me how much this is going to cost so I know?
Honestly, and it's the truth, and I implore you, you are the customer. Do not feel bad. Whatever your means, you're in there to give business to these people.
Yeah, you're entitled to that information.
You're entitled to that information.
Yep.
And if they seem secretive about it, leave.
Let me go to Chris. He wants to comment on the dental thing. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Yoo-hoo.
He just knew he prompted.
It's too early. I couldn't do it.
What's up, Chris?
First of all, I thought when I was on the phone I was dying because I heard an angel speaking to me, and I was like, "Oh, it's Marissa." I love Marissa. When she's on, it's an A+ show all the time.
Oh, there you go. We'll let Bill Weston know that.
Yeah.
All right, well, quit hitting on her and tell us your story, please.
Casey was saying about the dental. Yeah, be careful because these smaller offices are being bought out by larger ones, and they're pushing stuff out. My friend went to one, and they tried pushing all this stuff on her, and she's like, I don't even need it. Like
Zoom whitening and stuff like that, or
tongue whitening.
And years ago, somebody went in for a procedure, and they came out. They got 10 teeth.
All right, thank you, Marissa. Not the last time that we saw this gentleman, but the time before that was at the Eagles parade, the Eagles victory parade.
Yeah.
And then we recently saw him at the Camp Out for Hunger, but you didn't hear him because he just kind of did a flyby and came by and said hello. But it was about the time that he had crossed the threshold of 1 million followers on Instagram. Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Pearlman is here.
Thank you so much, Preston. Steve, how are you guys doing? I just want to say, Marissa, thank you so much for the traffic report. And I want to add an addendum to there. If you are currently on I-76 driving eastbound in a black Toyota CRV with Maryland license plate KCN5615, put your phone down, stop watching Instagram reels, and drive, lady. Oh my God.
Was
and
it
also,
dead overt?
Oh, it was the whole ride. I want to let you know. I took 30, all of this, by the way, eastbound, directly into the sun to come here.
Yeah.
30 business to 202 to I-76 to go through the Conshohocken and Herb to be here in person.
Yeah.
And then I hear that your next guest calls in.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. I love being here in person.
Yeah.
I do love being here in person. I love seeing whether or not Casey dressed up like a divorced dad or like he is Spencer's manager. And then I love after the show when Steve will show me his entire Batman real doll collection.
Yeah.
But it's a great time. I love being here in person. I do. do. I really do. And I thank you guys all. Every time you guys let me come in,
Well, listen,
I'm so excited.
If Dean Norris lived in the area, we'd give him crap too. But
I
he
know.
doesn't.
Well, you could. And he should. I would
Yeah.
love to see. It was Hank from Breaking Bad, right? Hank. I would love to see Hank stuck on I-76.
Oh, my God.
All right. The memes from that alone that would come out.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Because it's the bane of everyone's existence, 76.
Yeah.
It is a nightmare. And so I moved from Manayunk to Mount Airy. So now my thoroughfare of choice is 309, which is similar direction, same sort of layout.
Yeah.
309 ties into, hopping on the, the turnpike. Got it. So that's a little bit of a help. None of the same problems of 76.
No.
None of the same problems.
Can I tell you? There's a couple things. Number one, I think that they should put the man who designed I-76 name on that. We should just call it. I don't know what his name is.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't want anybody to know what his name is.
Right, yeah.
And they don't want us to know where he's buried because I'm sure he's old. Because that would be. And I'm not even going to do that joke. But the other thing is, I discovered this during COVID. Right. I had a job that was it was one of the ones, and I was an essential worker.
Yeah.
They made me still go in. I couldn't do Zoom. I couldn't work from home. I had to go in. And guess what? It was terrible, but there was no traffic, Steve. It was the greatest experience of my life. Every day.
That's our world.
There was no traffic. And then what happened? That shot came out. And the first people they gave the shot to were old people. And then I swear to God, it was like the day after the shot, traffic started showing up and that's what it is.
Yeah.
So if I took over this country, if I was the dictator of America, I would turn to every medical facility and I would say any elderly person is not allowed to be scheduled until at least 10 a.m. because they're getting 7:30 a.m. appointments.
True.
Yeah.
It's true.
I used to work at a bank. Preston, I used to work at a bank. This is what old people do. They go, they get a 7:30 doctor's appointment. And then after the 7:30 doctor's appointment, they then go to the bank, and then they go sit at a diner and read the newspaper. They could push, none of this is time sensitive. They could push all of this to 10. Everyone would love it. Everyone would love it if the Nana and pop-ups they don't call were actually out there. Because that's my job at the bank. When I worked at the bank as a teller, I would have these people come in, and I just realized the whole thing. They would come in, they would cash a check.
It's true.
They would withdraw some money. I had this one lady, she withdrew every single week. On Tuesday, she would withdraw $50. And on Thursday, she would redeposit it.
What?
Every single week.
So
that
was it just so she could interact with people?
Just so she could get out of the house.
Oh, man, that's
that was
depressing.
Well, so there's another thing you have to add here is morning mass. Okay,
Yeah.
so morning
Yeah,
mass
yeah.
doesn't have to be at 8:30 in the
No,
morning.
it does not.
No, you can push that back as well.
So let me ask you, how would you, this has been the age-old question in the area, 76, what do you do? Can you expand? Do you do a double, do you do another double-decker? Yeah. Do you go subterranean? Do you do like the, what Boston did, with the subterranean method? Is there? Should we just stop banging our head against the wall? It can never be fixed.
Well, first thing is you got to just accept it. Unfortunately, right now,
it is what
you got to just accept. That's the thing is if you're listening to this radio right now and you're in your car, first thing, pull out your phone and go to heliumcomedy.com. Go to Philadelphia. I'm going to be at the Helium Comedy Club at 4 p.m. On Saturday and Sunday doing a big show, but. Beyond that, you gotta let it roll over your body.
Here's another thing that I think really should happen is every single person should use GPS and or the same GPS so that the computers can figure out the best way to route us to where we're going in the quickest amount of time. So if you got the computers working on it all together.
Like a big HAL 9000 system?
Yeah,
well,
kind of.
I'll tell you one thing that would fix 76 would be if we actually had enough running trains that we could count on. My wife used to she would go from the suburbs into the city because she had to go work in Center City. She had her job literally was internet, but they still made her go into the city. I was like, what's your job again? She's like, I'm in charge of this company's Instagram. I'm like, and they're making you go an hour 15, and she was like, yeah. So she would take twice a week. She would take the train in, and it was unreliable. And because it's unreliable, more and more people end up on I-76. And so it's like there's got to be something we have to be able to fix with public transportation and adding on lines and things along that line. Because just adding lanes, like I look at 76. If we add lanes, that's just going to mean there's just going to be more people in that lane thinking that they're going to get by faster. They tried this in LA. They've tried this everywhere else. That's been the big thing.
I got so excited when they reopened West River Drive because it seemed like they were opening it not, you know how they close it on the weekends?
Yes.
Between April and November. It seems like they're not doing that. But then I started taking it, and it's only one lane. So if you get behind one of those really slow drivers going 20 miles an hour, it's like, don't you know the rules of this road?
So this is the fight I get with my parents all the time, because my parents come over because I got a toddler now, and so they come over all the time, and my dad will always be arguing with routes, and there's two ways to get to my house. There's a back route, and there's the highways. And he's always like, I take the back routes. But I was like, okay, but about every 5 times you take the back route, you show up and start complaining how you got stuck behind this one old person, or a loose Amish buggy has somehow entered the area, or you get stuck behind a tractor. Yeah, I'm like, at least on the highway, you'll be, okay, they might back up a little bit, but eventually you can get around somebody. There's enough lanes, so then you feel like it's that feeling of control that we want, right?
Let me ask you, Alex. So you know, obviously you're an energized guy, and I know you know, obviously your rants are famous, and that's kind of what put you on the map.
Yeah.
If you're driving, you know, which is can make even the most docile person go out of their freaking mind. How do you suppress the Chernobyl-like rage you must feel?
Okay, well, first thing, I listened to this show. That's one thing I did this morning. I was listening to it. No, it really was. And I had you guys on because I wanted to know what you guys were talking about. I was listening to the file and everything else you guys were going through and talking about Pierre Robert and those things. So that helped me. Okay. Actually kept me calm. And actually having the GPS with the little ETA in the corner,
right?
That is actually, because my dad had he's better now.
Massive road rage?
He was just one of those, he'd just get tense. He'd be like, we're going to be stuck. And I'd be like, we're just going home. You're just getting mad to sit on the couch. Like, that's crazy.
Right,
And so, I mean, like, when we go to football games and stuff like that, my dad would leave. It wouldn't even matter winning or losing. We left third quarter because he was like, I don't want to get stuck in the traffic in the parking lot. And I was like, I get it. But part of it's like, I mean, we're paid for the whole game.
Yeah.
You know, just like, let's see. I've been to one game where, you know, there was like, actually we got to the ending of it. And the way he acted in the car, I was like, I don't ever need to see that. I can just watch it on TV. But so I worked really hard to make sure that. And then the other part of it is just sometimes, you know, you look over in the corner, you're like, I'm just going to get there when I get there. And that's the part that stinks. And like, you can sit there, because the only way to truly fix it, like we were talking about, is you have to actually like I'd have to go get elected, go to Harrisburg, get a budget passed, then work my way up to become the Pennsylvania Secretary of Transportation, and then slowly start to work over 45 years to add an extra exit and to put up a little bit of the sticks on Business 30, right where 322 merges, where people don't seem to understand. Go to the end of the merge lane. Stop coming over early, you psychos. You're just causing a bigger issue. You're cutting in line, which creates a bigger line. Why are we here?
You'd
that
really
seems
triggered me with
elaborate.
that.
I know, it's so bad. It's so bad. The amount of times I'm just driving around. Because again, I used to work I had so many jobs. I used to work in mall security, right? And one of the things in mall security I learned is just like when we get into a mode, when we become a crowd, we just turn into cattle. You know, like people go, oh, sheep. No, we're cattle at certain points.
Yeah.
Like when I came to see you guys after the
camp out?
Yeah, no, not camp out. The Super Bowl part.
Super Bowl,
the Super Bowl thing, right?
Yeah.
So I was with you guys and Pierre and everybody else. I left to go meet some friends of mine, and they were down, at Broad and Christian. So I was like, I'm going to get out of here. And so I walked out of that hotel. I was the first time in my life, I nearly got crowd crushed.
Dude, so I told this a similar story.
Yeah.
Now, I've been in crowds. I'm a decent-sized guy.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking, oh, now I understand how the Who concert crushing occurred.
I got lifted off the ground.
Yeah.
I'm 6'1".
Yeah.
I got lifted, like, just because there was a bottleneck there where that old Wawa used to be, and then there's a subway entrance and all that different stuff right there on Broad. It was at Broad in, I don't remember the exact intersection.
It was like 80 feet I was traveling. It took half
forever.
Hour. Yeah.
It felt like I-76.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
All you had to do was just go down a street or two, and then
go over,
and then just walk parallel to Broad Street.
But once you're in it, you're in it. You can't.
No, and again, it was one of those ones where I was just like, oh, I gotta just accept this. And I had actually people. By the time it was done, I looked back and I had people holding my jacket because they realized I was getting through, and they were like, we just grabbed onto you and followed you. I was like, wow. This is how leaders are born. You know what I mean? Like,
there was a kid. There were two kids behind me, and I had my arm back, and I just kept like yelling because I'm like, it was. You could see how it gets away, and I mean, we had one of our coworkers came in like tearing because it's a terrifying thing.
And the thing is, what was crazy about it is, you're out here, you're getting crowd crushed. You're like, I'm gonna die. Everyone's smiling. Everyone's smiling. You're like, go Birds! You're like, I'm gonna die. This is the greatest day of my life.
I'm gonna die on the
Yeah. And then I got down to Broad and Christian. I watched Jordan Mailata throw up a Budweiser right on the street, just foam. And then somebody tossed him another one, and they just pounded it on. I was like, this is a good guy. This is a good team. Good group of guys. But also, I will say, if you are in the future for anybody, knock on wood, cross my heart. Let's hope that crushing the worst team in football actually fixed the mojo, right? If we do ever go back, if you are coming from out of town, don't go to Center City. If you want to just see the parade, you want to see the buses, go to South Philly. I'm going to go ahead and blow my spot because I'm probably never going to be able to make it down there in the same way. I'm telling you, right down there where I don't know if the Popeyes is still there, where the Popeyes used to be.
Popeyes is still there.
McDonald's is closed.
You should just catch it at the beginning of the route.
Yeah, right down there. It was so good. And there wasn't any crush. There wasn't that. But we were like 3 deep there with a railing. And the cops were chill. When I got to where you guys were in Center City or God forbid over on Ben Franklin Parkway, you're just in it.
But
we're just cattle.
How from where we were up on that balcony.
Oh, it was
amazing.
Beautiful.
It was amazing.
It was so good. And I was so jealous because the security guard there was like, sir, you cannot go out there. You are not part of the WMMR family. I'm like, I beg to differ. I beg to differ. I've seen Steve's Enterprise D model.
Yeah, that's it.
And that is not a metaphor.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, that's good advice for the Mummers Parade.
Yeah.
The Mummers Parade goes to Washington.
Yes.
And if you try to watch it in Center City, sometimes you can't see the performances.
Yeah.
But if you get a little closer down towards Washington, they do another one right by the firehouse there.
You know what it is? People want the energy of that collection.
They do.
Collective.
They do.
So 3 Deep is, listen, I get it. It is just a different vibe. I'm with you. I'm fine with the 3 Deep.
It's the same with concerts, right? When you got a concert stage and you got the big stacks of speakers on the side, everybody does that weird oval in the front.
Yeah.
I'm always working around the edges. I'll work the edges and then I'll get to like that corner of the rail and then slowly I'll move I'll wiggle my way over a little bit. But like so many people love to just go right up the middle. I'm like, you're not Saquon.
You know what I do? I go into
you're not going to make it. He's not making it sometimes.
And I think, Preston, you'll get this. When I go into a large setting with a lot of people, I go into the room as if I'm playing a first-person shooter. I hug the walls, right?
Yeah.
Like, because you're like, I got what
perimeter.
happens?
You got to go.
You got to work the perimeter.
Thank God for people like that, though, because the drone footage of that parade, especially when they're coming around like City Hall, like I feel like I need to go back and watch it right now. Like watching that afterwards and watching all the drone footage and all the cell phone footage and all that stuff. Thank God people love to be in the thick of it all.
Oh, no, it's
not
great.
me.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that we're talking to reasonable people, all right? We're talking to Preston and Steve listeners, all right? I've met them, reasonable people. But no, I mean, it's just one of those things in general. Like there's some people want to be right down there. They want to get in there. They want to feel the crush and the push and the pull of the crowd. That's not me. I want to just be on the side. I want to have my experience, and then I want to be able to leave at the pace I want to leave.
At a good time.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You want to talk about good time? Yeah. My show, this Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to get this plug in.
Yeah.
This Saturday and Sunday, Helium Comedy Club. On Saturday, it's at 4. On Sunday, it's at 3:30. I want you to think about this, folks. If you're out there listening, you're driving, you go, oh, I hate going to a late comedy show. I get home so late. We got to find a babysitter, and that babysitter got to pay extra overtime, all this different stuff to stay there. No, you don't got to do any of that. It's an early matinee show. You can come in, you see my show, then you go have a nice dinner.
That's a good idea.
You don't have to come in and be like a 10 p.m. show. You're hammered, you're tired, any of those things.
Is this the way you like to operate, doing these earlier shows?
I like it. Here's the thing. I didn't used to. When I started out doing comedy and stand-up comedy in Philadelphia back in 2002, I used to have a rule, which is I shouldn't be telling jokes when the sun is up. I felt like that was a sin. Okay. Some of the things that I covered, some of the topics, I was like, you know what? I feel like people don't want to hear this in daylight hours. But the good news about Helium Comedy Club is it is the basement of a parking garage, so it's already dark. But on top of that, I discovered my audience is like in their 30s for the most part. They're people that have kids, young kids especially, and they're looking for something that's flexible with their schedule.
Yeah.
And so slowly, when the clubs realized that I could bring in an audience at those times, and I realized I could be home by 8, I said, bang, bang, boom, let's do this. Yes. I hate wearing hard pants. I'm a soft pants man now. Get me a PJ pants, get me my Adidas tracksuit. I don't want to be, I'm wearing jeans right now that I had to bust out, that I felt like I was robbing Tutankhamun's tomb when I pulled these things out. You guys were talking earlier about Christmas decorations, all right?
Yeah.
I had to pull out the vacuum for these boys because they were just so dusty. I started shaking them. They were crusty a little bit. I broke them in. And then when I got on the highway, I started to feel a little bit better. I had the seat warmer on. They're a little bit looser now.
Give me a best guesstimate on how often you clean a pair of jeans.
How often? All right. Well, it depends on I try to give them like 3 or 4 wears.
Oh, wow. We got
I got a toddler. All right, I don't know. Yeah. Sometimes I only get half a wear. Okay, because let me tell you, my wife will make the kid a PB&J, and you know what the kid does? Immediately, he just turns to me and goes, "Now I want to touch you." I don't know. Pat House, so I know you guys have it. He got a great joke, an amazing joke about being there, and mom hands the money to the kid, and then the kid hands the money to the cashier, and he's like, "How did it get sticky?" Like and that's what my kid's he's in the no phase now. He's in the sticky phase now. He's in the who let the dogs out phase now. I don't know who taught my kid that Who Let the Dogs Out is a song, but I want to let you know, his daycare is exactly 3.5 listens to Who Let the Dogs Out from our house.
Wow.
That song is 26 years old. I was like, who played this? Because he just looked at us one day and just went, "Who let the dog out?" And I'm like, no, and you got to play it.
Let me ask you that, because you talk about your dad getting clamped up in traffic. Do you notice yourself? Are you in any way becoming your dad?
Okay, why are you psychoanalyzing me this early in the morning? This is a rough show,
I'm just curious.
Am I becoming my dad?
Yeah, because
I use a lot of TikTok filters to make sure I look different. Let me tell you, there was one day where TikTok, they had this age filter, and I turned it on, and I literally it was my dad's face staring at me.
Really?
It put the wrinkles right in the eyes in the same spot. It put a little bit of white in the beard, in the same areas, the temples, the same area. And I stared right at it, and I go, "Oh my God." And I just took it, and I deleted that footage immediately. And I said, I'm going to do whatever I can. No, man, my dad and I are very, very similar. I know that I'm a mix between my dad and my mom. My dad can get tense, but he lets it go. He's really good at letting it go. Well, my mom's from the South. And so she goes to church, so that way God can forgive her for the hate that's just living in there.
So there you go. She has that way out.
Yeah.
Were they happy with because you had a couple gigs? You said your bank teller, mall security. When you made the jump to comedy, was that met with yay?
Which time? I mean, that's the thing. I did it a bunch of times.
Yeah.
This last time, though, I had a secret weapon this last time.
Which was?
So 2 years ago, everything was going good with social media. Everything was good with my podcast, Too Many Tabs, which you can listen to anywhere you listen to podcasts, or my other podcast, Crashing Out with Phil DeFranco and Alex Pearlman, which you can listen to on YouTube or anywhere else.
It's very good.
They're great shows. I enjoy them. Before I had, as those were really taking off and starting up, I turned to my parents and I was like, "This is a big deal. I'm leaving a really good job." They're like, "Okay, well, I mean, I guess if that's what you got to do, and you got to feel good about the money." And then I was like, "Oh, and by the way, also, you're going to be grandparents." I hit them the same convo.
No kidding.
I was like, "Yeah," and they were like, "Oh," I was like, "You're going to be grandparents." Like, "Oh, we don't care about anything."
That's great.
Instantly.
Yeah.
And they love being grandparents, man. They're so good at it. They're so happy. We're just. I go through the thing all the time where I'm like, they watch the baby and I'm like, "Oh, I don't want to overstay. I don't want you guys to get tired." I'm like, "We've been waiting our entire lives for this. Why? If you want him here every day, it's fine." And I'm like, "No, but I mean, he's a toddler. He's big. He's a beefy boy. He's a thickum. All right. I got a solid kid.
Yeah.
And we already have high school football coaches like circling us. And my wife is screaming at him, "No."
Dude, you bleed green. So, how are you going to try to resist the overbearing push towards football?
So here's what's crazy. My wife wanted to, right? I went to the bank I used to work at one day, and they had these little Nerf footballs with the bank logo on it. Yeah. This is when he was 1. He was barely walking. Like he was right before he was walking. So I had this little Nerf football, and I was like, "Oh, this would be cute for the baby." So I bring it back, and I had it. I went to reach for it in my pocket. I dropped it on the ground.
Yeah.
And he army crawled to it and covered it like it was a fumble. I was like, "Oh my God." And then when he finally started walking, he picked it up, tucked it perfectly, and stuck an arm out. And I was like, "Okay, for your body type, you're not going to be a running back. However, I could see you getting a return on a fumble and having one of those big man returns." You know what I'm talking about? When they get the big man gets a 50-yarder and everybody's confused. I mean, here's the thing.
Jordan Davis.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of those things, though, where I'm sitting there. We've realized in nature versus nurture, right?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm a very left to center guy. My audience is very left to center. I have feelings about just different things that I'm super into. I thought my kid would be super into like fantasy and sci-fi and dinosaurs. My kid loves trucks. football. He loves farm equipment. Like, these are the things he watches. Like, on you, like when he sits there and he points at the YouTube as we're like picking through different stuff, he literally will point. And I'm like, all right, we're going to do Miss Rachel. He's like, trucks. And I'm like, oh no! And I got nothing. So that's the thing. If he wants to play, he's going to play, and it's going to be up to him. It's going to be up to him, and it's going to be for everything, right? Because I'm a lib in that way.
Yeah. So our old video producer Nick Murphy didn't really care about sports. You know, didn't care about the Eagles, and then he has a son. And his son is so into the Eagles and so into sports, and now all of a sudden, just because, listen, he's his son's father, and so now he has an interest in all of this stuff.
You know what? My kid right now is super into trains, but not any just type of trains. It's the Thomas the Tank plastic Japanese trains. I cannot. This is what happens to you when you guys know, when you're a parent, your kid gets down a YouTube hole and you're like, I'm stuck with them because we put it on the TV. He watches this Japanese guy play and put together plastic Thomas the Tank train sets silently. They're 20-minute long videos. And I'm sitting here as a YouTuber. I'm staring at the analytics. I'm like, this dude's getting 350,000 views, and I'm over here writing scripts for a hour and a half long podcast.
Well,
I should just be playing with toys.
Yeah, like the unboxing videos, all that stuff.
Well, listen, we're going to circle back to you if you'll hang out, Alex, because we do have a guest who is joining us on the line, and he's got a new film. It's called Border Hunters, and it is streaming on Netflix starting on the 23rd. And, you know, Steve, as you said off air, you were like, man, if you look at his list of credits,
it's insane.
It's like pages long, pages long, and obviously a lot of people. What is this?
This is my son and I's favorite scene from Breaking Bad with Hank Schrader.
Oh my God! Yes, of course. They need to play that. They need to play that at like the Flyers game, in between plays or something like that. I think they would love it. All right, but you know him from Hank from Breaking Bad, amongst so many other things. Please welcome Mr. Dean Norris to our show this morning. Hey, Dean, how you doing, man?
Hey, man, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
No problem, and we loved your version of the Rocky theme.
They should play that at the Flyers.
Yeah, totally, man. Absolutely. Well, Dean, here you are in the new movie Border Hunters, and you're playing a villain of sorts, a darker character. Is that when you're choosing roles and you're deciding whether you're going to take something or not? Does that come into play, good guy or bad guy, when you're making a decision?
It's more just the totality of the script.
Okay.
But yeah, it's always fun to play a bad guy, you know?
Yeah, we've always heard that that's something that an actor can sink his teeth into. But, you know, the thing is with something like this and a lot of the characters you play, even if they may be malevolent, there's always this sort of subtext so that they're not the classic, obvious, you know, mustache twirling guy. And I assume that has to appeal to you.
Yes. And this guy really, I mean, he's a real deep CIA operative kind of guy. Like, he's the guy that the government comes to get stuff done. You know, and so in his mind, he's a good guy because he's doing doing what he's doing. So he may be kind of an evil guy, but you never play the evil in the character. You play the humanity of the character, even if they're an evil guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So sometimes the scariest people can be the people who think they are endeavoring for your welfare, and they're completely the other way. They're going to help you. And remember, Thanos thought he had a good plan.
Yeah.
So the actor, there's a lot of action in this movie. You seem to be, just judging by the trailer, you seem to be a little bit removed from that. Do you? If you are called upon, you've been in a lot of action movies with a lot of action basis to it. Is that something that you like, or do you demur from it if you're given the option?
Well, again, you know, I'm a guy. It's always fun playing with guns and doing action stuff. You know, my very first movie was Lethal Weapon 2, and it's just always been fun to, you know, play cops and robbers, man.
Yeah.
As an adult. So. I mean, obviously, I've done a lot of other stuff, but yeah, I'll never get tired of getting to play with other guys, you know, cops and robbers.
Playing with guns.
Yeah, how could that get boring?
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Dean, if you can, take us through the plot and the setup for Border Hunters for those who aren't familiar.
Yeah, it's based, I can't tell you too much because it's a lot of plot twists and stuff, but it's essentially an attempt by the ambassador down south. His son gets killed by a fentanyl overdose, and they're like, "We need to stop this." And they're like, you know, and they come to me, and I have a very unconventional way about getting rid of the fentanyl trade. Put it that way. And I hire these crazy guys. One guy's in prison. I get him out of prison, and I hire another guy, and they go at it. So, but that's about all I can say about it.
Without giving it away.
There's a lot of plot twists.
Yep. Okay.
Hey, Dean, I wanted to ask about this outside of the film. Our guest here, Alex, when we told him that you were going to be on the show, he had said that there are tons of Dean Norris memes out there. Your face, you know, with a caption and everything. Do people send those to you?
They might tag me on Instagram or something like that. But I eventually get to see him somehow. The real viral one get everywhere. You know, my kids eventually will say, "Dad, look what everyone's looking at recently."
You're attached to so many things that are pop culture. You know, I mean, one of my favorite movies is Starship Troopers, Paul Verhoeven, and I don't think it was realized, you know, how cynical and cool it was, and, you know, addressing, you know, wartime propaganda and all that stuff. It was great. But I mean, I see memes pop up from that all the time. What was it like working on that film with Paul Verhoeven, and are you surprised that it's kind of finally found its cult audience?
Yeah, that was fantastic time working on that film. I love Paul Verhoeven and made friends on that thing. And yeah, you know, I think one critic at the time put it in his top 10 list. Everybody else kind of panned it. But yeah, I think it's a cool film, and I'm glad people are starting to find it again.
With the collection of stuff you have, is there one thing that surprised you that people really like? Obviously, Breaking Bad is the obvious, you know, one of the greatest shows of all time. But is there something that just catches you off guard from your massive library of films and TV where you're surprised people have latched onto something and really seem to approach you with it often?
You know, I did a TV show called Claws.
But the animals.
Where I played this crazy mafia boss from the South, kind of a hillbilly, you know, not a hillbilly mafia boss, and dealt with pills. And people just come up to me all the time, man. They just they love that character.
I'm thinking of it.
And I'm glad they did. It's such a wacky character. I didn't know if anybody would.
Yeah. Alex, you had a question?
Yeah, Dean, I was just looking through your filmography here on Wikipedia, and I'm noticing just the through line here of you played so many cops, even going all the way back to the beginning. You were in Police Academy 6, City Under Siege. So I guess my question for you is, do you ever, have you ever been pulled over by a cop who's just let you go because he's like, you're one of us?
Well, I shouldn't say this, but yeah, all the time.
Of course.
I had a feeling.
Hey, listen.
I'm pretty good with the cops.
Yeah.
Listen, my son and I, we've bonded over a lot of things. He's 18 now, but one of the most recent things we bonded over was Breaking Bad. And he and I have this ongoing debate because we'll just, we can just turn it on. It doesn't matter which season, what episode, we can just turn it on and watch it. But we have this ongoing debate as to who our favorite character is. And it's really a close battle between Hank Schrader and Mike Ehrmantraut. I don't know what it is about both of those characters. Do you have a favorite character outside of Hank Schrader?
Well, Ehrmantraut was great, man. Obviously, in terms of actors, everybody was great. But as characters, I thought he was great, and I particularly loved him and thought he was underappreciated in Better Call Saul. He had some great, amazing episodes of that in Better Call Saul.
He really did, and what's so great about that? And what what Vince Gilligan does so well is he really hones in on a lot of the subtleties in the characters. And I'm telling you, like your character, can be such a jovial, great guy that you want to share a beer with, but then you have this stare, and in particular the scene with you and Walter White in that final season in your garage. As the garage door is shutting, like I would not want to be on the receiving end of that stare that you have in your eyes. And I don't know if you had to rehearse that or practice that, but that was a menacing look that you had.
Yeah, that was again, that just goes back to the writing. It was a great scene, and Brian Crimson directed that episode, which is kind of interesting. That was the end. I've been around for 5-6 years, and kind of felt I knew the guy, Hank, pretty well, and yeah, he was pissed.
Concerning the character, I wanted to ask you, the Schrader Brow, the beer that was launched with the character in mind, is that still available?
It is. In fact, I have a restaurant in Temecula, California called The Swing Inn, and we serve it there, and we're working on some new distribution stuff to get it kind of more across the country, so stay tuned on that one.
Nice. Are you going to expand the Swing In Cafe and Barbecue line and open up other restaurants?
Yeah, we're looking at that. It's a lot of. I got to see how much bandwidth I got. I got a son who's possibly going to help start working with me. So,
all right.
If I can get somebody, give me a little help because I still do a lot of work on my day job acting. So.
Yeah, very, very nice. So, by the way, you mentioned Casey mentioned Vince Gilligan. He's got Pluribus on right now. Any plans to work with him again in the future?
Well, if he makes the call, I'll be.
You'll be there. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well, in the meantime, Dean, we'll point people in the direction of Netflix and Border Hunters. It's coming out on December 23rd. Looks really cool. Looks really intense. Looks really in line with what we've learned from that you're great at. So we're looking forward to seeing it, and we hope you have a great holiday season too, Dean. Okay.
Thanks, man. Same to you guys.
All right, appreciate it, brother. All right, Dean Norris, guys.
Yeah.
He's great. He is excellent. And you're right, Casey. That look, that stare when he turns evil, or when he turns, oh, it's on.
He's not evil. I mean,
he's
Walter
not evil, but yeah.
You're like, oh, geez. Okay,
Do you know
Walter's dead.
The bitches, by the way, too. We were watching the show Under the Dome.
Yeah.
Just stopped. Like he was in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like they're leading it.
I know.
It just went away.
I was scrolling through his, like I said, I was scrolling through his filmography, and it starts back with, Police Academy 6.
Yeah.
And like going through, he's in Total Recall. He was in so many different movies. When I saw Under the Dome on there and a bunch of others, and like TV shows and all these different things, he's just been working for so hard. They said 154 credits.
I mean,
Wow.
that's
a long.
What's your? We see a lot of comedians cross over into the world of acting.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No.
I
Listen,
see
right
you-
now, can I tell you? Let me tell you. I'll tell you why. It's a big. It's a really vain reason. I've gotten really used to seeing myself from shoulders up, staring at my phone. So every time I get a full body shot, whenever I'm doing stand up, right, and people will say, "Oh, here's some pictures of you like doing stand up." I immediately I feel like it's like the early '90s. When I pull out a red pen and be like, "You should talk to a guy. We can tuck this. We can pull this." Like it's just one of those things. It's also just like acting is a lot of repetition. It's a lot of doing the same scenes over and over again. I'm pretty much a one and done guy. I like to come in. I like when I cut my rants, I might do 1 or 2 takes, but if I'm on like take 15, it's done. It's not worth doing. It's not worth doing.
When you're honing a stand-up act, though,
Yeah.
and I know you generate a lot of material, so I assume you're the kind of person who doesn't want to live with a set act for too long before you're moving on.
No. This last year was the first time, and I recorded a set with Doogie Horner, which is my special that's up on YouTube.
Yeah.
If you go to my
Doogie's
YouTube page,
great.
if you go to youtube.com/Pearlmania500, you can see my podcast, but also that special. It's like a mini special. It's like 25 minutes long. That was a bunch. That's about the birth of my kid and a bunch of other different things in there. That was about as close to I did a similar set for a year. But even inside of that, you really play around in it. You find out what's fun because every audience is different too.
Well,
because every day is different.
The real people who do it, who are meticulous, who are like the Norm Macdonalds and the people like Dennis Millers who are down to the inflection. Norm Macdonald was a little bit more free, one of my absolute favorites, and Dennis Miller as well. The people who really work on it, but they are polishing and word economy. And when I was doing stand-up, I would get bored quickly with my own stuff, and so the improvisational stuff kicked in.
Well, for me, one of the issues is that I can't get out there as much to polish it. So my stuff's more raw.
I see.
And so it lives more in the moment.
Yeah.
That's really what it comes down to.
There was Henry Rollins,
Yeah, I love him.
So he does these one night, what's the word I'm looking for?
One-man shows.
One-man shows
Yeah.
or just spoken
word.
Spoken word, that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
So it does spoken word night. And he will do a tour for like a year with no nights off. He does every single night, different city, and every single show is different and unique. And that blows me away that people can do that type of thing.
Well, I mean, it really comes down to whether or not you're comfortable just talking.
Yeah.
And knowing what the job is. I used to have a joke back in the day, because I used to yell at young comics. I see all these young comics would come up, right? They do an open mic, they do a show, a bar show, and they'd be like, this crowd's terrible. I hate this crowd. They're the reason the show's bad. I'm like, you don't get the joke of stand-up comedy.
Right,
and what's the joke? I said, well, the joke is if you make it, you get booked at a comedy club, right? And people come to see you. And those people that come to see you, they spend all week getting yelled at by their boss, having to pay too much for lunch, getting stuck in traffic on I-76, doing all these different things, right? They worked really, really hard. Then they turn to their loved one, their wife, their partner, whoever, and they say, I want to take you out to a comedy show. They pay for a ticket. They pay for parking. They pay for a babysitter. They pay for a 2-drink minimum. They pay with their life because they only got one life to live, and they sit down and they watch you walk out there, and all you do is talk about what you watched on YouTube this week. Like, that joke ends differently, but I don't know the FCC rules.
You're right.
But there's a respect you have to have for the audience. My number one goal is that everybody there has a good time, feels like they've gotten their money's worth, and that's a big thing right now. A lot of people are doing stuff where they just feel like they're grifting. They're trying to get through their hour. They're trying to just get things done. They're trying to just fill this thing out, and then bing, bang, boom, they get out of there and they pop to the next town. After every single show, I do a meet and greet for free. If you want to get a selfie taken with me, I do the same pose for everybody. I stand in front of the step and repeat. The bouncer takes the picture with your phone. You can get that little moment. We try to keep it moving, so you get like 30 seconds, but we just try to keep it moving because there's a lot of people.
Yeah.
But I've worked with so many great stand-up comedians, and I've also worked with other people who it is a job, and it can be both. I have a love for it, and it's also a career path. But, there's a thing that I've realized, which is weird for me, which is with social media now and YouTube and Instagram and everything else, money-wise, it actually costs me money to do shows.
Right.
Because I'm not, anytime I'm on stage, especially with the travel and all that different stuff, that's time where I'm not home, I'm not writing, I'm not creating content that can go out that brands and advertisers want to get attached to that can then generate more money. Instead, I'm out at the clubs. And so for me, it's really just about being out there, making sure that we're breaking even a little bit, but also just actually meeting fans. Because the other part of it too is online. Sure, it's great. I love it when I get 10,000 likes and a bunch of comments. I don't know if those are real people. Every other day we're finding out how much of these are botnets,
It's
right?
true. Yeah. It's
And
true.
so being able to come out there and do a show, hear the roar and the laughter of the crowd, making especially Philadelphians laugh, which is the most difficult thing in the world, doing that, and then being able to have people come up and just say hi and just tell me, how they know me and all those different things. This is great.
That's why it's critical. You have to get out to see you.
Yes, this Saturday and Sunday, 4 p.m. on Saturday, 3:30 at Helium Comedy. You can go to heliumcomedy.com for
It all
tickets.
falls apart if you don't.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Heliumcomedy.com to get your tickets. And I love the fact you're doing the early shows. All right, brother, we got to wrap it up.
Thank you, sir.
It is wonderful to see you.
It's wonderful to see you guys.
Thanks for being here.
Thank
man.
you.
Alex Pearlman, guys. The one and only. Nobody in the world like him. He's the Pearlmania 500. We're going to take a quick break and we'll come back in just a moment. Stay right here.
And none of them were needed because they're like,
That's not a good
they make
dentist.
money.
Yeah,
Sorry, Bottom line, you go into the dentist and they remove 10 teeth that they don't have to take out. That's not a good
Listen,
dentist.
while you're here for the cleaning, what about I remove all your teeth?
Yeah.
It's
we have
easier to-
audio of a guy who just got that done.
Wait, no.
Well, they're going to make the case that cleaning them is easier when you can take them out and put them in a washing machine.
Anybody think about that?
My friend had a medical procedure done, and they were telling her your insurance is likely not going to cover all of it. And she was like, okay, well, we're not going in. Like, you're not putting me under.
Right.
We're going in for this until I know around
How
much. And she said they could not, or they wouldn't give her a price. And she was like, we're not doing this till you give me a price.
Yeah. All right. Let me go to Mike. He had an interesting situation one time. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I was in Lauderdale with my wife on vacation, and we were at a resort that had a golf course attached to it. I wanted a cigar. So I go into the pro shop, and they have this nice selection of cigars. I go, oh, let me grab this one. It was like a Davidoff Robusto. I clip the end, walk to the register, and the woman says, that'll be $65. My wife looks at me and goes, you better enjoy that cigar, man.
And you were committed. You had to buy it. You had no choice.
I was so committed, man. I had all but lit it. I mean, the end was clipped, and I'm just looking at it like.
Look,
once you've done that, you bought it.
Mike was going to ask for a roach clip for that thing. You can smoke it all the way down.
I my cheek and gum to get it all.
Dude.
Thanks, Mike.
That's crazy.
Oh, my God. All right.
My sister-in-law is from Greece, and so she texted me, and she said, I still will never understand why Americans go to that side of Greece. She said, it's all like this.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so there needs to be like an insider tourist information hub to tell you to avoid that type of thing. Wow, it's a big time scam. All right, well, listen, thanks for your calls. We appreciate it. We do need to take a break. I would like to, because we've got Tony Danza coming up, I would like to give away, do me a favor, Chris on line one, have him hang on. Chris is on hold for a long time. I didn't get to go to him and see if he wants some tickets to go to see the Bob's Burgers movie. And I'll take two other callers as well. It's a screening tomorrow night at UA King of Prussia, 7 o'clock. 215-263. WMMR from 20th Century Pictures. The Bob's Burgers movie hits theaters May 27th. So we'll give away the last of our passes now. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. Don't forget Tattoos Day today, so text word tattoo 39333. Might win a Preston and Steve themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
We only get to do this once a year, people.
Coming up a little later on this morning, we are going to talk to Jeopardy champion, current champion, Ryan Long, who's from the area.
Doing Philly proud?
Yep, he's from Mount Airy, so born in Philly and moved to Bensalem at the age of 9. We know a little bit about him, but we're going to find out more when we talk to him around 9 o'clock.
Oh, he's from Bucks County. He's so smart.
He's so smart,
Yeah, I
so
figured.
intelligent. So
He's not from Bucks County. He's from Philadelphia.
But he moved there at
Kinda like how
9
you're
where he
not
got
from
his
Bucks County.
education.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll have this
Well, have
little
him tell
debate
us.
with
Yeah.
him later on this morning. But in the meantime, I saw this article. I thought it was very interesting, and it was essentially a forum. People had shared their stories of rules that were put in place because of them.
Oh, okay. I like
So
this.
You did something, and whatever you did from there on, there was a rule. This is, you can't do that anymore. And I was picking my brain. And I know it's had to have happened to me. I know I've done something before. With
You've
this,
caused a rule to be implemented.
I'm sure somewhere in school, but I can't remember what. But I
kind of think you probably did, but
maybe something will come to me. But I have some examples, and I would love to hear your stories if you had a similar incident take place. So I'll start with this one, where a person wrote in and said, "My brother and I got into a cattle prod sword fight at a farm store. We shocked the hell out of each other a few times, and now they have the cattle prods locked up." We were in our 30s when this happened.
Oh, my God.
So they made a rule at the store that you could no longer take out the cattle prods. Another one says, I put a croissant in one of those hotel conveyor toasters, and it soon became engulfed in flames and had to be extinguished. The next day at breakfast, there was a sign that said, "If you'd like your croissant toasted, please ask a staff member." So they put up a rule after that. Here's one, definitely that had some lasting power to it, I'm sure. This says, as a kindergartner, I once fell asleep in the bus. I was on the bus, and when I woke up, the bus was in the garage.
This
and
happened.
I had to yell to get to someone to get me out. So to this day, every bus driver in my school district needs to walk to the back of the bus and check every seat before they park the bus.
This has been in the news a few times where they've had kids and the bus driver failed to do that. And there was a kid sleeping in the back seat.
Yeah, I think that's pretty standard, though, for bus drivers. They're supposed to anyway.
This probably happened a long time ago.
Right.
They made that rule. Here's another one. It says, in my high school history class, there were about 10 of us who were really close friends. And we take every opportunity to make your mom jokes. And a couple of months into class, the teacher made us sign a treaty promising to stop making fun of each other's moms. We signed
That's
it,
funny.
and then we started making fun of each other's dads right after. I like this one a lot, too. It says, a friend of mine in a military school found out the regulations never stated what color the bed sheets for a bed made for inspection had to be in. So this man went and bought Power Ranger sheets and made the perfect regulation bed. And I've never seen so many sergeants lose their cool, but be unable to actually do anything since the regs were perfectly followed.
That's great.
Needless to say, the next year's regulations were updated to state that sheets must be plain white. So they absolutely changed the rule altogether at a military school. Let me go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny, good morning.
Rocky Road.
Rocky Road. Well done. Kenny, what's going on, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. So I used to work at Tower Records, open until midnight. And we were basically allowed to play any tunes we wanted on the stereo. And I was a practical joker, and I decided that Animal by Wasp was a great idea.
All right.
To play through the entire store. And if you know the song, it's not a good idea. So the manager was right there, came out screaming, and he said, now here's a short stack of CDs you guys can only listen to. And no, nothing good there. Nothing.
So he took this broad policy and you caused it to be refined down to a selection of sort of neutral music.
Yeah, a lot of Steely Dan in there.
Yeah, it's good, but it's not Wasp.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
Thanks,
hilarious.
Kenny. Yep. Rule changed because of you. Let me go. You guys will know this one. Let me go to Stoney. Hi, Stoney. Good morning.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Wow. You sound like you hurt yourself on that one, Stoney. What's up, bud?
Yo, what's up, man? You guys know me. I'm the sled builder. I'm the one that almost killed Pierre.
Yes, from the Cardboard Classic.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
And because of that, you guys don't allow us to use fireworks. Not allowed to ride on the second floor.
Right.
Yeah, I also built the big wheel. Well, a buddy of mine built it. We're not allowed to roll down a hill anymore.
That's right.
You are the reason
Dude, that was
for
great.
a lot of rules.
Had to do a lot of refinements. And if you ask, is it a good idea? Just ask Mr. Peanut.
Yes. Yeah, so Stoney was the cause of rules being changed at the Cardboard Classic. Multiple rules being changed.
Multiple rules.
Yeah. Nice job, Stoney.
Wow.
All right, thanks, bud.
I
We'll
have
see you next
Thank
year.
you. Have a good one, guys.
You too.
I have one that's slightly embarrassing, and Steve, you'll have a field day with it. I had a job when I was pretty poor. When I was 21 years old, my job was to drive around enterprise cars, and I didn't have any money. And so there was a Mercedes dealership where I would drop off cars and pick up cars. And at that Mercedes dealership, they would offer up free breakfast for their customers. But I was also hungry in the morning, and so I would avail myself to the bagels and the coffee that they had out for their paying customers. And
Where did the food go?
Well, I didn't take all of the food. I just took enough for me. No, not a lot. Shut up. Just a little bit every morning. But they eventually had to put up a sign that said, bagels and coffee for Mercedes customers only. And I was like,
it didn't say Dear Nick.
That was that's for me. All right.
Well, here's
tracks.
a similar story to that. This says, I worked concessions at a ballpark that had an all-you-can-eat promo day where tickets were more expensive than usual, but concessions, excluding alcohol around the stadium, were free. So I worked that day, and of course, it was chaos. And when the line started dying down later in the game, they started sending home some of the hourly employees, myself included. But I didn't go home. Thank you very much, Marissa. Sometimes my eyes glance over to the text board when Marissa's given traffic, so I'm going to read this one real quick. And Steve, you may need to be ready on a sound effect for this. It says, hi, small random request. My birthday was 15 days ago. I have part of a Preston and Steve sounder stuck in my brain, and I would love to hear it. I think it's like Little Richard saying mashed potatoes, gravy, and cranberry sauce, woo.
Yes.
I'm behind in the show, not listening live on YouTube, so it would be a nice surprise if you were able to play it before you end today. Would be my little birthday / Christmas miracle wish. Thank you very much. And that is from, is it Marissa? How would you pronounce his name or her name?
Mizki?
Mizki. Miziki, Mizike. Ms. Ike, anyhow, 45 years young, they say. So do you happen to have that?
Mashed potatoes, gravy, and cranberry sauce. Woo!
And there you go. And a happy birthday. Some people want something,
Yeah, absolutely.
something very specific, and we bring it to them from time to time. Dude.
Sounds like
So good.
Curly.
One of my all-time favorite moments on this show, and I have lots of them.
Yeah.
It involves Little Richard, but we were talking about Chuck Berry.
All right, yeah. About the hooker?
Yeah, and how Chuck Berry would, he farted into this hooker's face. But then Casey played the Wop Baba Luba Balop. Do you remember that?
I do.
That would take some digging to find. We're not going to be able to find it right now, but it was Bop Baba Luba Balop Balop. It was. And sometimes it's just a little bitty thing.
I mean, it's a little piece of history.
Bring me so much joy. Oh my goodness! Right. Well, maybe you can search for that while we get into the bizarre file. So he can't find it right now.
I don't
Steve,
have Tutti Frutti in the
Yeah,
box,
all right.
bro.
Well,
Damn.
if not today, in the very near future.
Maybe for Christmas.
All right. Maybe for Christmas. That's what I want for Christmas.
That's it? That's all you want for?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, so it would take a little more. There needs to be an edit done. All right, anyhow, let's get to the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
I think it's in there. You didn't have to stop it.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay, hang on a second. Hang on. Wait, did you hit an effect there?
No, that was the original one I was hitting. I forgot which one I was hitting when we did it the first time.
Hang on, let me do this clean.
I'm not hitting.
Oh, you're not hitting anything?
No.
Oh.
That's a different one.
Oh, my God.
All right, well, anyhow. We're splitting farts here.
We're just splitting farts.
All right, I'm going to get to the bizarre files.
Yeah,
that's what we're doing. Brought to you by Wawa. For holiday shopping made easy, stop at Wawa for gift cards for the Wawa fans in your life and for fans of top brands like Visa, Sephora, Roblox, and more. You can go to Wawa. You got to have a Wawa. So a family in Washington State is dealing with a growing Amazon package issue. A resident of the home, Brittany, says that her address is being used despite a hotel name being above it on the labels. And she said that her address appears before the Arlo Hotel's address on Amazon's options list, and guests are accidentally choosing her address and sending packages to her home.
So, holy Christ. So people are staying at the hotel or ordering things? Or
I guess.
Sounds like what it's like. I've always wondered if I could do that. Have something sent to a hotel through Amazon. Just have it sent to the front desk.
Yeah.
So Brittany adds, we've received everything from cat food to vitamin supplements and even a chainsaw.
Wow.
Luckily, that guest came to pick it up, but we did not ask any questions, nor did we answer the door. Unfortunately, the guests ordering the packages are knocking on the home's door at all hours to retrieve their items, and Amazon is working to resolve the issue.
You've had a couple of stories like this where people got tons of one thing that a business had ordered, and they would keep getting it over and over and over again.
Yeah, or returns. End up having their address on it for whatever reason, and it becomes a logistical nightmare for them. So hopefully they can get that cleared up. All right, there was video that went viral in December, earlier in December, that started with a teenager soaring over a roadway in a daring dirt bike stunt and ended with him in handcuffs, facing a charge in a case that his family said is just kids being kids. But in the video, this guy, Samuel Campbell, he's 18 years old, seen riding his pink dirt bike up a grassy hill beside a road, launches off the hill like a ramp, soaring over 2 lanes separated by a median. I mean, this kid...
Yeah, he flies.
It's a huge jump, and he lands on the other side, and there's a downward embankment on that side as well. It is such a cool stunt. But you can't do that.
No, it could go horribly wrong.
Yeah, he was arraigned in court after performing the trick in the Phoenix metro area and was charged with reckless driving. The video garnered more than 1.9 million likes. That's him as he's flying over. We're watching it. We're watching it on the screen here. Casey, look at how far he jumps.
Yeah, man.
It's pretty badass.
No, it's not like he did it over traffic.
Yeah, but you still.
I know.
Yeah, the clip ended with Campbell in a squad car and his pink dirt bike on the back of a tow truck. Campbell's father, Nick Campbell, said he believes Gilbert police are making an example out of his son, who he describes as a low-key young man who doesn't chase the limelight.
Whoa, look out!
Campbell did not post the viral video himself, according to his father, who manages his Instagram account. He asked the page that posted it to take it down. But the Gilbert Police Department said, our goal is not to make an example of anyone, but to prevent injuries and keep our community safe. So,
to be honest, I'm amazed that he landed with such precision on the other side of the jump. That is a huge jump.
Yep. That couldn't have been his first attempt at it.
No.
He had
I refuse to believe that.
All right, a woman in China had her left ear torn off in a factory accident when her hair got caught in heavy machinery.
Oh, man.
But doctors could not put the ear... Doctors could not put the ear back right away because the blood vessels were too damaged. So, and I've heard of this before, but it's pretty wild to see it. So instead, they came up with a creative solution. They attached the ear to the bottom of her foot to keep it alive. The skin there is thin.
Can you hear what I'm walking?
It has blood vessels similar in size to those in the ear.
So I assume you have to keep the foot. You can't be walking around on your ear.
So surgeons worked for 10 hours using needle and thread thinner than a human hair to connect the tiny blood vessels.
Listen, we're going to move your vagina.
And for 5 months, the woman wore her ear on her foot, only wearing loose shoes and walking just enough to keep the blood flowing.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
No tap dancing.
In October, doctors finally moved the ear back to its proper place after a difficult surgery to find healthy blood vessels on her
But
scalp.
now all she can hear is soul music.
Yeah.
Oh! Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So, and that's the way it goes. All right. And then a 41-year-old man known as the Escape King has done it again, breaking out of a maximum security prison in Milan, Italy, for his fourth escape in 16 years. Toma Talant, who was not set to be released until 2048.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's in for a long while.
Yeah.
Stole a file from the prison workshop, and he used it to cut through his cell window bars.
Did they say what his original crime was that had him in prison for so long?
It does not.
I'm sure it's something akin to murder or something.
So he then climbed down using a rope made of knotted bed sheets across the courtyard, scaled the outer wall. The escape happened during a guard shift change, and he had previously escaped prisons in 2009, 13, and 23 when he used a human pyramid of inmates to climb over a wall.
Hey, guys.
So this guy is going through a bunch of different techniques to get out, and it's worked several times. All right, and that's where we'll wrap it up. That is what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Let me take a look at how we're doing. Yeah, we got room. Let's do another Christmas Miracle live broadcast winner right now.
Christmas miracle!
Yeah.
Yeah!
You know what? Let's do two of them.
Whoa!
All right, we'll take callers 15 and 16 at 610-660-9333. And you shall be in the audience at the Colonial Theater on Friday. And hopefully we call your name and you can come up on stage and you can participate in one of our dumb games with great prizes and good times. That's what it's all about. It's about thanking you and just having a little bit of fun before the year end comes along. Callers 15-16, we going to set you up. We'll come back in a second. Lesson question, trash, music news. They're on the way. Clocked out. I stayed in the stadium. Got some cheeseburgers, cheesesteaks, and a soda, then found an empty seat in the crowd for the last few innings. The next year, they had the same promo. New rule for staff. If you get sent home early, you actually have to leave the stadium. So it's similar to you, Nick.
But I understand his point.
Let me go to Steven. Hi, Steven. Good morning.
Chicken pot, chicken pot, chicken pot pie.
Thank you for the serenade. What's up, man?
So when I was a kid, me and my family used to belong to the Warminster Swim Club, and all the township folks used to cut through the swim club to get to their maintenance building quicker. So when I was 14, I was riding my bike through the swim club, and I got nailed by a van. Township supervisor was driving through.
And so then after that, what happened?
No more cutting through the parking lot.
No more cutting through the parking lot.
Well, you can understand that clearly
Yes.
since you almost died.
Yeah, you took one for the team, for the walkers,
Damn
and
it.
bike riders. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate it. Let's go to Will. Hey, Will. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, what's up, man?
So back in the ancient times of the mid 1990s, teachers had copy cards for their copiers at school, and they would sometimes send a couple students to go make copies for them. Well, I was one of the responsible ones, and they sent myself and one of my friends to go make copies. Well, one of my friends takes the copy card and decides to copy a magazine from his father's collection and send pictures around the entire school. And so after that, teachers were never allowed to give copy cards again to their students.
Wow.
Of course.
They killed
because you were working now in the porn industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, you can understand. Yeah.
Good times.
Thanks, Will.
I love those
appreciate
last second scrambles because I didn't realize that we had that we had not a common like the Power Ranger bed sheets.
Right.
We should have specified.
Here's another example. It says in middle school, I would use Sharpie, permanent markers to, quote, tattoo myself. Other kids thought that it was cool, so I started charging $1 per drawing wherever they wanted. The principal found out, and after I refused to stop, she put a ban on Sharpies for the entire school. Even the teachers could not bring them in. And then this person writes, I'm a tattoo artist now.
Oh, my God.
Ended up making a career out of it. I will go to Holly. Good morning to you, Holly.
Good morning.
What's up, Holly?
How do you work?
Thank you.
Yeah, I was in middle school. I think I was like 12 or 13, and I decided I wanted Domino's pizza, so I ordered one, had it delivered to the cafeteria. Apparently, they never had a rule about that, but there was one after that.
You're like Spicoli. You got pizza delivered to school.
Yeah.
I did, Domino's, but I had to share it.
And so did they talk to you about it, or did they just issue a statement that said no more of this?
Well, they did. I had a principal that actually I loved. We got along great, and he had to vice principal, excuse me, and he had to pull me aside and talk to me, and he said, "This is not like you, Holly. I can't believe you did this, but good one."
Yeah,
well,
all right.
That was that bad. You ordered a pizza. That's all.
Yeah, but they made a rule after that. So, all right, thanks. Here's a text that says,
You gotta buy our crappy pizza.
Says, according to my husband, a 2-beer at a time limit was installed and stated at the Fest House in Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, because of him and his buddies building beer cup pyramids on the table, dancing every dance with the Fest House dancers, and generally acting like drunken maniacs. Don't know if this is really true, he said, but apparently that happened.
2-beer limit.
Here's a similar one. This one says, in college, some friends and I used to go to a Mexican restaurant every Thursday and often on Saturdays for their $1 margaritas. As a group, we would go there a lot. And eventually, they put a new rule in. It was now $2 margaritas and no more than 4 margaritas per person.
Oh, bummer.
A lot. Well, so I wasn't responsible for it, but there used to be the thing at the Roy Rogers where the Fixins bar, and people would go and just make sandwiches. So there was one right near my college. And I think this is probably corporate wide, but people would go do that and not really buy anything.
Right.
And so they had to, they put up a sign at that salad bar, you know, for patrons only, for paying customers only, because it was getting like Nick, like the Mercedes.
Yeah.
All right,
No
we'll go to Christine. Hi, Christine. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Christine. What rule did they change because of you?
Well, you said porn industry, so this goes a little towards that. So when my friend and I were 17 years old, friend of the family was the penalty box official for the Flyers back in the old Spectrum. And we were waiting for him after the game. We were outside in the corridor outside the locker room. You could get really close to the Flyers at that point. So the door swings open, and Brad McCrimmon and Kathy, let's just say they call him the Beast for a reason.
Wow.
Brad McCrimmon was standing there totally naked. So, of course, 17, I'm like, oh, my God. So ever since then, they changed the rule was that nobody could get down in that corridor by the locker room unless you were affiliated with the Flyers organization. And
or
now,
a 17-year-old girl.
At 17, and
Yeah.
now I'm in human resources, so there you go.
Oh, there you go. So
man.
you're handling stories like that.
That's funny. And
Yeah.
that was the moment they made the rule. Wow. All right. Thank you, Christine. Hope you're proud. We'll go to Frank next. Hi there, Frank.
Beating your head in with a hammer.
I was hammering in the morning.
All right. What's up, Frank?
I was a bartender, and a customer ordered a flaming shot. And I didn't tell the customer, hey, you need to blow fire out because we can't consume that. And so he goes.
We as human beings cannot consume fire.
No,
Okay.
Science has taught us that.
Yes.
So he goes to drink the shot, gets scared, cause fire, drops the shot. It breaks on the bar, and my bar engulfs in flames for a moment. And then had to take like a soda gun to spray it off.
Oh, that's
and,
funny.
Yeah, so no more flaming shots at Texas Roadhouse, guys.
Oh,
There you
really?
go.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
A flaming Mo.
I don't know if it was you or the customer, but
Yeah.
But yep, absolutely. All right, some other examples. This one says, I got our human resources Dropbox taken away at work because HR threatened to not pay us if we missed a clock in or clock out. I printed out the law stating that what they were threatening was illegal, highlighted it, and put it in the HR box when no one was around. Our HR rep threw an unholy fit and tried to figure out who put the paper in her box. And from then on, everything had to be handed in personally instead of a box.
I can see that.
And they went on to say, in our defense, the phones didn't always work and the clock-in system was really unreliable. So that's why they had made that complaint. Another one says, I already did that one. My younger brother was always late to school and tardy every day. He eventually figured out that if you just skipped first period altogether and showed up to his second period, he was counted as being at school with no late penalty since he was at second period on time. And they had to change that the following year.
So the rule would accommodate just going to second period, and he would be listed as
present for the day.
As present for the day,
but with no tardy for the first class.
Right.
Okay. That's gaming the system.
Right.
Yep.
Need to adjust that.
Let's go next to, and we're taking calls on a rule that was made because of something you did. And I will go to Kenny next. Hey, Kenny, good morning.
Hey, Kathy, it's Jay. I heard your mixtape, and I want to take you back.
Wait, do you know Jay, or did I say his name on the air?
You said his name on the air.
That's great. Very astute, Kenny. What's up, man? What'd you do?
So in middle school, like you get changed in the locker rooms for like gym class. It's the first time you're all excited to use deodorant and be like a man.
Right.
Well, we were in we were in the back of the bus, and we some kid, I'm not going to say his name, but he brought a lighter, and we were making fireballs in our hands.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shooting flamethrowers. And the next year, our bus driver would not allow those deodorants in his bus, so I had to use stick.
Okay. You had to use a stick from there.
Yep. And it was only our bus driver. It wasn't the whole school. It was just our bus driver. He was just an old grouchy fool.
Oh, yeah. You didn't like you making fireballs on the bus.
Come on, dude. We're just making fireballs on a moving
all.
vehicle that is powered by gasoline.
That's funny.
Wow.
All right, thanks, Kenny. Appreciate it. Here's a follow-up to our call earlier from Christine, who saw the Flyers players naked. This text says, I was dating Christine, and I was with her when that happened. I saw Brad McCrimmon's junk. So hilarious. They were a part of the whole thing. So, legitimizing.
So that was a well-known legend with him?
I don't know. I just said his name, the Beast.
Now it is,
All right, here's another text that says, I made a fake penis out of clay in middle school, and I waved it around on the back of the bus and got caught. They had no more clay in art class because of my wiener.
Well, we are in the broadcast industry, and we have tons of fake penises around here. So
we got loads. Yeah. Let's go next to Justin. Hey, Justin, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, sir. What's going on, Justin?
So back in high school, one summer, me and a buddy, hot day, went to a 7-Eleven. And they have the big 100-ounce mugs for soda. Well, the little deal was buy the mug, get a free soda. Well, we decided to fill it full of the slushie instead. So we fill it full of Slurpee, go to the register. She can't charge us because she doesn't have it because it's not listed as an actual drink as for the soda because we weren't supposed to fill it up. So we got the free 100-ounce Slurpee, went back the next day with the same mugs, and they plastered paper all over saying we couldn't fill it up with Slurpee anymore.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
You gamed the system for one day, though.
One day.
Yeah, I remember that. There was a big thing where remember the one where you could bring in your own receptacle?
They do that like once a year.
Right.
Yeah, where you can bring in your own.
Whatever you
your own
want.
one. But they sold him that one.
Yeah.
But it was just made for sodas. Here's another one that says, when I used to walk home from school, I had to walk next to the road to get to my house. And one day, I decided to see if I could walk with my eyes closed.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's...
And as I walked, I didn't feel the transition from gravel to road, so unknowingly was walking on the road, and I heard a noise and looked behind me. A line of cars had formed, but none of the cars had honked, and I immediately ran off into an orchard, but later learned why nobody honked, because 2 weeks later, they put up signs that said deaf child area on both sides of the road. They thought I was deaf, so they didn't honk.
Oh, my God.
And so they put those.
So wait, that's another thing though. Do you ever try? I try to get around my house sometimes with my eyes closed.
Do you really?
Yeah, like I've tried it to see if I know how many steps
never do that.
to the door.
I've done it a few times just to see because Melon on 93.3 WMMR. No Rains, 1027 Preston and Steve show on this Wednesday morning. We've got Ticket Raid coming up, or I should say. Not a ticket rate. I meant to mention the Bud Light kickoff tomorrow night. KC will be in attendance for the very last one, the Skyline Tavern. So that is from 7 to 9 p.m. Stop by because it's in Chalfont, number one. And number two, chance for you to win Eagles tickets. And maybe we qualify for the grand prize, which are playoff tickets. And I got a $3 Bud Light and Ultra Drafts, $8 personal pitchers, $5 hoop tea cans, and a bunch of prizes, including those much sought after koozies. And Birdbot will be there.
Koozies, man.
Love a koozie.
All right, so let's see. It's lesson question time. We are going to give away a $50 gift card to Roy Rogers. I'm going off the board here. Ryan Shuttleworth gives me suggestions, but I'm going to do something different. Finish this phrase. Mashed potatoes, gravy, and what?
Okay.
All right. Is that what all he says?
Yeah.
Yeah. 610-660-9333. What's the last part of that?
We'll figure it out.
All right, let's see if you know the answer. I do know the answer to it. I just didn't know the setup fully. All right. Yeah, you know the answer. All right, call if you know. We're going to do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. You can get you can get the home holiday ready with Horizon Services Plumbing and Electrical. Same-day emergency services, even on the holidays. Book now at horizonservices.com. Let's see what we got this morning. Steve Morrison.
Well, Preston, the Rolling Stones have scrapped a proposed 2026 stadium tour of Europe. Keith Richards issued a statement explaining that he has completely run out of blood. Victoria Beckham revealing what it took to get Anna Wintour's approval in the fashion world. Beckham says, oddly enough, all that was needed was one well-placed falcon punch.
Oh, my God.
And actor, Simu Liu, saying Taylor Swift played a part in his proposal to fiancée Allison Sue by sending her a video. Apparently, in that video, two women get very creative with the cup. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, to the phones we go. Mashed potatoes, gravy, and what? That's the question. And we're going to go to Luke and see if he knows the answer. Hey, Luke, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good, brother. All right, so mashed potatoes, gravy, and?
Cranberry sauce.
That is correct. You guys are
potatoes, gravy, and cranberry sauce.
Luke, hang on, and we are going to give you, like I said, $50 gift card to Roy Rogers. Roy Rogers in Cherry Hill has perfect stocking stuffer. Buy a $30 gift card and you get a $10 bonus card, and you can give the gift of Roy's delicious roast beef, fried chicken, burgers, and more. Offer valid in-store and online. Details at RoyRogersRestaurants.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you this morning by Red Robin. If you're still searching for the perfect gift, spread the yum with a Red Robin gift card, the easiest and tastiest stocking stuffer. You can grab one in-store or at redrobin.com/gift cards. As Steve just mentioned in the trash, the Rolling Stones have stopped rolling, at least for the present. A 2026 UK European tour, which was in the planning stages but never officially announced, now will not be happening. A Variety report says that Keith Richards, who turns 82 tomorrow, by the way, was unable to commit to another strenuous road outing No one's saying anything officially or in their social media feeds. Several sources are saying that Richards has been consistent in saying that he didn't think that he was up for an extended tour. So
Does he have arthritis? That's what I read.
Don't know.
Yeah, he might have arthritis.
He may.
I mean, Jesus, they're up there. But Mick, jumps around.
Yeah, he's won the genetic lottery.
Yeah.
He's doing all right. New York promoter Michael Dorff announced the lineup for the Music of Billy Joel tribute concert, part of his long-running Carnegie Hall benefit series. Show takes place March 12th, and it features artists including Rufus Wainwright, The War and Treaty, Joy Oladican, Betty LaVette, Mary Chapin Carpenter, Tanya Tucker, Gavin DeGraw, Matt Nathanson, Rob Thomas from Matchbox 20, OAR, and Train's Pat Monahan.
So this is a tribute for Billy Joel. You'd figure there'd be, not to besmirch the current lineup, but there'd be bigger luminaries.
Well, it's called The Music of Billy Joel, so I don't know. It's at Carnegie Hall, but it's a benefit series, but I don't know if this isn't the definitive Billy Joel tribute. I'm not really sure what level they're doing.
Welcome to a night of substandard tributes.
His daughter, Alexa Ray, is also on the lineup. Joel himself is not officially listed, but his longtime backing band will serve as the house band. So,
well, there you go.
Fueling more than a few rumors that he could show up and be there for the event. Rick Springfield is filling out his dance card for 2026. Singers lined up 8 tour dates for next year so far, kicking off things March 7th in Dallas. Nothing in our area at this point, but additional shows will be added throughout the year. So we'll keep you updated on that.
When we talked to him last time, he was doing Atlantic City, was he not?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. And then finally, Marilyn Manson has added spring 2026 U.S. dates to his One Assassination Under God tour with support from Australian duos Vows. The new shows follow a year of sold-out concerts around the world, and the tour is support of Manson's 2024 album, One Assassination Under God, Chapter 1. The pre-sale's underway. Public tickets go on sale Friday morning. I didn't see any in our area either. And then finally, tonight is the show of life for Pierre Robert, as we've been mentioning for the past few weeks. And just a reminder, Brent and Zach of Shinedown, Lizzie and Joe of Hailstorm, Ed Roland of Collective Soul, Mark LaBelle of Dirty Honey, The Hooters, David Wissiknen's In the Pocket, and that'll include Tommy Conwell and John Fay and a bunch of other people, Brew Review. Tickets are no longer available, haven't been for a while, but we want to drive this home that it will be streamed. And you can see it via Veeps, Veeps, either an app or you can click on a link and watch it that way too. It's only $9.99, and a portion of those proceeds for the stream will benefit Mana.
And once you pay for it, Marissa, you were saying you have 48 hours to access it?
Yes, exactly.
So you can click on events at WMMR.com, and we'll have the purchase link and all the information that you need in order to stream it tonight. Of course, we will all be there. And there'll be a live broadcast portion as well. Various members of the staff will be jumping on the mic from the Fillmore tonight, so you can tune into WMMR and catch some of that stuff live, too. All right, so that's it. Music news. We will take one more break. Come back in a second. Letter of the day, word of the week prize, wrapping up our show. Stay right there. I wake up in relative darkness, and I try not to turn the lights on to wake anybody else up. And I'm like, I wonder if I could
do that.
walk from here to there without bumping into something. Yeah.
I'm usually not that successful. I'm good with the light switches. I know where they are.
It seems kind of goofy for you to do that.
I know.
Let me go to next to Carl. Hey, Carl, good morning.
Yoo-hoo!
Yoo-hoo! All right, Carl, so they made a rule because of what?
So in high school, we were allowed to leave for lunch and get in our vehicles, go uptown, get whatever we wanted. My health teacher was betting that I couldn't make it to Delaware because that's where Taco Bell was, to Taco Bell and back before the period ended. So I jumped in my Mustang, hauled ass across the Delaware Bridge.
It's like Smokey and the Bandit.
That's basically it.
Yeah.
You're encouraging excessive driving, excessive speed.
That's where it comes into play, because when I got back into town, I was worried about time, so I'm going 75 down Broadway, and the cops pull into the high school behind me as I'm carrying Taco Bell in.
Okay.
So, yeah, I was the last to be able to leave.
Oh, so they made a rule you couldn't leave campus anymore.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you ruined it for everybody. I blame the teacher.
So do I.
I blame the teacher, Carl.
What's that?
I said I blame the teacher on that one.
Oh, he was awesome. I can't. I'm not going to.
All right. That's
I bet you can't get there and back.
I wonder when because when I was in high school, they allowed us to leave campus at lunch as well. If you had a car,
right.
At some point that stopped. But we took advantage of that every day.
It was huge in my high school. I think, and then there was one part where of the year where a kid got hurt, and I think that's what put the kibosh on it.
All right. Well, awesome examples. Thanks for your call. Think about that today. Talk amongst your friends. They made a rule because I did this. We got to take a break because we're going live on Fox Good Day
Yes,
today.
that's right.
Let's break and come back with that as well. The Bizarre File coming up too. Stay with us. We'll return shortly.
Well-made displays.
I think it was a Pokemon, yeah. And this kid apparently knocked it over and broke it.
Like smashed it.
And what the guy didn't know, the dad didn't know, is it was like
$5,000.
Yeah, it was like this $7,000 thing. And sorry, you got to pay for it.
Yeah.
Now they went back and they ended up watching video, and the kid wasn't like playing around with it or something like that. He had
just knocked it over.
he had leaned on it or something along those lines, and so he knocked it over and it
But I would imagine like bigger stores, I don't know where they are, they have some sort of insurance that if something like that happens, you're not going to make the parent pay for a $1,000 ceramic Pikachu.
I've heard stories of like, again,
I've seen
the old adage is you break it, you bought it.
Right, you break it, you buy it. And I've seen that at like smaller stores, like especially if they sell glass items, like, especially down the shore, like some of those, little shops down there. If you take the kids in, like you could see everybody tense up and like there's a little sign that says you break it, you buy it.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the owners, like if you walk in, and so we don't have kids, but when people come in with like small kids into places like that, like in New Hope.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like,
my words before I go in are don't touch anything.
Yeah. No, and I get nervous around stuff like that. If there's shelves with like hundreds of plates or just fragile things.
Yeah.
Like I purposely bring my arms in closer to my body as I walk along.
Likewise.
I try to shrink myself up as much as possible because I know I'm just going to knock something over.
help, please?
Yeah.
Because you're terrible. Because you could walk. If you were to go, the way you normally go through, you knock over one thing, you're looking at $300 or $400.
I see Jace's eyes though, like I watch him and he's like, "Oh, mom," and what's this? And like he wants to touch it, so that's his way of being like, "Oh, what? I was just asking what it was. I wanted to see what it was. Put it down. Don't touch it.
Kill you.
It's $10,000."
So I definitely want to hear the you broke it, you bought it stories, 215-263-WMMR, whether it was you or your kid or whatever, because we've all had that happen.
So I don't know if she ever had to buy it. She might actually be listening right now. But I had a friend who was at a store, and there was in the middle of the store was a nail polish set up. And I think she tripped and fell, and she fell into the nail polish, and all of the nail polish shattered on the floor, broke. Wait, she pretended like she was passed out because she didn't want to get up.
Shut up.
She pretended like she was like knocked out.
Oh, that's great.
And so when they got her up,
oh, that's
she was
great.
like, "Oh my God."
I'm pretending I passed out.
Yeah. She said it's the whole store smelled like nail polish. She didn't know what to do, and so like her friends like escorted her out, and she pretended like she was like super hurt. Meanwhile, they got into the car and they were like hysterical laughing.
Did she just say things like, "I hope the baby survives"?
Oh my God. What I was going to ask, and I've never done this myself, is if you've ever broken something and then try to like hide it on a shelf, underneath other things or shove it way in the back.
Oh, right.
But that's a much better story.
Yep.
You pretend
God.
just pretend. That's good advice, though. If you break something, pretend you passed out.
By the way, a side subject from this, but whenever you see a movie or a TV show and somebody's walking through the store and there's an elaborate display of some kind of a pyramided...
You know what's going to happen.
You know what's happening, right?
It's like the guys in the movies who have large panes of glass that they're walking across the street with those suction things.
Yep.
You know it's going to happen.
All right, let me get some calls here. I'm going to go with Kyle. Hey, Kyle, good morning.
Hey, Mom, turn the radio down.
What's up, Kyle?
Hey, what's going on? So what if a guy threw a shoe at me? Good morning, guys. When I was a little kid, the local grocery store had like this big, huge display of tomato sauce. They had this like huge family-sized jar. And like any other kid, I'd get lost in the grocery store and wander around. And it was back in the day when your parents didn't care. They kind of hoped that one or two of you wandered off.
Right.
And I knocked over this. It had to have been gallons of pasta sauce into the aisle of the grocery store.
Man.
And these are glass containers?
Oh, yeah. And I'm 5, so I think I could just brush it aside and clean it up. Nobody will know. So I come back to find my mom holding broken pieces of glass with pasta sauce all over my hands.
Oh, man. Oh.
She must have thought you were bleeding out.
That's what she thought. She
Yeah.
said, "Oh my God, what's blood? What's pasta sauce?" Like it was horrifying experience.
Hey, Kyle, did they make your folks pay for it, or was there any sort of did they kick your ass out of the store? What happened?
I think they looked at our family funny after that because they knew we were the pasta people. But I'm not sure if they made her pay for it. But if they did, it was probably $200 worth of stuff.
So that would be something where they made this, like Kathy, you talk about having insurance, and I think you're right. For the most part, insurance will cover a lot of this stuff. But also, what if it's something that that the store is made, or it's a one of a kind, or a display?
All right, I do have this story. It's a little bit off topic, but it does involve breaking something, and I had already paid for it. And this is me as a full-grown adult. I had gone to a liquor store, and I had bought a bottle of gin, okay?
Yeah.
And I was, why did I go back? And anyway, I think I had already paid for it, and I forgot something. I came back into the store, and I was in the back of the store, and I dropped it, and it just shatters. And I've already paid for it. And I'm like, you got to be good. Or maybe I went outside and dropped it. Anyhow, I dropped this, and I was like, I was like Bluto in Animal House.
Right, yeah.
When they dropped the booze, like, I just sublime on 93.3 WMMR in the wrong way. It's Preston and Steve show. Last break of the day, and then we have a full evening ahead of us, and hopefully you do too. And I'll explain in just a moment what that's all about. Weather-wise, today, rest of the day, partly cloudy. High about 47, so a little milder and more comfortable. Clouds tomorrow, high 51. Friday, we shoot up to 61 degrees.
Where did that come from?
It comes with some rain in the morning, unfortunately. So we're going to be running from our parking spot to get to the Colonial Theater tomorrow morning. It should wrap up by the end of the program, from what I understand, tomorrow. But and then it turns colder and windy and all this other thing. But that's what we have to deal with today, next couple days, whatever. I would like to thank our guests for being on the show today. We had Alex Pearlman stop by.
Terrific.
Alex is excellent. Pearlmania 500. He will be performing at Helium Comedy Club, and he's specifically doing some early shows. So Saturdays at 4 o'clock and then Sunday at 3:30. And he's like, for people who are crazy busy, it's a little bit easier for you to get out
it's
earlier.
a great low-key sort of.
Oh, just you'll sit back and relax. That's it.
You just mellow.
Dean Norris. Yeah. You know Hank from Breaking Bad, but he's in this movie called Border Hunters, and that is streaming now, so you can check that out. And then I want to thank Jacqueline. Jax Hripto came by from Phoenixville to announce the Roper Romp.
Which is a great idea.
And she's the one that got it started in Phoenixville. And it was several thousand people last year, this past time around.
All dressed as Mrs. Roper.
But it's a save the date. So September 19th, if I remember correctly, is the date. So mark that for your calendar next year. Before we do wrap-ups and all that stuff, Matt Cord is indeed here. But also joining us this morning, we have two of Pierre Robert's relatives, niece and nephew, are here. I want to welcome Brett and Nicole, who have joined us on the show. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming in. We saw you guys yesterday at the services, which was wonderful. I think you have to agree on that, right?
Yes, hard but special day.
Yeah, difficult, obviously, for everyone, but also a whole lot of love in that room.
Oh, yeah.
And that's, that's what we got from the man.
Yeah, so much. I feel like the energy of Pierre is going to radiate through all of us.
Yeah.
For a long time. You guys, there's a funny dynamic. We were talking about this earlier. That obviously he had his Tahoe life and his, West Coast life. But, even though you were aware of his level of appreciation and adoration here, it's got to be otherworldly to see it in person and to see how transcendent it is.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I lived in Philly for 3 years. Go Birds. To all
There you go.
But yeah, I've seen it in person. I've taken countless selfies of listeners with Pierre where, I saw people kind of cautiously approaching, phone in hand, and I'd say, did you want a picture? And, so I've seen the love that he's built with the listeners over the years in person for a long time. And
yeah, you got to experience that here. But both of us, do you remember when we went to Disneyland for a day with just Uncle Pierre? I was 8, you were like 6. Do you remember very much about that?
Most of my memories about that are me being a terrible brat because I was a spoiled tiny child.
Yeah. But I mean, you gave him a run for his money. I will say that. I remember things like you lost a balloon, and then he was like, we got to get another balloon. We've got to get another balloon. Like, one of those big Disneyland, and it went flying. And then Pierre's on a mission to get a balloon, and people start going, no way. That's Pierre Robert.
Wow.
And I'm all, so this guy might actually be legit. Like, he says he's really cool, but I was 8, you were 6. And then another thing we did was, which as a child, could not comprehend. We went on like a late night coffee run. So there was like a midday balloon crisis and then like a late night, like, all right, somewhere around here, they got to sell coffee. And I was like, what grown-up is in charge right now?
That's a Pierre thing to do, your usual late night coffee run.
Yeah, exactly. But when you're 8 years old, it was a wild concept to.
Right. We completely get that. I love that description.
And Pierre, it's funny because I watched him around children from time to time, and Pierre did not talk to children like most adults talk to children. He spoke to them as if they were adults sometimes, and it was kind of funny to watch that interaction. But you guys grew up with that.
Well, I don't feel like he ever did that to us.
Okay.
He did it to my kids, though. To us, I felt like he was always just Uncle Pierre.
It made sense.
He really just fit into our family in a way that everybody resonates with here, like a storyteller. And bringing back history was really important to him, talking about his mom, things like that. It didn't feel like, did you feel like he talked to you? Did you ever, here's a question. Did you personally ever get the Planet Asparagus spiel?
No.
My kids have heard that like 10,000 times. He had it mastered by the time the baby came along, and he was like, and so then I boarded a plane. It turned into a spaceship. We landed on Planet Asparagus, and people came to greet me. There was purple glitter falling from the sky. And same thing, there's just kind of like, so we're related to this guy?
Well, there'd be a similar story that we would hear about just exactly how he got the white streak in his beard.
Oh, yeah. Elaborate.
Yeah.
Very elaborate.
Involved a mountaintop and all this stuff. Yeah.
Lightning strike. Yeah.
I'm working on mine. Slowly coming in.
That could be a good tribute.
Yeah.
You have the last name to pull it off.
Yeah.
Well, we're looking for the show, forward to the show tonight. You guys, obviously, as well. Everybody's going to be there for the event this evening. The sisters and is Renee, his brother, is he feeling any better? He couldn't make it to the service yesterday.
Yeah, he's doing a lot better.
Oh,
He'll
good.
be there. We're all going to be there. And I think, I was talking to David from the Hooters about it yesterday, and he was like, man, it's going to be so great. I just wish Pierre could be there.
Of course.
And I think that, even kind of going back to the Disneyland story, one of the things with Pierre is that he always cared so much about creating beautiful experiences for other people. And I think that tonight we're all going to kind of channel that and try to create a beautiful experience for all the listeners.
Right.
And for everybody that, if you can't make it in person, it's $9.99 on Veeps. Stream it, be part of it with us, and celebrate the life of Pierre Robert. And thank you for being part of his life and for giving him this fantastic life that he loved so much.
Excellent. All right, well, we will see you guys there tonight. We're looking forward to it. There'll be more with you guys on air, I'm sure. Matt, we're going to...
Wait, I just want to say, Nicole did a really good job yesterday. You were in a room with lots of people that talk for a living, and you got up and spoke for you and then for your dad, too. I thought it was...
Thank you. Well, once I realized that I was amongst a group of paid professionals, I was like, wait, I got this. I learned from the best. It runs in the family.
True.
All right, Matt, let's do the letter. You ready?
Right,
here we
letter.
go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
I, as an Iron Maiden.
All right, and we got a 10-mile stock car driving experience from Stock Car Racing Experience, and you don't want to give another boring gift for Christmas. You can blow their mind with a heart-pounding 160-mile-per-hour stock car driving experience on the Super Speedway at Pocono Raceway. You can get your voucher today at 877stockcar.com. That's 877stockcar.com. All right, what's up today, man?
Well, you realize we're 1 week away, and we're calling it this year. It'll be Christmas Eve, a week from today. The Pierre Robert Christmas Eve Spectacular.
Yeah.
Hosted by Matt Cord. So we got that all Christmas. Are you guys in Christmas Eve?
No.
We're the day before.
Okay.
Is our final day.
Okay. And then we got blocks. We're going to do blocks of all the bands playing tonight. Collective Soul, Hailstorm, and the Hooters, and the vinyl will be Shinedown.
All right.
Nice.
Fabulous. All right. Well, thank you guys. And I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets. Fresh food, local flavors, also brought to you by Dunkin'. And the President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Tomorrow, we will have Joe Matarese in the studio. Tommy Davidson, for real this time. He'll be checking in. And the last chance at the Christmas Miracle ticket. So do not miss that opportunity. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day in the morning, of course. And we'll see you either tonight or tomorrow, friends. Bye-bye.